Morena, everyone. My name's Greg Carlyon. I'm chairing this hearing over the next week or so, and I'd just like to declare this hearing open for the Omokoroa and Te Puke Housing Supply Plan Change 92. We've got a few housekeeping things, but perhaps before we get underway, I'd just like to ask Ms Bennett to start our proceedings with a karakia.
I don't like to stand.
Yeah.
Tēnā tātou katoa. Me karakia tātou. I tō mātou matu I te rangi, kia tapitau ingoa, kia tau mai tau rangatira. Kia me te tau I pai ai ki rungi te whenua, kia rite anō ki tō te rangi. O mai kia mātou ai nei I tarona mātou mo tēnei rā. Murua o mātou hara me mātou hoki e muri nei o te hunga e harana kia mātou. Au hoki mātou E kawea kia whakawaia ingari whakawarangi a mātou I te tino. Nā hoki te rangatira tanga te taha me te kōria ake. Amene.
Amen. Kia ora, thank you. Look, we'll begin perhaps with introductions from our commissioners, and we'll start at the end of the table. We'll work our way back through. We'll find out who it is we've got in the room, and we'll talk about the process that we're going to be running through today. And thank you for your patience, sir. It's a test of us when we get these systems underway. And then we're going to open the proceedings with the council presentation to us. And speaking for myself, not the other commissioners, I come from a small town called Martin. Our largest roundabout is about 6 metres in diameter. And you are going to be giving us a real education this week. So please take the time to make sure that some of our more experienced commissioners in this space, understand the scope, nature and context of the decision that we've got to make, in the time that follows the time we've got with you. So we'll talk more about that soon. So perhaps if we start with introductions.
Yeah, my name is Alan Withy, and I've lived in the Bay of Plenty for most of my life. My grandfather ran a business in the main street of Te Puke, so I know the area well. And I've been doing this sort of work on panels like this and sole commissioner work since the RMA was first brought in. And when I'm not doing this sort of work, I am doing mediation or board governance. I was a planning consultant before I took on this work, and well familiar with the proceedings of the Environment Court, although I was just telling our chairman I haven't appeared before the Environment Court probably for 20 years, which was a conscious decision. And I was suffering from overexposure as a planner. It was time to find alternative means of earning my bread. So I turned to commissioner work and do that for mostly Waikato Bay of Plenty councils, but also quite a lot in Northland, Canterbury, and to a limited extent in Otago. So that's me.
Kia ora tātou, ko Lisa Meng toko ingoa. I'm Lisa Meng, I'm an urban designer and planner. I do a little bit of commissioner work. Kate will be familiar with me from Queenstown Lakes, also in Auckland where I'm based. And this is my first foray into the Bay. I've only ever visited before. I cannot claim to know it well, like Alan. I'm the complete opposite. So you will be giving me an education around the places that we're talking about. Unfortunately, unlike Alan, I have been to Environment Court a little bit more than I'd like to in the last few years, but it's nice to not be there. Yeah, I think that's probably about it for me. Mostly I try and keep my nose clean as much as I can, but looking forward to sitting on this side and listening to you all around Plan Change 92. Thank you.
Have a go now. I think you'll see C7.
Oh. Tēnā tātou, ko pia tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no konei no te mono o tauranga. My name is Pia Bennett. This is my first hearing. luckily I've got a panel of experienced commissioners sitting alongside. I'm from Tauranga Moana. My whakapapa connects me to here and to the places also that is just beyond Te Puke, so quite familiar with it, born and raised in Tauranga, now living in Maketu, which is just on the other side of Te Puke. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora. As I said, I'm Greg Carlyon. I reside in the Rangatiki and I'm a planning consultant. It's taken me some years to practice saying that and to believe it of myself, but and in recent times I've spent an awful lot of my energy and efforts in Tauranga and the Bay of Plenty in a number of cases, some alongside PIA. So I'm familiar with the challenges that you have, that you're addressing through this plan change, and I'm familiar with the traffic. So, you know, I really welcome this opportunity to explore these issues with you through the time that we've got. Perhaps what we might do next is do a round of introductions for those who are present, and then one of the team can just cover off housekeeping matters, any kind of critical things for us. I'm pretty sure I can find my way to the exit, so just follow me if things get gnarly. But we'll start with introductions and we'll start here, work our way around the room and then pick up those others who are present.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Kate Stubbing from Kearney Lees Morgan and acting as lawyer for Western Bay of Plenty District Council on Plan Change 92.
Kia ora, Kate.
Kia ora tātou, ko Jimolis Toku Ingoa, and I am here on behalf of Council today, acting as lawyer.
Morena everyone, my name is Tony Clow. I'm a planner here at Western Bay of Plenty District Council. I'm originally from New Plymouth and I've been here for 15 years.
Kia ora.
Kia ora, my name is Jeff Hextall. I'm a planning consultant working for Western Bay of District Council on this matter.
Morena tātou, ko te taunutanga Waikato Manihira toku ingoa, for the ease of the panel, tau, for short. I'm a planning consultant assisting the planning team for Western Bay Council in preparing reports for Plan Change 92.
Kia ora, good morning. My name is Anna Price. I'm a planner for Western Bay District Council.
Good morning. I'm Georgina, a senior urban designer, but I've also been the hearing manager for this too.
Morena, ko James Abraham toku ingoa. I'm asset management team leader. I've been with Western Bay of Plenty District Council for a bit over a year now. Yep.
Yeah, good morning, Kia ora. I'm Raj Simran. I'm an engineer. I work for Western Bay of Plenty District Council.
Morena, kia ora. Ken Lawton. I'm an infrastructure planner with the strategic planning team.
Morena, I'm Natalie Rutland. I'm the Environmental Planning Manager here at Western Bay of Plenty District Council.
Who would it be from the team? I'm assuming it's perhaps you, Georgina, in terms of the use of the space, with the general health and safety issues we might need to cover off.
I can help with general sort of the space, but I would pass it over to Janisha. She'll probably be able to give a better health and safety rundown.
Morena koutou. Our exits are just through here or out the side. If there's an alarm, just follow our staff. The toilets are out on the foyer, just to your left-hand side. Today we're being live streamed and Zoom, so please use your mics. That's the only way that our Zoomers can hear you online. If you've got any questions, just let me know.
Oh, thank you. Right, so over this, we've got 4 days for this hearing, and then we're going to be adjourning the hearing on Thursday evening and reconvening Friday, I think, for one further presentation from a submitter. And then we've got a separate hearing on Friday. So we're focused on this plan change through to Thursday. We'll be keeping a very careful eye on the timetable because things do tend to expand in these types of proceedings. But just to say again, Pia hasn't been party to this conversation, but I'm fairly sure we're on a similar wavelength in that there's a lot of material that's before us. It's very complex. And I would say for my part, I'm struggling to join the dots. So one of my first questions for staff, legal team may be able to assist, but I'm really putting this to staff is, who is the leader of the gang and who is going to provide the context for us and give us that kind of important overview. So we've got these separate streams of work that you've undertaken, which have been really useful, but before we get into that in detail, I'd like the council in some way or another to make sure that story is really clear for us for these two really important places. So just keep that in the back of your mind, and obviously the commissioners are going to have a number of questions through the time. So we're going to be focusing on the case for Western Bay of Plenty and their interest through the majority of today. We've got one submitter at the end of the day. I think the other submitter is Armadale Holdings, is not on today, where that was previously planned. So it's Waka Kotahi only this afternoon. So that's our schedule for the day. We've got, we seem to be on union breaks. We've got very short breaks through the day, quarter of an hour for morning tea and half an hour for lunch. So we've got a lot to get through, so we'll get on. Look, is there any questions or any material that commissioners need to hear before we invite Western Bay of Plenty to open their position for us? Right. Kate, I think it's yours to start.
Thank you. And just in terms of the plan this morning, I will speak to the legal submissions, and then we had preempted your sort of context setting. So the first part of the council presentation today from the witnesses will be Mr. Hextall doing that high-level overview.
Right.
So hopefully that will assist.
That would be really good, thank you.
I do have some spare hard copies of the legal submissions, if anyone would like a hard copy. So legal submissions have obviously been pre-circulated for all the parties, so I won't necessarily read through them, but I would like to speak to quite a few of the points in the opening legal submissions. So it probably goes without saying, but the proposed Plan Change 92 is Western Bay's intensification planning instrument under Section 80E of the Resource Management Act 1991. And as everyone will be aware, the RMA was amended through a bipartisan solution to New Zealand's housing crisis at the end of 2021 with the Enabling Housing Supply and Other Matters Amendment Act. It required all Tier 1 local authorities in the country to change their district plans to accelerate the implementation of the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. This required councils to address long-standing housing supply issues by decreasing planning restrictions and inserting the medium density residential standards. At paragraphs 1.3 and 1.4, I just outlined what's covered in the submission. So I'll turn to section 2, which is the 2021 Amendment Act. At paragraph 2.2, the Amendment Act required all councils to prepare their intensification planning instrument or plan change within a very short period of time, and they were required to be notified by 20 August 2022 after the Amendment Act came into force the preceding December. The Amendment Act inserted new parts into the RMA, and it was the preparation of an intensification planning instrument was required to achieve an expeditious planning process. And I think that is useful context as we work through the plan change. The council had a very short period of time to prepare this. And at paragraph 2.4, it sets out what the council was directed to do through its IPI. Perhaps I should have set out section 80E of the RMA. Hopefully you will all have that easy to hand. But what it requires is a certain number of mandatory matters, some discretionary matters the council may include in the IPI, and the Amendment Act requires that the IPI must not be used for any other purpose other than those specified in section 80E. So it is a really important section that I'll come back to in more detail. So the mandatory elements that the council was required to do under section 80E was incorporate the medium density residential standards into every relevant residential zone, and give effect to, as the case requires, policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD in every residential and urban non-residential zone within the authority's urban environment. I have set out for completeness policies 3 and 4 as they were amended by the Amendment Act. And at paragraph 2.7, I'm sure the MDRS will be familiar to the panel. Schedule 3A to the RMA sets out the 8 permitted activity standards. It also includes subdivision rules, notification rules, objectives and policies that were required to be inserted into the district plan. The discretionary matters under section 80E that council may amend or include relate to financial contributions, and you'll be aware that the council did choose to amend its financial contributions provisions to enable Papakāinga housing in the district. It has not done that through Plan Change 92, and there is a separate work stream being undertaken by the council in relation to that. And then importantly, the council may amend or include related provisions, including objectives, policies, rules, standards, and zones that support or are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3 and 4 of the NPSUD. I'll come back to what's meant by related provisions in section 80E in a bit more detail. And at paragraph 2.10, I've just noted and included in the footnote the definitions for relevant residential zone, urban environment, new residential zone, and urban non-residential zone, because those are all important in the context of what section 80E allows council to do. There were limited exceptions to allowing the medium density residential standards and enabling greater development on residential land through the use of qualifying matters. There's certain sections in the Amendment Act relating specifically to those, which I don't think we need to go to, but the two differences through the intensification streamlined planning process that are notable are that if the council does not accept any recommendations of the panel, it's the Minister for the Environment that makes the final decision on those, and there is no right of appeal from the council's decision on recommendations to the Environment Court, and any challenge would be done by judicial review through the High Court. At section 3, I've set out the context for Plan Change 92 and the changes proposed. As you're aware, that Western Bay has implemented the Amendment Act in relation to 2 areas, Omokoroa and Te Puke. They are the only areas of land within the district that are intended to be urban in character and have at least 10,000 people. At paragraph 3.2, I've listed what the Notified Plan Change 92 has done. And just very briefly, it's incorporated the medium density residential standards into those two urban environments. It has done so by creating a new section 14A of the district plan. Western Bay already had a medium density residential zone and the provisions were in section 14. So this new section relates specifically to Omokoroa and Te Puke. And the effect of that is that section 14 now relates to Karikari and Waihi Beach. The plan change amends the subdivision provisions. It includes existing and proposed qualifying matters, and then a number of related provisions, which we'll go through in more detail. It rezones all relevant residential zones in Omokoroa and Te Puke to medium density residential, and rezones further areas to medium density residential, including future urban land, which was largely the stage 3 of Omokoroa, and also a small area in southwest of Te Puke. And in one instance, in Te Puke, it rezones rural to medium density residential, and that relates to the Seddon Street area. In my submission, Omokoroa is somewhat unique in terms of where it was in a structure planning process, and the urbanisation of Omokoroa had been, as you will have read and you'll hear, in train for almost a decade. Or the land was zoned future urban in 2012. And against that context, what Plan Change 92 as notified does is also include new areas within that future urban zoned land to support the medium density residential zone. That's industrial, rural residential and commercial, which are existing zones in the plan, and a new natural open space zone. At paragraph 3.7, I've noted how far through its structure planning plan change process the council was when the Amendment Act was introduced late 2021. It had applied in July 2021 to the Minister with a draft plan change for the Omokoroa structure plan stage 3 area to use the streamlined planning process. That was to fast track the residential expansion of Omokoroa, and the request was made, as I said, in July 2021, and then that was overtaken by the introduction of the Amendment Act. So that request was formally withdrawn as Plan Change 92 was prepared and progressed through the new ISPP. At section 4, I discuss the permissible scope of an IPI. And I've referred to section 80E, and section 80G is also relevant. And I will just take some time to go through this, because one of the submitters is challenging what council has proposed under Plan Change 92, and that's N and M Brunning. That submitter has concerns about the council's ability to rezone their clients' future urban zoned land to industrial, rural residential and natural open space using the IPI process. In the legal submissions for the submitter, the argument partly appears to be that rural residential is not a relevant residential zone, and I would agree with that, and that's not the basis on which the land has been rezoned. Section 80E at paragraph 4.5 of my submissions, section 80E 1B3 allows council to amend or include zones that support or are consequential on the MDRS or policies 3, 4 and 5 of the NPSUD. Importantly, section 77N provides that when the council is changing its plan to meet its obligations, It must use an IPI and it may create new urban non-residential zones or amend existing urban non-residential zones. An urban non-residential zone is defined as a zone in an urban environment that is not a residential zone. So we had this large area of Amakara already zoned future urban, so an urban zone, an urban environment. At paragraph 4.7, acknowledge that the Amendment Act is new legislation and there's no case law on what support or consequential means. But in our opinion, in my submission, the new zonings do support the MDRS and the greater intensification on the Amakara Peninsula and fall within the permissible scope of an IPI. The submissions for the legal submissions for Brunning rely on an Environment Court decision called Waikanai, which may be familiar to the panel. It was an Environment Court decision on a direct referral, but it related to a qualifying matter and the Kapiti Coast District Council IPI, which was done as a variation as Kapiti Coast was in the middle of a district plan process. The Environment Court in that case sought to limit what the Kapiti Coast Council could do through its IPI. But I have 2 points on that. That decision has been appealed to the High Court, and in its recent decisions or recommendations, the Kapiti IHP has not followed the Environment Court's decision relating to the qualifying matters and the ability to introduce new qualifying matters through the IPI process. The panel for Kapiti explains in some detail why it has not followed that Environment Court decision, acknowledging it's not bound by it, but it would be highly persuasive. I won't go through that, but I do note at paragraph 200 of the recommendations, the panel says, respectfully, the line the court drew using the inherent limitation is unworkable and insensitive to the context and statutory scheme of the IPI process. So in my submission, that case is of no assistance to you in relation to these issues. From paragraph 4.8 of the submissions have gone through in some detail Parliament's intention when drafting section 80E. Initially, the bill had a very narrow provision which was widened through the select committee process, and there's also comments there from the MFE departmental report on the bill. I've set out a quote at paragraph 4.11 which I'll just read from briefly. Several submitters provided feedback on the scope of the ISPP, that it was too narrow and it would be beneficial to include other changes. Broadening the scope will allow councils to develop more comprehensive plans and remove other provisions that limit intensification. It will also remove the need to carry out multiple plan change processes in some cases, although we do not recommend expanding the scope as much as some submitters requested. For example, full plan reviews would not be able to go through the ISPP process. In our submission, this reflects Parliament's intention that section 80E should be interpreted broadly, as does the list of related provisions in section 80E. I then turn to each of the zones that are challenged by the submitter. The first is the rural residential zone. Throughout the section 32 report and in the evidence of council, in my submission, it's clear that the proposed rural residential zone is a key support for the medium density residential zone and complementary to it. It provides a buffer and transition between the medium density zone and the natural open space zone, and uses land not suitable for more intensive residential development. As it relates to the natural open space zone that is proposed on land that is constrained and has a role in supporting the urbanisation of the area through a number of functions, including stormwater management, coastal interface role, and potential public recreation opportunities. I note that the legal submissions on behalf of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council support the inclusion of the natural open space zone as related provisions that are necessary to support the medium density residential zoning. As it relates to the natural open space zone, the legal submissions for Brunning refer to a case, Capital Coast Health and Wellington City Council, which related to proposed open space zoning on private land. That case is discussed in a later Environment Court decision, Gulf 2012 in the Thames Coromandel District Council. And the Environment Court confirmed that there was no general legal principle requiring landowner agreement or that it be unsuitable for development to enable zoning of private land for open space purposes. There's nothing in the RMA to that effect. What is required is an evaluation in terms of Section 32 as to whether it's the most appropriate provisions, taking into account all relevant considerations. And I'm just reading there, the legal submissions for Brunning attached some legal advice that we had provided to the council specifically in relation to the issues in the Brunning submission. And there's a section in that advice relating to the ability to zone private land as natural open space. But I will address that further in reply if necessary. In terms of the proposed industrial zone, again, in short, that is land that is essential to provide employment opportunities to the area, as well as a buffer from State Highway 2, and in line with the live, work, learn and play philosophy of the smart growth principles. So that industrial zoning within the Omokoroa Stage 3 again supports the urbanisation of that area. I just note that the planning evidence on behalf of the submitter Foodstuffs supports the industrial rezoning and says it will ensure that there are employment opportunities to support urban growth, contributing to a well-functioning urban environment. So just in conclusion, at paragraph 4.22 in our submission, the changes that were in notified plan change 92 are within the permissible scope of an IPI, specifically under section 80E. Turning then to section 5, this relates to the scope of relief on an IPI, and a number of legal submissions on behalf of submitters have also addressed these issues, so I will go through them. Submissions on an IPI are made under clause 6.1 of Schedule 1 to the RMA in the same way that submissions on a standard plan change process, and that requires the person to make a submission on the proposed plan change. In a standard plan change process, the decision maker is required to grant relief on matters raised in submissions, but you'll note at paragraph 5.3 that the Amendment Act introduced a clause 99, which relates to the panel's recommendations to council, and it allows the panel to make recommendations that on matters identified by the panel or any other person during the hearing, but that are not limited to being within the scope of submissions made on the IPI. The recommendation is still required to be on the IPI, which is clause 99.1. So both submissions and the panel's recommendations must be on the IPI, and I've just briefly set out the tests from the often cited Clearwater case around scope of submissions. The two-step approach is whether the submission can fairly be regarded as being on a plan change if it addresses the extent to which the plan change alters the status quo. And the second part is if the effect of regarding a submission as on a plan change would be to permit a planning instrument to be amended without real opportunity for participation by those potentially affected, this is a powerful consideration against finding that the submission was on the plan change. In terms of the panel's power to make recommendations outside the scope of submissions, at paragraph 5.6, I've noted that they must be identified in your recommendations. And I note that a number of submitters refer to this power as a very broad power, but in my submission it's not unfettered, and any recommended changes must still be on the plan change and still need to consider if making those changes would mean that the district plan was being amended without the opportunity for participation by those potentially affected by the change. So natural justice considerations are still relevant when using that power under clause 99. I have in this section gone through some specific points from submitters. So I'll go through those briefly. Armidale Properties has sought to rezone their land on the outskirts of Te Puke from rural to medium density residential in their submission. That land was outside the area of Plan Change 92. The proposed development of the land was at a pre-resource consent phase, and in my submission, the rezoning would not be an incidental or consequential change. It would not be on the plan change. The Section 42 report has addressed it on its merits as well, which is the approach that Council has taken to potential scope issues through the Section 42A report and its evidence, is that to identify something as potentially out of scope, but then continue to address it for your benefit and the benefit of submitters. At paragraph 5.3, I've just noted that the submitter's land is part of it is classed as land use value C3, so the NPS for highly productive land would also be relevant and need to be considered as part of any future rezoning of that land. In terms of the Kaingaora submissions and evidence, in its submission, Kaingaora sought a new high-density zone in both Te Puke and Mokoroa. It's understood from Ms. Tate's evidence that that's no longer being sought or pursued for Te Puke, but instead, through her evidence, Ms. Tate is seeking that the commercial zone height rule increases in Te Puke from 11 to 24.5 metres, as well as some other consequential changes. I just note that the original submission did not seek changes to the commercial zone in Te Puke. I have referred to those two Clearwater tests, but the key point is that the plan change as notified did not propose any changes to the commercial zone in Te Puke. The witnesses will show maps to make that clear this morning. So Plan Change 92 did not alter the status quo for the commercial zone in Te Puke. Any change to that zone through recommendations of the panel there would remove the ability for potentially affected parties to be involved in that. Plan change as notified did not include any changes, and even the Kaingaora submission itself did not seek to increase the heights in Te Puke commercial zone. And for that reason, do not consider that relief is on the plan change.
Just so that the team have got sort of fair warning and can think this through and don't feel ambushed, they are going to get the question, why not?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, yes.
Turning to the Arapotama submission, This seeks community corrections activities be included into the operative commercial zone. Again, the plan change did propose some changes to the commercial zone as it related to Omokoroa. And I've noted Ms. Price has covered this further in the 42A report and will speak to it today. In terms of the Retirement Villages Association, also seeking changes to the commercial and commercial transition zones. I understand from evidence that they are no longer seeking changes to the commercial transition zone on the basis that there is no commercial transition zone in either Omokoroa or Te Puke. And the same issues arise in terms of changes to the Te Puke commercial zone. The submitter, Mike and Sandra Smith, have an ecological feature on their land and requested changes to the boundary of that feature through their submission. While Plan Change 92 identified significant ecological features as existing qualifying matters, it did not propose any changes to the features themselves. Following a site visit in response to the submitter's submission, council staff have recommended amendments to the boundary of that feature on the submitter's land. And so at paragraph 5.25 in my submission, that could be included within the scope of Plan Change 92. As it relates to the second test in Clearwater, the changes have been proposed through ground truthing, and the potentially affected party would be the landowner who sought those changes. No other parties would be considered affected by the limited changes to the boundary of that feature. In section 6 of the submissions, I have set out the relevant statutory considerations. These draw from the requirements in sections 31, 32, 74, 75, 76, and the new provisions 77G and 77N from the Amendment Act. I don't think I need to go through those. Other legal submissions also cover those, unless the panel has any questions. Those considerations have been addressed in detail, particularly through the Section 32 report, but also the evidence of council. At Section 7 of the submissions, intended to provide a high level of matters that we anticipate will be matters for the panel to consider. They were particularly raised in the written evidence of submitters. I've addressed these under headings relating to the relevant topics. So the first one is the Omokoroa zoning maps at paragraph 7.2 of my submissions. This again relates to the Kaingaora proposal for a high density zone within Omokoroa stage 3. This is not supported by Mr. Hextall because it would create unnecessarily duplication, and the proposed yield requirements are minimum yields, so they are enabling. The issues raised by Brunning that were addressed earlier, Mr. Hextall in his reply evidence remains of the view that the zoning proposed on the Brunning land is the most appropriate planning response, but he has indicated that the panel may consider the site has unique or exceptional circumstances given the significance of designations over the property. I've just noted at paragraph 7.4 in relation to the requested additional changes to the extent of that natural open space zoning, by Bay of Plenty Regional Council witnesses. Council at this does not recommend further changes to address that evidence. Just conscious that if you have pre-read these submissions, there's probably not much benefit in my high-level summary of these issues, and the witnesses can probably deal with these in more detail if you're comfortable. There is one section I would like to speak to, but in terms of the medium-density residential changes, subdivision and development, natural open space, amenity and ecological and landscape features, unless you have any questions, I think that's probably better covered by the planning witnesses.
Perhaps can you take us through?
Yes,
Yep.
yes, of course.
I'm going to need to hear this a few times
Okay.
for it to sink in.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. That's why it was in, so to do that high-level summary. So in terms of the medium-density residential section, the new section 14A, you may have noticed that the witnesses, this has been split into three parts. Mr. Hexel covers part one, which is the explanatory statement, significant issues, objectives and policies. I've just noted in his reply evidence, he has supported some further amendments to those provisions, but we will get taken through those in much greater detail. Mr. Clow covered definitions, activity lists and activity performance standards. He has recommended some further amendments in the reply evidence, but there are a number of matters in part two that will be for the panel to work through. That includes the changes sought by the Retirement Villages Association, density, the rule sought by Wakakotahi around the roundabout, and whether there's any limit on development enabled within the Mokoroa Plan Change 92 area. The PowerCo submissions and a number of other changes to definitions and provisions in section 14A. And part three, as it's been split, Mr. Hextall addresses changes to the matters of control and discretion in his 42A report and evidence. Already touched briefly on the commercial and commercial transition zones this morning. As it relates to the request by Kaingaroa to increase heights in the commercial zones for Mokoroa and Te Puke, I've noted that from a planning perspective, Mr. Hexel supports the requested changes for Mokoroa. In terms of Te Puke, there is also a spatial planning exercise being undertaken in relation to Te Puke, but the witnesses will speak to your questions specifically on that further. I've noted that Ms. Price covers the request by the Retirement Villages Association and Ryman Healthcare for additional provisions for retirement villages in the commercial zones, which she addresses in her reply evidence, and also responding to the submitter, Ara Potama, who seeks a new permitted activity within that zone for community corrections activities. As it relates to subdivision and development, Mr. Manihira covers this in response to the written evidence from the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, Fire and Emergency New Zealand, Kaingaroa, Jace Investments, Kiwi Green, and others, and some further amendments are supported by Mr. Manihira in his reply evidence. Already touched on natural space, open space earlier as it relates to that point. Amenity, which is section 4C of the district plan. This relates to the request by KiwiRail for additional provisions for noise and vibration controls The panel also has acoustic evidence on behalf of Kāinga Ora, so Ms Price will speak to that in her presentation this morning. I have already addressed the ecological and landscape features point, so turning to financial contributions, which is section 11 of the district plan. As I noted earlier, section 77T, which was inserted by the Amendment Act, allows council to propose changes to its financial contribution provisions in the district plan. The council has proposed changes for two key reasons. That is because the Amendment Act required council to insert the MDRS, which allows for 3 dwellings per property without resource consent as a permitted activity. The way the district plan worked was that an additional dwelling or a second dwelling, a minor dwelling, would require resource consent, and the financial contribution provisions enabled the council to collect financial contributions for any additional dwellings on a property. So by making 3 per property permitted, it was necessary to allow for financial contributions to be collected on those permitted activities, which the Amendment Act specifically allowed council to do. And the second part was to respond to the greater density that was being enabled in both Mokoroa and Te Puke by the plan change. The specific matters sought by submitters in relation to financial contributions have been addressed by Mr. Clow, and he will speak to that again today. At paragraph 7.18, I've just noted that Plan Change 92 did not propose any changes to the formula in the district plan for determining a household equivalent. The inputs to the formula are updated annually through the annual plan and long-term plan process, and so that matter sits outside of the district plan and this Plan Change 92 process. Under a heading Retirement Villages, I've noted that the Retirement Villages Association and Ryman Healthcare are requesting a number of changes through the plan to allow retirement village relating to retirement village activities. Both Mr. Clow and Mr. Hextall consider the plan change sufficiently provides and enables retirement villages activities without the amendments requested. Appendix 7 of the district plan includes the structure plans, and as you'll be aware that there's changes proposed to those for Mokoroa and Te Puke. Mr. Manihira has responded to submitters' written evidence in his reply statement. He has proposed some changes as it relates to the North 12 Limited submission, specifically on infrastructure for Te Puke, but no changes have been recommended in relation to Mokoroa. I've noted at paragraph 7.23 that no written evidence was circulated in a number of sections of the 42A report, but the witnesses will speak to those briefly as we go through the presentation this morning. Before turning to section 8, just one matter that has arisen this morning relating to acknowledging the panel's interest and the fact that no submissions were received from Tangata Whenua on Plan Change 92. As a result of Council's further attempts to engage with Perirako, Council has had a call this morning and the Senior Cultural Technical Advisor for Perirako would like to speak in the hearing. Currently just working through logistics about when that might fit in, but just to speak to the fact that there were no submissions from Tangata Whenua But if there are matters that the panel would like further information on, particularly as it relates to cultural issues, then there is now someone who would like to come and speak to the panel, and we can make that.
Perhaps could you make some comment or have a little think about to what degree the panel might be able to respond to the answers that we get from the questions we pose to them, whether they are in scope or generate further challenges?
Yes, I can look further at that, but the panel does have the power in section 19, clause 99 of Schedule 1 to make recommendations on matters heard at the hearing.
Yes. I guess we wait and see what the commentary is, whether it's at that kind of pragmatic level, but if it is at a principles level and it affects and it's not on plan, then I'm interested in your views about how we might respond to that, having then been exposed to it.
Yes, I can certainly address it in reply as well.
That'd be great, thank you.
At section 8 of the submissions, I've just set out author by author who covers which parts of the plan change, but we do have a proposed order for the council's evidence today, conscious that there are a number of different 20 sections? And so the way we're proposing is for the witnesses to go through, in the general order as the section 42A reports appear, which is at the zoning. First we've got the introduction from Mr. Hextall, the context setting, and then at the zoning level, the zone rules, so section 14A and down to the other zone provisions. So we've tried to reorder it slightly so it's not jumping from person to person, but there will be a bit of moving through the witnesses, but we think that's a logical way to work through the plan change. It's just the list, the proposed order there.
Thank you. And if the staff team could just be thinking, and I'm sure they are, when they're presenting their respective elements of making sure the links are occurring back and forth to those other sections, that would be really helpful to us, because we're going to have to do that at some stage and we need your leadership in that space.
Certainly, and just in terms of the plan change provisions as they sit, I understand we have an electronic copy available, which is the notified version showing the 42A changes, showing the further amendments as recommended in reply evidence. We may not have hard copies, but would an electronic copy of that document be useful at this point, or hard copies prepared as quickly as possible?
I had thought that, I might be looking at a different version, but I had thought that copy was loaded up on the council's site already, if that's the one I've been looking at.
I believe there is a shortened version
Right.
of the changes come through the rebuttal.
Doesn't seem very short.
So the latest version online, as far as I am aware, is attached to the 42A report. There was a complete set of the plan change provisions showing the 42A amendments. And then at the time of reply evidence, there was a short version showing the reply changes. So what is coming is that collated together. So
thank you.
In your hands is whether you'd like a hard copy or electronic copies or both of those. Conscious that there may be another version by Thursday. So,
well, look, I'd like both, but there's younger people here.
We'll get that done as quickly as possible.
All electronic and 2 hard copies, please.
Okay. Section 9 of my submissions is just my conclusion. The planning witnesses for the council have carefully considered the submissions, the written evidence, and made some further amendments to the provisions, as we've just discussed. And in my submission, together, Plan Change 92 with the provisions recommended by the council witnesses, complies with the requirements in terms of section 80E and what's permissible under an IPI, falls within the scope of submissions, or in a small number of cases may require the panel to use its power under clause 99. And when assessed against the statutory considerations, they are the most appropriate provisions that meet the requirements of the Amendment Act, the NPSUD, and Part 2 of the RMA. Unless the panel has any further questions for me, I will now call the council witnesses.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms Stubbing. Well, can I just check if there are questions? Yes. Yes, we'll start.
I have a question. You have quite extensively addressed the question of what is on and what is not on. And having been involved in a number of these streamlined hearings where there is no appeal, and conducted some objections under 357 as to what's on and what's not on, it's highly contentious. And I'm sure we'll hear from some of the other legal counsel with a somewhat different interpretation to yours. So my question is, at the end, in right of reply, will we have the opportunity to hear from you and perhaps question you on this issue?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, no problem. Yes, scope is always one of those grey areas and needs to be addressed on a case-by-case basis. So happy to go through and reply.
And it's particularly important, of course, where there's no right of appeal.
Yes.
Could I just raise one other matter that I meant to during introducing myself, and that was that I have been involved in a number of plan changes as a panellist for this council and done a mediation at Omokara. If there is any suggestion that I have therefore a conflict of interest, I'm just tabling that now so that if anybody wants to challenge me on the grounds of conflict of interest, that they need to raise that during the hearing so that I'm aware of whatever parts of our deliberations I should recluse myself from.
Thank you. No issues from the council's perspective, but that might be something for submitters to speak to you on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other parties in the room got any concern in relation to conflict of interest for Mr. Willie? Thank you. And I think it was a matter that was raised for parties to provide feedback in one of the directions early on in the piece. So, yeah. Thank you. Any further questions? Yeah.
Look, I just, and this is a question for legal counsel, but probably also for the planners. So you seem to have applied quite a different approach to a Mokoroa versus Te Puke. And I assume that this is a lot around timeframes and awareness and the amount of effort that had gone into a Mokoroa before. But to me, it still feels that one has been approached very differently to the other. And I really want to better understand some of that effective downzoning of what had been identified as future urban in a Mokoroa, and also why there hadn't been some further consideration to upzoning in Te Puke of commercial areas in particular that would support that residential intensification. So it's a question for you, but also for the council team.
Yes, and I think that is in part explained by the timeframes. I know there's a summary in the Section 32 report which speaks to that, and the matters that council considered for Te Puke, including a range of things, whether they would bring in the Papakāinga provisions, but there was also when this Amendment Act landed on all Tier 1 local authorities in the country, there were a number of processes underway. So Western Bay was in an early district plan review stage. And as you'll hear from the witnesses, there is also a spatial planning process for Te Puke as well. So it's a combination of all of those things, but the witnesses will cover that this morning as well. The council team has put together a presentation as a way to show sort of the maps and some of the visuals and their key points to be covered. We've got copies of those. And we will hopefully have it on a screen.
Is this in relation to the presentation to come from the council officer?
Yes.
Yes, we just might have a couple more questions
Okay.
of you, if that's all right.
Yes, of course.
I just have more of an administration one, whether we can get some hard copies of the cases that you've referenced in your...
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. Just a couple of general queries, and I think if you think about the questions that are coming from the panel this week as questions to the team, please, answer on that kind of basis. We're not examining you individually, but we're trying to get the best out, and others might have the answer. But Mr. Stubbing, I'm interested in you setting out those timeframes again. I think it was in relation to the Waikanae case and the panel response to the Environment Court direction. How did that occur?
So that was the panel's decision.
Yes.
So it's recommendations on it's not a plan change, I think it's a variation.
Right.
So it was...
So they made a decision, and this one I'm a bit confused here, sorry, and then that went to the Environment Court.
Oh, no, sorry.
Yes, so that's what I'm trying to get
Yeah,
to.
the
Sorry.
Environment Court process was, it was a direct referral from the landowner or the developer.
Yes.
So seeking consent for its property and the issue of the immediate legal effect of the variation in that case,
Right.
and the proposed qualifying matter, I think a Waitapu site, on their property. So it was a direct issue before the Environment Court, which was released, and then after that, the Kapiti Coast District Independence Hearings Panel made its recommendations back to the council on the variation itself.
Right.
So two separate
Yeah.
processes.
Thank you very much. Where you talk about, and it might be again for staff to respond to, but there's quite a bit there on relief and scope that we'll examine. But where you talk about land use capability at 5.13 of your legal subs, and you refer to Armadale's interest, and I think you identified it was Class 3 land, and was therefore subject to the NPS. When I look at the council's response to that in relation to land its rezoning, it takes the complete contrary view, and it's empowered in that view by the directions that come from NPSs that it can't consider that, but the land is still what it is. I guess that's, is the land still what it is? Because in that case, I think much of the land that's being proposed for rezoning is Class 2. So
that I think reflects the provisions in the NPS for highly productive land.
Yes.
And so that NPS has an immediate effect, and it has a transitional definition for highly productive land, which includes those land use classes, but excludes land that has been identified for future urban zoning.
So it's still highly productive land.
But it's not caught by the NPS for highly productive. So it's not considered highly productive land in terms of the obligations and requirements under that NPS, unlike the land at Landscape Road, which does not have any. I'll have to double check the wording and the definitions of the highly productive land NPS, but it doesn't have a direct immediate effect on the Mokoroa future urban land, but it would need to be considered for Landscape Road.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the challenge of advancing this plan change through the process and the time pressures that are on. And when you were talking about Te Puke before, you talked about other processes that were in train, the spatial planning process and other engagement with that community. Is there the potential, and this may be a question for officers, but is there potential for events to overtake your planning in that space with the passing of time, as it might appear to have been the case for Omokoroa? So you do a spatial planning process, you engage up the wazoo, time passes and it's 15 years later and we're hearing the same stories from Mr. Worthy at the end of the desk that one day, not that long ago, Tauranga only had 3 camper vans and a caravan on the beach. What's the council response to that around urgency?
Yes, the witnesses can speak to the process, the stage of that.
Yes.
I understand consultation is underway, and the intention is either a plan change or through the district plan review process. Obviously, we have another piece of legislation that's also going to require another round of plans. So,
just for now,
it can speak to the council's intention.
Yes. Yes. So that could be 10 years out.
Sorry. I'll have to take instructions, but I think they're working towards a plan change or through the district plan review at this stage. So it could be much sooner and happen before any natural and built environment planning.
Yes. All right. Well, we'll carry that conversation on during the week if that's all right. Thank you. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Hickstall. Oh, look, one other general comment. Sorry to keep butting in, but just as we get things underway, some of the material that we've got is not page numbered, and some of the reports that we've got through is not page numbered. It is in the table of contents, so we'll point that out when we get to it, and you'll have to just find another way to lead us through it. It won't be the case with this presentation, but it certainly is further on. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'll just do, I guess, a quick overview of the plan change. I'll just kind of take into account some of the comments earlier about the knowledge of the area, etc., and I'll try and expand a wee bit on what we've got. Obviously, the council has already introduced the basis of the plan change, so I won't regurgitate that. I'll check if technology works. So what's the good part?
Yeah. Okay.
So this is a list of the matters covered, which, as explained by the council, we've done this in the same layout as per the reports, just to be consistent. There's a wee bit, obviously, none of these reports were done in isolation, so although you've got an individual main author, it's very much a team approach. So again, in this conversation, we might have people coming in to add some value to the comments that way.
Thank you.
Right, the overview, just to make sure we're on the right hearing. This is pretty much the Western Bay District Council rohi, and I guess it's key to note there that in addition to Te Puke and Omokoroa, there are other townships, and these all have residential zones. So currently there's one residential zone for these areas and some areas of medium density. So the plan change was a little bit complicated in that it wasn't just about one little area that we could just apply a new NDRS. It was got existing zones that still carry on. So you have a bit of a potential duplication of issues, especially around definitions, etc. So often you'll see, we'll say, except for, and that's because we have existing residential zones that carry on. Right, obviously we're doing this because mainly the relationship with Tauranga City. You can see here Te Puke and Omokoroa are in close proximity. Te Puke, very close to eastern Papamoa Wairaki area. So it's just a part of the wider urban area, I guess we call Western Bay. I've got another slide later on, it shows it from a more strategic side of things. Next, please. There'll be that slide. So this is from the the draft urban growth strategy, which is produced through Smart Growth, which, just in case people aren't aware, that's the, I guess it's the sub-regional of the Western Small W Bay area. So it's I guess it's an umbrella that has all the local councils, has Wakakatahi, has iwi, has a lot of other forums involved in the overall sort of growth strategy of the area and related matters. So that very clearly has identified over many years the growth of Aotearoa and also the, I guess, the continuation of Te Puke as a major settlement in the area. Turning to the actual plan change areas for Mokuroa, is very much as you see the whole peninsula. It was also the point that was made by Council that it is a little bit different than the Te Puke scenario where you've got a whole of a urban area, an expanding urban area being captured, which has been, just in terms of that process, has been going on for quite a while. We'll have a slide later on which explains it a wee bit better, but there has been obviously a lot of engagement with that community over many years about the future growth, and that is probably the main difference between the Te Puke and the Mokuroa situation. Of the time frames, the ability to do engagement on these matters. So turning to Te Puke, that is again the area that was identified, and you'll see that had a notation there that it actually excluded industrial and commercial. So it's never been, I guess, in lights that those areas would be considered as part of the plan change, being based on more the housing and medium density housing components of it. I will just touch very briefly on those sort of matters about why. Partly it was about the engagement aspects. There's a very, very short time frames to roll out this plan change. Mokuroa was far more advanced because we'd already done all the infrastructure assessments and also done the engagement with the community on a higher level at least. To do the infrastructure assessments, things like the flooding assessments, any new areas, it was very, very constrained timeframes to actually do it. So there was only almost one chance to do some of the modelling, and even that proved problematic in the timeframes. So it was a fairly deliberate attempt to narrow the focus in terms of Te Puke, while Mokuroa had that much wider approach to the matters. I have just wanted to also point out that I haven't been actively involved on the Te Puke side. I had a potential conflict of interest at one of the developments. So it was done, the Section 32 was carried out by another planner who's now retired effectively. So that's just to get some of that overall viewpoint on that. But also maybe I'll make the comment too, just while I'm on that, just that you made the point earlier about who's leading the gang kind of comment. So perhaps just going back in time, it's probably quite worthwhile to notice that the original, I guess the key members of who was involved in this process are no longer with council. So Philip Matilli was the planning manager, and he was perhaps the lead and face of the plan change. So he left, joined the process, and unfortunately the other key probably member was Andreas Klot, who unfortunately passed away during the process. So we had that sort of scenario of perhaps two main members of the team basically no longer being available on it. So that gives some context. So we've got some new members have come in. Some of us have got more and more involved in the process. My initial role was more as somebody as a sounding block on things. So I've become more involved in it. So that's just something to be aware that's evolved a wee bit into the process. In terms of Mokuroa, I think, got ahead of it. We've got, what we're showing here is the stage 3 area, which is pretty much your future urban zone, which has been now made into your medium density, and across the whole of the peninsula, the medium density has been applied, but the new growth areas are all pretty much what we call stage 3. And that's been very consistent with the structure planning process that's gone on to communities. So there's been many iterations, I guess, of the structure plan in this area. There's been quite a few moving parts. The plan change was actually delayed for probably 6 to 9 months to do with hearings around the commercial town centre site. So that was a bit of a moving feast until that was resolved. had a wee bit of a domino effect because once the commercial town centre site was confirmed, areas such as where you had the active reserve, they kind of followed each other a wee bit. And also in that space of time, the Ministry of Education carried out a designation for 2 school sites. So that were the sort of moving parts that combined to, I guess, influence the final spatial pattern that you're seeing today. Oh, actually, can we go back a couple? I think we skipped one. And one more. So we missed that one. So that was actually just showing the comparison between the operative plan on your left and what was proposed on your right. So you can see the major differences. The teal colour was your future urban zone and is your future urban zone at this point in time. So again, you've got existing industrial you can see there, which is the purple colour. So in many ways, the development's kind of between the State Highway 2 and the railway line. There was existing what we called Stage 2 of Mokoroa, which was the developments on the right-hand side, looking at that picture at the moment. So again, yeah, it spatially shows you the key areas that were looked at. A little bit like Te Puke though, that the area that is north of the railway line, again, the MDRS is pretty much just imposed on those areas without a whole lot of new growth. So that was pretty much the new provisions put on those areas like Te Puke, but the focus was on the new growth area, which is the teal area. So in terms of the zone maps, there was quite a few changes. As you'll see from the operative, that the area was a whole new zone approach was carried out to replace the future urban zone with the new zones. The key ones being your medium density zone. Within that, supporting that, we had some changes to your commercial areas. We had some additional industrial. We had some additional rural residential, and we had the natural open space zone. There's been quite a few, I guess, boundary modifications since submissions have closed. So part of that process after submissions was to go back and engage with the submitters about some of these particular matters. I think quite a few of us have now walked a fair bit of that stage of a Mokoroa and have met most of the community. Also, there's a very, very good engagement with the people. Not necessarily everyone agrees, but it was, I think, one thing I will say is that the community engagement has been very intelligent and very worthwhile in terms of the discussions backwards and forwards. So for a lot of these things, the boundaries were tweaked. That was from walking with the landowners. We walked with a team. We also used GPS to try and be more accurate on the site boundaries because some of the issues were the boundaries were a bit arbitrary. Again, just picking up on my point earlier, the people involved before the plan change we notified were no longer involved. So a lot of that initial consultation and discussion, those parties were gone. So it was kind of almost a new engagement side of things. Oh, can you say more, please? So in relation to the other ones, there was one specific site, 425, where a bespoke approach was adopted, which was trying to allow for, it was rezoned rural residential. It had locationally very good connectivity to the town centre, but it had actually quite a lot of landscape and values with that as well. So we've been working with that particular landowner to come up with a slightly different approach on that one. As you'll see, there's a few challenges still out there, and it will come through with other submissions. The Section 42 rebuttal evidence details consideration of these matters. So some of the challenges we have, we refer to the Brunning land, which you'll get to know, I think, quite well during this hearing. Yeah. And so it's it's part of a farm. This is right on the boundary of, say, Highway 2 and the Mokoroa Road as you come in. It's an area that's got quite a few existing designations over it, major ones for both State Highway 2 and also for stormwater management tied up with the industrial zone. And it was an area that's always been in that future urban zone, but it's been pretty consistent that it's had these designations over it, which have always going to influence how that land's used. And part of, I guess, the context of this is that Waka Kotahi have sort of advised that they're going to put an alteration to the designation for the state highway this year. So that, again, will change things to a certain extent. If you looked at the earlier version of the plan change, that actually included what we called a sort of buffer area for the state highway, which was based on what at that stage council knew to be what Wakatahi's intentions were. It was more to highlight that, hey, this is what could occur in the future. Again, that's a process still to actually eventuate, but that's pretty much what's been a key component to going forward. The high density zone, Kongawa have been fairly consistent in requesting that. Again, our response has been that we think the plan is enabling how it's been written. It provides 4 densities to we've just only put minimums within the planning zones, so there's no constraints in that regard. There was some local opposition to rezoning future urban land in the industrial on Francis Road. Again, hopefully I want to see you going for site visits tomorrow, so you'll get to see some of these areas in a bit more detail. And I think we acknowledged that when it was first done, it was, I guess, because it was quite a long time before that development area was going to be brought on stream, that there wasn't a lot of detail work done. So we sort of worked with the local community there about listening to their concerns, which has involved in a number of meetings on people's sites. Have been very well hosted on people's sites, and the locals organised to attend. We've developed more of an approach that gives a cross-section for what that road could look like to ensure that the relationship between the industrial and the medium density is as positive as can be possible. So there's been quite a bit of work in that space. I'm not sure if submitters are turning up on this matter or not, but it's, it's been actually a very good level of engagement. Some of the discussions were robust, is probably a good word for it. But I think, again, that you'll find that the community there are very articulate and very passionate about trying to do the best for the area. The last one there we have, again, it's just these things are all detailed in our assessments, but I think, as a whole, they're kind of probably the 3 bigger areas in terms where there's still some contention.
Just before, I was just going to say, I think we might just take a break for smoko, if that's all right. It's 10:30, isn't it? The council's timing says 9. That's how they get another half hour a day out of you by changing the clocks here. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes. Can I just check in with the panel? I might be the only one in this kind of wavelength, but I find the maps really useful, and I wonder whether you're able to get a pointer in the break and leave the map on while you're talking to the words and point to the map and show us. So put it in context as you go. That would be really helpful for me. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think yes. The power here somehow.
That's great. If there's some way to make a laser pointer, or that just really helps us kind of get it in context with those little bits of pieces. All right. So we'll take 15 minutes.
Very good timing because I'm going to pass over to Anna anyway.
Right, thank you. I'll be back here at 11:15. Thank you. Apologies, we're a bit late. We got carried away in there. We'll get back into your presentation, but just again, and just another general comment as we're warming into the hearing, I think it'd be really helpful for the commissioners if you're as explicit as you can be when you're talking about circumstances. So the identifying the submitter party and the kind of the relationship between things that you're alluding to, it would help us cut some corners. Thank you. It's all yours, Mr. Hexel.
Thank you. I'll just taking up those comments about some of the locational things. So I've now mastered the laser, hopefully. So just to retrack a wee bit. Murphy's Law now. There we are. Aha. Yep. Right. So just to give some meaning to some of the areas we spoke about, this is the main road, Makura Road, coming through from State Highway 2. This area through here is what we call the Brunning land that we spoke about.
The what land?
Brunning land.
Yeah, right, thank you.
So it's Norman Maureen Brunning. So that has this quite a few submissions regarding the scope issues and also the extent of the nature open space zone and industrial zone elements. And through on the other side here is Francis Road. So at the moment it comes off the State Highway. The proposal is it gets closed in the future, and this is the new industrial zone through here. And also similar, there's an extension of the industrial zone in this area, but there's existing zoning here. Other key things is that's the proposed active open reserve, which is part of the separate process. Adjacent through here is the new schools. It's designated, and here's the town centre that's been consented as well. The green fingers are basically the natural open space zone, which basically follows the gully system and some coastal inundation areas. And in terms of existing development, you've got Kaimai views here, and you've also got this side, we have Te Awanui Waters and Harbour Ridge, which is basically all being built at the current time. North of here is basically what we call the existing parts of Amakara, which is again all fully developed. Probably other key things, just the features, the Mangawai through here, which has got the ecological area, and the Waipapa River coming through here. And in the middle, there's your railway line that cuts through. So in terms of the introductory, is very much high level, the detail and the actual section 42A and section 32, etc. on it. So if there's any detailed stuff, please feel free to quiz us.
Thank you.
I think we've discussed those sufficiently for now. And then we'll pass on to Anna, who will just talk about the Te Puke zoning elements to it.
Good morning. So I'm just going to take you through some of the key points for the Te Puke zoning maps that we have done. Just to note that there was nothing covered in my rebuttal evidence regarding Te Puke zoning maps. Just a brief mention of the request from Kaimora in their submitted evidence for commercial zone heights, which related to Te Puke. And I know that Mr. Hextall has covered that off as part of his evidence, and I probably won't bother covering too much more of that here again at this stage, but if you do have questions regarding that, I can try and answer those. So just regarding the Te Puke zoning maps, this was the map that was notified, and subsequent to that, following submissions, we didn't make any changes to that zoning. The key point down this corner here was this area was zoned future urban. I apologise that I didn't put in a before and after of our zoning map, but this area down here was all zoned future urban. At the time that we notified the plan change, there was several large resource consent applications for housing developments in that area, which also occupied some of the future urban zone land. And as such, we included that as the medium density residential zone. Oh, are we able to go back to that, please? Okay. One more. Oh, yeah. Cool. You'll note that there is still an area down here which is still zoned future urban, and that could be looked at as part of any future spatial planning or plan change process. The main trunk line railway comes through Te Puke at this northern extent, cuts mainly through an area of industrial zone land, of an area of residential, and then to the south here there's a pocket of commercial zone land. So in terms of the engagement that was undertaken with Te Puke, that was, you know, you've already noted that it's been different to what's happened with Omokoroa. So Omokoroa had already gone through quite a lot of planning in terms of its own plan change process that was being undertaken. When the legislation came out, we needed to jump on board with Te Puke, and we did some significant consultation and engagement with the community. What came out of that was that there are a lot of other issues and aspirations of that community that are quite specific to them, and we felt like there wasn't really sufficient time in the legislation timeframes to allow council to do a really thorough, a good job to ensure that all those aspirations were captured. So we thought that the best foot forward would be to engage it like a spatial planning process. So I can just give you some dates around our spatial planning process, if that's helpful. So an initial project plan has been completed, is to be completed October 2023, with community planning exercises between October and November 2023, and that includes community-led engagement. Options developed and tested, that will be through from October to early December 2023, with targeted engagement in February 2024. A draft spatial plan will be prepared, say February to April 2024, and include a draft implementation plan. The consultation on the draft spatial plan is looking to be maybe June 2024, and the potential date for an adopted spatial plan is September 2024. But just noting there that obviously there might be a little bit of sway in those timeframes depending on what happens with the engagement and just the process that might take. But that's generally the timeframe that's been kind of scheduled into our project plan at this stage. So I'll just turn now to some of the key topics that I had discussed in my 42A report. 22 Landscape Road had submitted on a request for an additional medium density residential zone. I don't have a blow up of that map, but it is this property here. It's currently zoned rural. There is a little bit of history with that property in that they have previously come to council to look for a resource consent application for lifestyle type lots. And at the time there was the discussion around whether it would be better as a plan change if they wanted to go more intense than that, or wait for a spatial planning process which would maybe bring them into the urban limits of Te Puke. So in my analysis, in my 42A report, I've just covered off a couple of the key thoughts that I had around that. One of the ones that you've mentioned is the highly productive land. And I just wanted to note that yes, it is class 3 highly productive land, and under the HPL NPS legislation, it sits outside the urban environment, so it is captured under clause 3.6 as being highly productive land. versus land in Plan Change 92, which was already zoned future urban and identified as urban environments. So that's where the difference lies between what's in Plan Change 92 versus this particular property.
Just to make it clear, that means the plan change enables the loss of highly productive land. Yeah.
Yes, correct. So because of that transitionary definition, it does allow that because we were already in the process of the plan change, we'd identified it as future urban zone land. It falls under that definition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So topic 2 that I had was regards to the request for high density residential areas in Te Puke. That request was made by Kaingaora in their submissions. I do note that I did provide an analysis, and in the submitters' evidence that has been circulated, they have stated that they'll no longer pursue that high density zone in Te Puke, but instead they've requested the commercial zone heights and a couple of other provisions to go along with that. We had one other request for rezoning in Te Puke, and that was for a property in this area here, which has now recently had a resource consent granted for it. It was for about 300 lots in that area, and it contained a super lot in the middle of that residential area, which was earmarked for future commercial use. So the rezoning request was for that particular lot to be rezoned from residential to commercial, which would in effect bypass any further resource consenting process for them and allow them to undertake those commercial zone activities within that lot. I have provided a bit of an analysis in my 42A report around that, and I did find that while it may be something that would benefit the area, I think that it jumps ahead of any formal process in terms of affected parties or who else would want to be involved in that in terms of other properties that are in the area. There is also an adjacent property, so the commercial request was around here. There's this large lot here also had earmarked a commercial super lot that they would potentially want to develop as commercial zone land in the future. They had not submitted and requested commercial zoning, but you could look and think that they may want to be involved in any process in terms of rezoning other commercial land around them that may impact where it's economically viable for these commercial areas to be developed. In terms of Te Puke, I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Any questions from the panel at this early stage?
Could you just refresh my memory with your pointer where the private plan change was?
For Seddon Street.
Yeah.
So the Seddon Street private plan change area was this pocket up here. So that private plan change had been lodged, and that's why it was included in the council-led plan change rather than having two separate processes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, were there 3 big sites or something like that were included?
Yes, correct. So the one was Seddon Street up the top here, and then there were the 2 big properties in this area down here, side by side.
Just that general comment I made earlier to your council in relation to the unfortunate proposition that might emerge that you're kind of following development rather than leading it. What's your kind of response to that?
Yeah, I think with this plan change, we could see that there was those large consents that were happening.
Yes.
And so it made sense to include that in our plan change rather than leave them as zoned future urban land but subject to a resource consent. By including them in the plan change, we've allowed that medium density residential standards to now apply over
Yes.
those, all of those properties. And they do have consent.
Yeah.
All three of those properties do have resource consent, so now it makes sense that they're just included in that. And yes, I could see that it would be that we're following the development. But there was a need for those properties to be developed at that time, and so it made sense for us to include those in the residential standards, medium density residential standards at this time.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Just a question about the future zoned prospect, or the future zone designated areas. Is that directed through the district plan? What's the mechanism for
This teal area down here.
What for? What is it?
That's our future urban zone land remaining in Te Puke.
For the land that has been zoned medium density.
Yes.
There's a mechanism that triggers loss of rural production land, and because it's been zoned as future urban or future?
Urban, and it sits in an urban environment.
And is that directed through the district plan?
It's directed through the National Planning Standard for Highly Productive Land. So there's a definition in there which talks about so would you like me to?
No. So I'm just wondering is there a local mechanism?
No, it's a central government mechanism. And the direction through that mechanism is that it falls down into the regional policy statement, and the mapping be redone through that regional policy statement, which will then fall down through to us. So it's following a process at the moment.
I'll try and refine my question so it's a bit clearer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just as a point of clarification, it might be around the timings. So Plan Change 92 was notified in August 2022, and the NPS for highly productive land was gazetted in September. So if you were identified in Plan Change 92 for urban rezoning, then those directive provisions in the highly productive land don't apply, and that comes down to that definition. And is it clause 3.6? I just need to double check that. So,
thank you. Sorry, would you like a hard copy of the National Planning Standard for you to refer to?
Oh no, it's fine. I'm just trying to, in my mind, work out how to better articulate my question, because I think it relates to how our district has targeted land for different types of development, and what were the processes? Were they smart growth? How were they defined?
I think we could probably go back to Jeff's slide. Yeah?
Yes.
Jeff, would you like to maybe just talk to that a little bit more?
Thank you. You're going back, I guess, in time, that the smart growth has probably been the overall kind of wider strategic instrument that's been used, and then through the RPS. So that's then how it's come into fruition of your urban boundaries, but that's now been removed. So before you had urban boundaries in the RPS, and Te Puke, the extent of that was fairly limited in terms of extra growth. Mokoroa always had the section to the State Highway 2 as part of that, which is shown there. So, get this going. So that yellow bit there was always been part and parcel of the I guess the strategic context.
And by always, what's the sort of time frame?
It's interesting looking back in time. It's been a bit of a moving feast, but I think it was zoned. Was it 2012 future urban zone?
Right.
So I think the documents pretty much say it would be developed 222, that kind of thing. So and also that the wider, the future development strategy has been reworked at this present time. So that will be updated to reflect these things. So I think it's like all these sort of studies, they put a time, but it's there's been delays, obviously, for Mokoroa. We've had delays of this plan change through both the town centre consent delay, and it being notified, and then central government sitting on it for 6 months before they told us they're doing something else. So those timeframes have impacted on what's the smart growth documents. So I'm not 100% sure what the current situation is. They've still got the drafts out, I think, at the moment for the latest future development strategy. And as far as Te Puke goes, I don't know if anyone knows more than I do on that one, but it's, yeah, the boundaries were fairly constrained. For example, I know that 7th Street was outside of the urban limits at that point. So again, it's part of the RPS was changed to get rid of those urban limits sort of things. So it's a bit of a moving feast, but widely speaking, you've had that consolidated centre kind of approach. The new growth areas, which are yellow areas up there in Mokoroa, Wairaki, into the to the west. So they've also been all constrained by various reasons. Some from state highway, some we've obviously in Tutumu area. There's lots of Murray land, so there's a very complicated process going on in that situation. So, yeah, so I guess that goes sort of the overall sort of strategic picture going forward. Again, that's a little bit been refreshed at this point in time, is probably the best word. I'm sure there's an answer sufficiently.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. And that's me in a way it looks like, so I'm back on.
Sure. Sorry, just one more question.
Sorry, just one more question before you move on. And I'm sure it is in one of the many documents that we have read, and I've tried very hard to kind of keep on top of everything, but I just wondered if you could just articulate what the likely growth that is enabled by the plan change in Te Puke is, and whether much thought had been given to sort of how much business and infrastructure capacity is, and I'm not talking about wastewater because obviously that's been dealt with separately and roading, but I'm talking about social infrastructure would be required for that residential intensification.
I'm going to defer back to Mr. Hextall to answer that question because I wasn't involved in some of that early analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I also, the people who were involved actually aren't here at the moment, and so but I can give you the best of my understanding of it. Because I was at a very high level, I said I had a conflict of interest. The 7th Street development was actually one that I was the lead developer planner on that. So one of the issues, I guess, when it came through to implementing the NDRs was this wider issue about how much work's been done to understand those kind of elements, and that's why the spatial plan has really come through as being like this. There's a lot more involved in just putting on an NDRS layer on everything. So that's really why council has gone down this path of saying, hey, look, there's more to it, and talking to the community, everyone's going, well, how's this all work? What's this mean? These are our wider concerns. I even know, talking to iwi there, that they were far more focused on the spatial planning process rather than an NDRS layer going on to existing residential and urban. So the feedback, I guess, from the community was that, no, we want to go for this process. We can look at these things properly, which is the wider, those really issues you're talking about, how it all works together. And that's the difficulty we have with, I guess, a fast-paced planning, put it in, how does it work, or fix it up later. So I think council and the community, the feedback is taking a breath. Let's do what we have to do NDRS in that area. Let's go through a proper process to do it right. Let's get all the social, economic factors sorted out, and so it's done properly rather than a sort of band-aid approach is probably the best way I'd understand how it would work. So that's why council has gone for this spatial planning exercise. But again, what you're saying, that needs them to lead the growth going forward. Mokoroa had the benefit, they had pretty much gone through the exercise to a much larger scale, so it was much easier to say, hey, we've got all this coming through, we can put the NDRSs here, we can put the higher density areas here, so it was a lot easier to deliver that. Te Puke, yeah, those time frames, very difficult, and you'll be leaving your community behind kind of sort of it, you know. So that's kind of, I guess, my understanding of how it was looked at. Also, I do recall there wasn't a lot of interest from the developer sector in terms of, say, the commercial zoning about what, are we going to suddenly knock those down and put shops and apartments? It was never, they basically kind of looked at you and went, what? I'm not saying that if you enable it, it may happen. I think that's one of the key points going forward, is that by enabling zoning, these things can occur. But at the moment, it's kind of how my understanding from the council's position of where it's got to on this. That's answered it.
Yeah, that was very helpful from both of you. Thank you.
Right, we're getting into, I guess, the actual nitty-gritty side of stuff in terms of where we get the whole new section that was put into the district plan. I guess going back a wee bit, there was a lot of meetings and discussion with various parties before these provisions were written. So they were whole new provisions. So although council had gone through a very advanced plan change for Mokoroa for its own set of provisions, they were kind of, although I'd say the zoning, generally speaking, the structure was pretty much not changed a lot. The actual NDRS rules were considerably different. Although the plan change that was proposed did encourage more medium density developments, was still quite different than NDRS. So it basically meant that all that section of the plan change was thrown out and started from scratch to work with the NDRS provisions. So what was evolved through that was the fact we already had a medium density zone. It was already in the plan. So it was basically an add-on as such to include Mokoroa and Te Puke as a sort of separate entities. So you still have the medium density zone that applies to some of those other residential areas, but we had a whole new section that applied to bring the NDRS into effect. So that's why the section was created. So in terms of, I guess, discussion, I'm just going to do the start part, then I'll pass on to Tony, it's back to me. So it might be a little bit of interchanging, because I mean, I guess the key point on this, nothing was done in isolation, so everything's a whole set. So when we change an objective and a policy, to your methods, to how you monitor, so it all goes together. So it's just, we're trying to split off the right pieces as we go a wee bit. So I guess in that overview, there were a lot of submissions on this in terms of a lot of various comments, people wanting more, people wanting less. It's fairly standard. I reread the subjective to read that policy, and there's still that discussion going on. There's still, I guess, matters of contention about having some of the objectives and policies, whether they're required or not, or wording changes with that. One of the things when we first put it out was we were fairly comfortable that the significant issues that were in the plan for medium density had actually were pretty well written. I think in many ways, Western Bay was perhaps a little bit ahead of its time by having a medium density zone in those areas, and it had its own urban designer on board, so it was very much a urban design kind of led ideas going forward on it. But it was we realised that the results weren't always meeting expectations on that side of things. So it was kind of interesting how the plan change had evolved in that. So the issues initially were pretty much use what we had. There were submissions saying, hey, we want this to be more standalone, so you're not just duplicating what you had. I think it was sort of perception that council was just rolling out what it had done before and putting it on here, which wasn't the case as such. So we revisited those matters. A lot of it was in Section 32 document anyway, because we recognised the issues. They've been discussed with the community a lot. There was a lot, so we tried to basically put that in writing to basically get those issues across when we looked at the plan change. And subsequently with the submissions, we thought, yep, fair comment, fair call, we probably do need more standalone for these particular areas. So a new set was prepared. I know there was still seems to be some conjecture about those issues. I see Kaingaroa Legal's submissions has taken some note, or I made some comment about that the Kaingaroa was didn't consider the modification of the land form can adversely affect natural process in the cultural areas of the land as a significant issue. That's because there was a significant issue that said that exactly. Kaingaroa through, I think it was Tate, did a submission deleting that. So it then follows that they did not support that as a significant issue. So still that kind of discussion and debate going on. The objectives and policy sort of things, there was initially going perhaps pre-notification, a lot of push from, I'd call it more central government or larger corporate entities or RVAs, etc., to, I'd say, delete a lot of the amenity type references. And a lot of the discussion was based on, to me, experiences outside of this area in terms of frustrations that people had had with consents. Or I think every example that was said in meetings came from outside this district. Same with residential ones. It was, oh, we had this problem at TCDC, we had this problem, blah, blah, blah. So a lot of that initial stuff was kind of a wider view of experiences elsewhere. In developing this, we looked very carefully about what applies in this area, what worked in terms of the objectives and policies to deliver what we thought the NDISs were trying to help us to achieve. We weren't necessarily satisfied that was put out by central government was actually that well written in places in terms of, so we did add extra objectives and policies. MFE have said that's quite, that was part of the process, you're open to do that. So we went through that process. There's still, as I said, there's still people and submissions that are challenging some of those wordings. So that was how that was developed. Again, it's fairly detailed in both our section 42A and our rebuttal evidence, our thoughts on these things. I think the main ones, yeah, we've still got in contention is the specific provisions for retirement villages. I'm sure we'll hear a lot more on that one. Removal of some of those matters of objectives and policies in regard to high density, basically wanting to promote a high density zone. And there's some earthworks related issues in objectives and policies. So those matters are still probably the key ones, I think, in contention. There's some of the wider ones where we had to go into quite a detail about, like what's good design, what's well, sort of definitions of words, which when you actually sat down and looked at it, didn't necessarily make a lot of difference in the end what wording you had on it. So again, it's an objective and policy set that went with your methods and then your matters of discretion with it. So as a whole, we went through a fairly robust process. We had a lot of, feedback from across the board. Some parties wanting more, some parties wanting less, which is the standard procedure. Like try and please all, you'll please none kind of scenario you get. So I think overall, we've worked quite carefully to look at the words we've involved and make sure everything does link up. So I'm always cautious if we remove one part, then removes another part. I guess the key ones probably is retirement village one, where they very much want their own sort of bespoke approach to, in a way. I think Mr. Clay will also comment on this. Our approach has been fairly consistent, that we want the whole plan to be enabling as a whole for residential type opportunities, and retirement villages fits in within that, as can be any other kind of housing sort, which could be Papakainga, for example, could be some other kind of community-based housing, it can be anything. So we didn't want to almost limit it by saying that X, Y, and Z is allowed and we have these special rules for you or whatever. It's actually, let's enable housing as a whole, acknowledging that each housing type will have their own specific intricacies, which may or may not mean that when you're assessing it, it will be difficult. From my perspective, I've done many applications for retirement villages. I've also processed retirement villages. I think the council's reminded me, I also lodged an appeal for Somerset against this council about retirement villages. And that was mainly to say, hey, retirement villages is a residential activity. Let's provide for it as a residential activity, not some other type of activity. And the definitions acknowledge that you have certain aspects which are wider than a typical housing development, but that's all covered by definitions. So I think overall we've tried to have an enabling set of provisions that has approached the key areas of concern. There's been a lot of changes. Again, Tony will talk about some of the changes we've made in terms of activity lists and performance standards, which has been adjusted. So council's been fairly open to consider the matters that have been put to us. And again, you've still got an area of, I guess, of contention still going forward on some matters. I'm sure we'll hear in some more detail going forward.
Just on that last matter that you were talking about, where you're saying that that why does there need to be specific provisions for retirement villages? But then why have you specified them in objective 3 and the subsequent, I think it's policy 6? So you've specified types, and I know Kai and Laura are opposed to that.
Yep. So what we try to do is explain this is the type of things that can occur. So you don't have a list of anything and just give a very general statement, or you say, no, that can include these matters. So I think that in a way makes it so it's very clear that retirement villages are considered within this, and the other activities too, that you could other sorts of housing developments. So it's more to say, here's a range of things. It's not saying this is what you're limited to, but it's actually to put it in light so there is at least a level of comfort that, so you don't have someone say, oh no, retirement villages aren't provided here. So it's more just to say, look, this broader approach, not a narrow approach. So it says it won't say just this, or say includes, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's not trying to put things in a box to say, hey, you can include this. Let's think a bit more wider. There's a lot of different housing type developments coming through globally. Australia's got a lot of land lease sort of stuff coming through. There's new models coming through as well in terms of how it might be in the future. Some we don't even know quite yet what the housing typologies might be, what ownership sort of stuff. So it's just saying, here's some examples, but it's not limited to that.
So therefore, is it necessary to name them at all?
No, I think that's the problem you have. It's one of these ones. Do you start then identifying every single thing, which again, it's a little bit crystal ball gazing, but it's still useful to provide that there's a variety of housing developments, and you give some examples. So they say enable that actually does provide for those needs of the community. So we do fully acknowledge we've got an ageing community, so that's it's fair enough to actually say, hey, we're going to enable that. So it's just trying again. It's always a little trick one. Do you carry on a big list of everything you can dream up of, or do you have enough to give enough clues for people interpreting your policy what it means? I think we use the term such as rather than that's deliberate. It's more saying, hey, you can do that sort of stuff.
Thank you.
And I think it's probably over to you, Tony. Is there any more questions? I'll probably skip ahead a wee bit on some of the
There's going to be plenty more.
I'm sure there is.
If not now, then.
Oh, sorry, I do have one more before we move on. And it's just about because you've talked about the higher density in there, and you've got in Omokoro, you've got 3 different overlays that have slightly different yield requirements. And I wondered if you could just talk a little bit more about why there'd been that preference for using the overlay rather than specific zones.
I'll get to that on about the next slide.
So Tony's going to cover that very shortly.
Yeah, next slide, I think, or the next one after that.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think over to Tony, unless there's anything more at this point.
Thank you. Mr. Clough.
Sorry, I understand on the table behind you, you have the 2 hard copies of the marked up version of the plan change provisions.
Thank you.
1 hard copy and an electronic copy will be sent through shortly.
Thank you. Mr. Clough, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so been through the explanatory staff objectives and policies, now onto the main rules of section 14A, and there's quite a lot of them. You've got obviously the MDRS, which I will briefly go over because it is the main reason why we did need to do this plan change. So we've introduced new standards that allow 3 units per site as a permitted activity, height up to 11 metres, height in relation to boundary 4 metres up from the boundary and 60 degrees in, setbacks of 1.5 from the road, 1 metre from a side boundary, building coverage of 50%, outdoor living requirements, either 20 metres squared for a ground floor unit and 8 metres squared upper story. Outlook space a view out your window, 4 by 4 metres out your living room, 1 by 1 out your bedroom and other rooms. Windows to street, 20% needing to be glazed, and landscaped area requirement, which I think is about 20%. So we've done that. We've introduced that for the relevant residential zones, but also Seddon Street and the future urban zone in Amokaroa. So we extended that into those areas. We also introduced a number of other standards. So Section 80E of the RMA allows us to have related provisions. It gives a number of specific examples, such as earthworks and fencing and stormwater, which we've done, but we've also introduced some others. Key thing to note is that these other standards, we've been careful not to apply them to residential units. Buildings that they're typically those ancillary activities, earthworks, fences, impervious surfaces, and things like that. So they don't actually play a role in preventing a residential unit or building from being a permitted activity. I won't go through every single rule because there are many, but I was thinking I would just comment on those that are still under contention.
That would be great, thank
you. Thought so. Okay. So the first one is relating to, I guess, the 1 to 3 units. So our view has been that residential unit is defined, and it says it's basically a building used for a residential activity that has toilet, kitchen, shower, living room, not in those words, but basically, so a self-contained unit. And our interpretation has been, and how we've drafted plan change, is that this would capture all developments that have residential units, so papakainga, housing, retirement villages, in the case of Arapatama, allowing those under their supervision to live in those residential units as a permitted activity. So taken that view. In terms of issues, we have Kāinga Ora have just suggested adding a note just to make it really clear that papakainga housing is provided for as 1 to 3 permitted units. I'd initially said, well, I don't think that's necessary because the explanatory statement, the objectives and policies already say that we are providing for papakainga housing. However, I think that a note could potentially be helpful if that wasn't clear. If someone was looking to do a development of that nature, they may not know that that rule provided for that. So,
but you're there at a principal level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another request has been to introduce a definition of papakainga. That's also from Kāinga Ora, and to provide for associated activities that support those living arrangements, so marae and other community facilities. They've asked that they be a restricted discretionary activity. They're already provided in our district plan as a place of assembly as a discretionary activity. So, you know, I know they are slightly different, but not much different. My view is that rather than trying to rewrite the rules just for these areas, perhaps it could be better to wait for a specific plan change that we are looking to commence very shortly for papakainga, and that would give our tangata whenua the opportunity to be more involved and have a say for their land and their area, rohe, rather than simply respond to a submission on this plan change. In terms of other housing types, Arapatama, Department of Corrections, they have a concern, more of a perception maybe, that people living under their care and supervision will not be allowed to live in a residential unit because the community around them may perceive that as maybe they don't want them in their area. That's their concern, and they may complain to council, and that council may have to take enforcement action. But in my view, you know, and they're asking for a definition of household, but in my view, it's quite clear that anyone living together, you don't have to be a family, you could be flatmates, you could be kiwi fruit workers, you could be under the care and supervision of Arapatama, living together as a household, sharing, you know, common space and meals together. And so my recommendation has been that I don't see a need for a definition of household, just to confirm that. We've used the term household in our district plan for many, many years. It's in the definition of dwelling, and it's never been an issue other than once I remember being asked if it allowed for RSE workers to live together, to which the answer was yes. Retirement villages, we've also taken the view that they have residential units and therefore we've permitted 1 to 3 residential units within a retirement village and required 4 or more units in a retirement village to seek a restricted discretionary consent, just like the RMA says needs to apply to residential units. Another issue there is minimum yield requirements. Actually, no, I'll stick to retirement villages for a moment while I'm talking about them. So they've sought permitted activity status in their submission on the basis that they're anticipated to occur in a residential zone, medium density residential zone. My recommendation was that I don't agree with that. I think retirement villages they're a large scale activity. They do have effects, amenity, urban design, traffic, a need to pay financial contributions for using infrastructure. So I suggested restricted discretionary. Also, the RMA provides for 4 or more units as restricted discretionary. I see that in their latest evidence they have agreed that 4 or more retirement units, so their definition of retirement units, should be restricted discretionary activity. But I note that they deleted the word retirement villages from that list, and they may not be aware, but if your activity is not included in the list, it automatically defaults to non-compliant activity under Rule 4A.4.1. So I don't think that would have been their intention.
Slightly contrary to the previous view expressed about it.
About being permitted.
Yeah.
It's quite a swing. Yeah.
It's got that feel.
So I was nice, I saw that, and I've noted that for the panel. That's probably not what they intended to do. But I still think on balance, restricted discretionary makes sense in terms of needing those to go through a consent process to have their effects managed. They've also sought some specific exemptions from the MDRS, and they've done it by, they've got their own definition of retirement unit, because their concern was that the definition of residential unit only captured their self-contained units, and it may not capture other units that may not be self-contained, like care rooms, rest home, service apartments. So they've sought to introduce that term into the district plan, which again, I think residential unit captures their self-contained units already. But the way they've used that is they are seeking exemptions from the MDRS. So, for example, outdoor living that requires certain metres squared, they're asking if they can provide some of that indoors. In my view, is the rules for outdoor living, and that was probably the intention, to provide for outdoor living, not indoor living. But because they've asked for the definition of retirement unit, I've been a bit confused as to why they are seeking the MDRS to apply to retirement units, because outdoor living, outlook space, windows to street and landscaped areas, to me are more like requirements rather than your more permissive height and daylight in 1 to 3 units. And I just wonder whether they've inadvertently provided themselves with some more stringent restrictions than what the district plan had proposed, because now their care homes and residential units need to meet the landscaped area rules and windows to street rules, and I just perhaps think that that could be explained by them.
Sorry, just before you go on that, is there any further conversation or discussion happening? There's some broad issues that a number of you are raising that would be better resolved between the parties than asking the panel to resolve that. It strikes me, we're happy to make decisions, but it seems like you're quite close on a number of these things.
We did meet with them early on, I think back in February.
Yeah.
We had a long discussion with Retirement Village Association,
Yes.
And we followed up with a reply to all of their points, and the conversation dropped away from that point. We didn't hear back, so still open for a conversation, but we didn't get a reply to that.
It's fine. Well, we might end up having that conversation in here, if that helps.
Okay.
So we might do some, it's the grossest term, but some hot tubbing with witnesses. It does no service to the idea. Right, thank you.
one other thing I noticed is that they've also asked that they would not need to meet the minimum yield requirements, which is on my next slide, and I think we've treated all residential units the same. We want the land in both Omokara and Te Puke to be used efficiently to deliver housing. That was the goal of the plan change, and we don't really want to see land being used for low density if we believe they are capable of achieving minimum numbers of units per hectare. Okay. So with that.
Now, one other question. Look, sorry, are you comfortable with this notion of questions coming from the panel as we go, rather than stacking them all up? The Arapotama, when you were talking about the issues they had raised a little bit earlier, is there a problem with being explicit? So it strikes me that you agree with their proposition, but the provisions of the plan provide for their proposition. Is there a problem with doing it the way they've suggested it be done?
In my opinion, yes. I think when you've had a rule in the plan for 20 years, it's never had an issue and a party seeks to define it.
Right.
Especially Part B of the definition, which I think I may have not mentioned. That's the part I'm more worried about. Part A of the definition, I think if you looked in a dictionary, you could see that they're already provided for as a household, but it's Part B of the definition where they're saying, and essentially any number of people assisting with day-to-day care and supervision and other things would be included in the definition of household. And to me, that's starting to go far beyond what I would consider the obvious use of a residential unit. And it could be a purpose-built facility for multiple people with staff. And that's my concern, that would not only allow potentially that, but other developers may see an opportunity to use that rule to have one of their own proposals perhaps fit within that when it wasn't intended to be, and then it would be permitted.
So that's slightly different, isn't it, to what you were talking about in terms of a household? All right. Thank you.
Okay. This is the map. So showing, I'll take you back, as we've talked about today, we worked on Omokara for quite a long time. Yeah. We're working on that from around 2018 from memory. So we spent a lot of time looking at this area of land, which is stage 3. It's the land south of the railway there. And we were looking at what sort of development potential each had. And typically in the district, we were always sitting around 12 units per hectare. But with this plan change, we wanted to require that developers did more. So there's some areas in 3A, those areas are for a minimum of 15 units per hectare of developable area. By developable area, it can be defined lots of ways. The way we've done it in our plan is that your developable area includes the roads and reserves that are a part of that development. And therefore those yields reflect that. So 15 is for land that's a bit more topographically constrained. Your areas that are called 3C, you got up there that purple area, that's a Mokoroa mixed-use residential precinct. You've got other areas labelled there as 3C, which adjoin the gully network that Mr. Hexel talked about before, the natural open space zone. And you've got the active reserve, which also has a 3C next to it. So those areas provide for a minimum of 30. And all other areas, which are shown as 3B, they were a minimum of 20. So the reason being that we thought they could achieve more than 15, but not necessarily needing to go as high as 30. And that was the reasoning for all of those.
Thank you.
It's a minimum. There's no maximum. Yeah. And you'll see later on that those, sorry, I mentioned for Te Puke. For Te Puke, we settled on a minimum of 20 per hectare. So it lines up with 3B. And what I was about to say is that you'll see soon when I talk about financial contributions that the original proposal was to charge essentially 15, 20 or 30 household equivalents per hectare that directly aligned with the economy.
Is the, I'm probably not putting this very well, but is the 20 per hectare for Te Puke effectively default?
Yeah. Yeah, we thought it was similar to the land that we'd put as 3B in Omokoroa.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In terms of opposition to this, Kāinga Ora, they are wanting higher minimum densities of, I think it's 15 units per hectare within 3C and 35 per hectare within the other areas. And our view has been that that's potentially too high. We understand that they have been able to achieve quite high densities. They've given examples of, I think, 50 odd. In one case, it might have been in the 80s. That's based on their own definition of developable area or understanding of it, which doesn't include roads and reserves. Therefore, that's why their densities seem quite a lot higher than ours. But if you adjust it to our definition of developable area, it settles more around 35 per hectare or 25 per hectare. So not significantly higher than what we have proposed, but certainly higher.
And you're not able to, have you tried to reconcile that with their team?
We did have a meeting about that.
Yeah.
So going back to February as well, where we talked about that, and that became apparent in that meeting that we did have two different understandings of what developable area was, which is why those numbers were quite far off. And once we realised that, they came closer together. We didn't necessarily agree at the meeting or disagree, but it is still a live issue.
Right.
I'd just say as well, make it clear that we didn't introduce maximums. Been a bit of a misunderstanding and something I said. I've seen an illegal submission for Kāinga Ora, but the point I was making is that it was council who we decided to rezone 3C as medium density over and above the relevant residential zones, and it was us who took the initiative to put in those minimum densities, and that was to ensure that we enabled housing, used land efficiently, and also provided housing that would utilise the infrastructure we put in place and also pay towards it. And so Kāinga Ora saying that we're limiting growth. I see what they're saying. They're saying that our minimum should be higher to force more growth, but we don't feel we're limiting growth because there's no maximum densities. And people can still choose to do those high densities if they are motivated to do so or if they're able. But our development community, many have made submissions in opposition, further submissions in opposition, saying that that's not really achievable. And in the district, we typically, for us, 25 is getting pretty scary high for density at the moment. So the district's not quite there yet with 40 or 50 per hectare.
Right. So, and when you talk about, is it 25 being scary high?
Well, not scary high, but it's high.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. For what we were used to, which was 12 for a long time.
Right. We're doing a site visit tomorrow, so if you've got a site that we could drive past that's in that kind of space, that would be useful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's a few. Yeah.
Thank you.
So my recommendation is to retain those minimum yields as proposed for the reasons we set them.
Yes. So the logic from Kāinga Ora is if people develop at those minimums, that may stifle, or it avoids any future growth aspirations that might have been undertaken with no maximum in place.
That's right. I think their view is that council could do more. We could lift those minimums and actually force developers to learn how to achieve those high densities, even though it may be uncomfortable and they're not ready. The market's not ready. That's quite often what we hear. The market is not ready, and therefore they don't proceed with those much high densities. But there may be constraints with the land, and there may be other reasons why.
Yes. So if the market's not ready today, what if it's ready in 5 years or 10 years?
Well, that's right, and that's why we went with 15, 20 and 30, because that was, to us, is a lot higher than what we have been seeing many years. It's more aligned now, like 20 per hectare is more aligned with what we're more commonly seeing, but 30 is quite a lot higher, and that is based on that we do expect the market to change, and developers will be able to go to those high densities in 5 or so years.
So you didn't think that there should be more areas that were in that 3C higher density? Because there's not a lot.
Yeah, we picked them based on what I explained before, like proximity to the town centre. I don't think I mentioned that actually, but you've got the town centre just below just to the right of the purple 3C up there. You can do that. And against those gully systems and active reserve, and the purpose was, for those higher density areas to integrate in with town centre and use our reserves and use the active reserve in the natural open space zones. I guess there was nothing preventing us from doing more if the land was capable of doing so based on topography. We also, the other thing to note, which Kāinga Ora have also mentioned, is that Mokoroa was planned for 13,000 people. A lot of the infrastructure was put in quite a long time ago in anticipation that that was our big growth area, and that included a wastewater pipe into the city with a capacity which around 13,000. So that's quite a key constraint for us and a reason for concern if we were to exceed a population of 13,000 people, what would that entail?
Are you able to point us to the evidence in relation to infrastructure constraints?
The evidence, there's with the Section 32 report,
yeah,
I think it was attachment 4, appendix 4, had
right.
Infrastructure assessments.
Yep. Thank you.
Certainly for Te Poki.
Thank you.
We might have to get back to you.
No, that's fine. It's not right this second. Just when it becomes available, that will be really helpful. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just go back a slide now. Take you back to there. Another outstanding issue is earthworks. So when we notified the plan change, we introduced 2 new earthworks rules and performance standards, so that needed to be met as a permitted activity. If you didn't meet them, triggered a resource consent. And one of those was that you could make no further changes to your current landform, no more than 1 metre up or 1 metre down, so a 2 metre cut face. And the reason for that, one reason was to limit the height of retaining walls to 2 metres, because they had been raised as an issue in the Mokoroa by the community, and something we'd talked to our councillors a lot about as well. In terms of resolving that issue, if you drive through tomorrow, you'll see some quite high retaining walls that are much higher than 2 metres. And so that was one of the reasons. Another one of the key reasons is to protect and manage effects on the cultural landscape, because we had seen instances with previous stages of development in Mokoroa where some cultural values associated with the landform had been removed, and so there was a concern that that may happen again in the Mokoroa Stage 3. So that's another reason why we introduced that. The other rule we introduced was a maximum of 750 metre cubed. The reason we did that is aligning with ADE of the RMA that allowed us to have standards that supported or consequential to the MDRS, and we felt like that would be enough to allow people to maximise or have the ability to put on 3 units as a permitted activity. But the reason for that limit is because we were concerned about bulk earthworks, because quite typically we see, and generally it will go to the regional council first, sometimes, the earthworks are done, and by the time it comes to land use consent, opportunities for the best urban design outcomes may have been missed because the land has already been shaped in a particular way, generally flat. But my recommendation, because we met with a number of submitters and they'd expressed their concerns that those standards were very, very strict and, in their words, impossible to comply with. And we agreed that they were very, very stringent, particularly, allowing no changes more than 1 metre up or down. Most developers really struggle to do that, even on sites that appear to be flatter. And we also acknowledge their concerns about the limit of 750 metres cubed, as it requires consent for earthworks in many cases. So my recommendation was that we actually remove those performance standards on the basis that they are very, very hard to meet. However, there were some important matters that we were trying to look after, and so my recommendation was remove those 2 standards, but that council should retain the ability to look at those matters of concern where resource consents were already needed. So for subdivision and for 4 or more units, that council would have the ability to manage, high retaining walls and manage effects on cultural values where they've been identified as present.
So what about where you're below those thresholds?
If you're below those thresholds,
Yeah. Then
you can do that. But there's a good time to raise. There's already an existing rule in the district plan, and that was put in place around 15 years ago when the future urban zone was introduced, and that was a rule that limits earthworks at 300 metres squared over a 6-month period, and that was put in place specifically to protect sites of cultural significance, Parirako, and there is earthworks monitoring protocols in Appendix 7 of the district plan. So when developers would do more than 300 metres squared, it's a controlled activity, and they need to engage with relevant hapu, and Parirako have that ability to do the earthworks monitoring protocols. So that is another reason why I was comfortable to remove the 2 new ones, because there was already an existing rule essentially doing a very similar thing.
But if you were below 300 square metres,
yep,
you could go, there's all sorts of constraints on that anyway, isn't there?
You're below 300, you can proceed as a permitted activity. There's still some risk.
Yeah, all right.
Next one, impervious surfaces. So this is a new rule to our district plan, and there's a relationship with the MDRS building coverage of 50%. What we're proposing is for Mokoroa and for Te Puke in its greenfield areas, that the limit would be 70%, which is still quite permissible, but within the Te Puke urban area, the existing developed area, that would be limited to 50%. And the reason for that is because council's stormwater system, we believe, will be unable to cope with anything more than 50% impervious surfaces, and that will lead to potential flooding of properties and also downstream effects. The regional council have a number of downstream flood assets for managing flooding down, particularly on farmland, and they also had a concern that if we were to allow higher density and more than 50%, that would cause issues for them downstream. So that's why we proposed it. We got submissions. There's a number of submissions in opposition. The only one I recall seeing in evidence was from Urban Task Force for Tauranga, which opposed that rule, essentially saying that you've got the MDRS, which allows 50% building coverage, but your impervious surface rule for Te Puke urban area is also 50%. So essentially you can have your houses but not have your driveways and not have your car parking. Alternatively, you'd have to limit your building area. So you'd limit it to 40% so you could use the other 10% for a driveway. So I agree that certainly is a possibility that could happen. but also mindful of the reason why we proposed that rule, which was to manage other effects on stormwater system and flooding, and Section 80 of the RMA allows us to introduce related provisions about stormwater management. So that's a reason for that rule. Next one.
Thank you.
Overhead electricity lines. So that's submission from PowerCo, and what they're essentially looking to do is to add a new rule into the other standards, which would essentially make the MDRS less enabling. And they've put forward quite a lot of information of why they think their network is a qualifying matter, and therefore why they should be able to introduce such a rule. The rule itself basically require resource consent for a residential unit or a building that, in simple terms, got too close to an overhead line, and their suggested rule would trigger resource consent for a restricted discretionary activity, and that council would be responsible for asking its developers to be aware of that code of practice, and that we would in some way administer or play a role in making sure that code of practice was met. And my recommendation is that I do not support that. Such a rule I feel uncomfortable about, because first of all, it requires an assessment by a suitably qualified person, which for a permitted activity, if that requires subjective assessment, there's an issue there, because the MDRS is meant to be quite clear. It's meant to be certain for people, and a rule like that, whenever you're in an area that has overhead lines, you won't be sure whether you're actually a permitted activity or not. You'll have to engage a professional and pay for that, and then PowerCo would like to be able to approve that. So essentially, I think putting themselves in a position where they get to determine whether a resource consent is needed or not, which I don't think would be their role. That would be council's role. They've provided a number of reasons why they think that council can or should include such a rule. My view is that they've provided an example that we protect heritage features, and that heritage features are also protected under another act, and therefore we've already shown that we should be playing a role in, I guess, doubling up or helping to administer another regulation or another legal requirement. My view is that we shouldn't really be needing to administer another legal requirement that already is required to be met and should already be met. And they've provided other examples. There's already an existing rule in our Section 10 infrastructure, essentially the same rule, but this is for infrastructure providers, the current rule, not for people building dwellings.
Sorry, can you just explain for me how their needs are already met?
What's that, sorry?
How their needs are already met?
Needs are already met in terms of providing infrastructure. If you're a utility operator, you're providing an overhead line, there's rules in our district plan that tell you how you should do that, and a rule that says that you need to meet the electrical code of practice. If you don't meet that, you're a restricted discretionary activity. So they're saying, essentially, council, you've already got the same rule, so there's no reason why you can't also do that if people are building residential units. But my opinion is I know there's that existing rule, but I would say that existing rule carries all the same problems that I've raised, and I wouldn't recommend duplicating it simply because it's already there.
Right.
And yeah, I instead proposed advice notes to make, I suggested it go right up the front of the density standards, a nice high profile place to put it, so that when people see the density standards, they know they can go to 11 metres high and 1.5 metres from a front boundary, but at the same time they can see that there may be an issue and that they need to understand how that electrical code of practice needs to be complied with. And I remember asking in a meeting with PowerCo, is there not a more simple way of introducing a rule that says, you can't be of a certain height, or you've got to be a certain distance back? And their response was that the electrical code of practice had very specific requirements depending on the type of line, the type of voltage, and it wasn't as simple as simply having a measurable rule that worked in all cases.
Okay.
And the Makaroa State Highway to the intersection. So this is a submission point from Waka Kotahi. The Makaroa plan to grow to 13,000 people at the moment. It's got a intersection with the state highway that already has capacity and safety issues to some extent. And now we're proposing to essentially take the Makaroa's population from 5,500, which it is now, up to 13,000. So they have concerns. There's
Up to 30, you said, not 13.
13
Right.
total population. So,
Yeah.
So that roundabout is, correct me if I'm wrong, but due to commence construction in October this year. And council's done traffic modelling that's been checked by Waka Kotahi, Kāinga Ora have also looked at it, which suggests that it will have capacity to the year 2048, and it would provide for 97% of Makaroa's total growth, and I think 89% of stage 3. Good time to mention that in terms of the funding, Kāinga Ora are the main funder for that roundabout, in order of about 43 million, I think. Waka Kotahi providing 5 million, so which is very, very helpful and allows us to grow that area. But Waka Kotahi is seeking a non-compliant activity status. So once there's a certain number of residential units or commercial and industrial activities that lead to a certain amount of traffic, at the point that that intersection is no longer functioning, reaches a certain level of service. I think it might be E or F. I'm not too sure exactly which one, but that rule gets triggered. And my opinion is that such a rule is probably not necessary, because it does allow for another 25 years of growth and essentially all of the growth needed for Makaroa and most of stage 3. And if we were to introduce a rule that would require council to actively count, one of the suggestions is that we count household equivalent units, it's a traffic modelling term, and I wouldn't support doing that, because it would require council staff to know what that is and how to work it out in each case, and we'd have to keep a running count of that for up to 20 years. I can see that leading to counting and recording issues. Another option I suggested was, is there some way of converting that to allow us a certain number of residential units within stage 3, because that's the area of concern. And I think there may be a way of doing it. But I still think, given it's going out to 2048, and there'll be another district plan review, or not even a district plan review, some other type of plan in place, do we really need a rule now? And note that Kāinga Ora, they are here, but not necessarily supporting the need initially for that, but if the panel deemed it to be necessary, they would prefer a restricted discretionary activity status. My view is that if such a rule is ever needed, its purpose would be to not enable development, and probably non-compliant is more suitable, like Waka Kotahi are asking for.
So your proposition is that you've got 20 plus years of headroom, and that's agreed with Waka Kotahi?
Just at the intersection with the state highway. Oh, yeah, okay.
So at that point, so that arrives, I'm 95 or something, and you're having that discussion, what is then going to occur on the ground? You're going to have to get separation at that point.
At which point it reaches capacity?
Yeah.
There'll be a grade separated interchange,
Yeah.
which I didn't mention. So
Yes.
once that grade separated interchange is in place, there's no more problems.
Yes.
And the whole area is unlocked.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so that's, I think.
looks like it's back to me now.
We move on. Just on that, I just wanted to ask you a question because I'll have to ask Waka Kotahi similar questions this afternoon. But is there a risk that that this will all get sort of forgotten in the midst of time when it comes to doing a plan change, or whatever that happens to be, or a new plan under new legislation in the future, if there isn't a trigger in this plan now?
My view is that if there isn't a trigger now, there is a high chance it gets forgotten because there may be other solutions that come. Grade separated interchange could come well before 2048. There may be other solutions. So, 20 years is a long time and a few elections between then and now.
Am I going to get a chance at some stage to talk to you about the emissions reduction plan? When's a good time to talk about that? Did you say never?
I said not me.
Right. Okay. So that's fine. Thank you. We'll come back around
We
to
can
it.
confirm at lunch who the best witness to ask those questions will be.
Thank you.
Right, back to me, looks like.
By the way, thanks very much for your contribution. That was really helpful. It clarifies a lot of things for us.
Just to perhaps carry on from some of the points that Tony made, again, these sections are all linked together. So just one of the points was regarding the fact we've got minimum yield provisions put in, and this, I guess, this difference interpretation about how the density is calculated. So just as a comparison, the development that was done on Seddon Street, that included sites down to 161 square metres. By council's rules, that ended up being a density of about 24 per hectare. So that's why you're getting this kind of to me, a mix in how people look at things. So that was a fairly intensive medium density development. That's just small. There's a variety of lot sizes, but that's as small as they got to. And the reason, I guess the concern I would have if you push the minimums higher, you get some very, very interesting or poor urban design outcomes. This was achieved by all having front-loading sites. Because of that, you had more road frontages and connections that way. If you push to do a density higher than that, you're going to have a lot of sort of backloaded sites. You will have, to me, a much poorer form of urban design. So I think it's partly how it's been calculated. I think that's quite a big issue. I haven't actually sat down and worked out what the density is if I just take out the land areas as a whole. I suspect it might be quite similar. So the rules as they apply, they set a minimum. A lot of the discussion that was had notification was this concern about the council interfering with the market because we have other provisions that were applied that's been removed. There was one about typology that was quite a major one that was notified. There was a lot of pushback that was interfering with the market too much. The council had a rule that 50% had to be different than standalone. So it was an interesting response that say, hey, it's not the council's business, it's the market. So similarly with the minimum yields, it's up to the market to decide if it wants to go higher. All it does is say, here's the benchmark, you cannot go below this. If it goes below this, council will not get the revenue for the infrastructure. You can't actually have any reliance, you're going to get what's required to put the basic infrastructure in. So that's quite a key point. So it is interesting when you actually look at what these rules might actually mean. I think in many ways you're setting people up to fail if you have a yield that's higher than everyone's wanting to deliver. And it's got a lot of those other outcomes to it. So you can be quite creative and create a reasonably good density and have front-loaded sites and a much better outcome. But it's you start pushing it, you revert to a lot of, I'd say, poor outcomes that way. That's probably the key thing. The other thing, just picking up on the comment about why, I don't think Tony answered directly about the overlay. I think we actually got a good answer to such. So it's a fairly simple process. As I said, there's not a lot of land areas involved. They're quite distinct, they're quite well known. to put in the provisions for that was a fairly simplistic planning exercise in terms of plan writing. The alternative that Kaingaroa's provisions were, I think on their book was about 19 pages of a whole new zone, a lot of different, a whole new set of everything, written in a totally different style than elsewhere. It just wasn't deemed to be necessary. I think talking to our developers here, that no one's going to have any mysteries about finding what the rules are for higher density. I mean, it's not going to be that hard to read a plan. I don't know of anyone who walks into a council and doesn't engage a professional to help them for creating a higher density development. So I think the approach is easy enough to understand. The other thing too, I mean, the district plan is just a rule book. So it's just a starting point. So outside of that, council has a whole website where it can provide far more information in a much more user-friendly manner to try and promote things like your higher densities and talk about that. So again, it's just how creative you are outside of a rule book scenario to help deliver that message about what's achievable for the district. So I think it's not as simplistic as going district plan, here's everything's there. It's actually being far more creative. And obviously we can't do much more on that until we actually have a confirmed set of provisions for the council to work with. But I would imagine that part of the next step is getting the messaging out there, hey, you can do these kind of things, here's part of your good outcomes you can do, and that sort of stuff. So that's kind of probably important going forward. Turning on to the next section, which is, again, it links to matters of control and matters of discretion, that's come from basically the performance standards that Tony's just discussed. And there's a lot of significant changes. There's a lot of good commentary back from the submissions. I was saying some were linked to changes from the activity list and activity performance standards. There were a number of things like Tony mentioned, like earthworks were changed significantly, like the typology one. Again, that was removed. So again, there's a domino effect that those provisions were no longer required. Probably the biggest, I guess, or most interest in terms of submissions was on what we call, I guess, the narrow form of urban design. There was a lot of ranges of issues in that. We had some parties who were basically telling council that they weren't doing enough. You need a lot more controls, a lot more telling people what colour their houses should be and that kind of things. And then you had on another extreme, I think Kaingaroa had proposed 4 matters. So there was a lot of different views on it, is probably in a simple way. So part of that was an issue that was identified for an expert conferencing session that was occurred, and the result of that is pretty much what's been reflected in terms of the, what I call the narrow urban design focus. And that joint witness statement, you'll have copies of that. So there was only one issue, I think, that was remaining. I think Suzanne will talk about this later on, about the Kaingaroa expert did not support the inclusion of the advice note that was included. Simply said, Council's residential design outcome document provides guidance to assist with addressing the matters of discretion. It's purely as a note. Council has gone through an exercise of looking at what has been done elsewhere. There's a lot of urban design documents and guides out throughout the country. The MFE provided their own version, and obviously Tauranga had its ROF, so that was kind of looked at as starting points. So what was delivered was Western Bay's own version, which picked up on the things that were very important to Western Bay. You'll see from that, this talks about earthworks, for example. Also, it wasn't just about the MDRS 4+, it was actually also about infill development as well. So it was actually designed to provide more information out there for people as a whole, looking at both your infill scenarios and to your bigger scale stuff. But again, it was purely as a reference document for people. There's been a lot of, I guess, like a leap of faith in, I think, the Tauranga situation where it was concerned that it becomes the rule book. It is not the rule book. The rule book's the district plan, but it's a guidance document. So that's why it's in there. There's still matters of contention with various matters of discretion. Again, the earthworks one, which Tony's talked about, is one. There's still some stormwater management issues that has been brought up. But generally, there's quite a lot of changes in that section to make it basically listing what people have said. I think initially there was a lot of stuff in it, all good intention at the time, but I think it was probably had a wee bit of a relationship to the previous plan change, which was far more, I guess, urban design focus and how it was approached. So it had a lot more of that elements to it. So it's gone through a joint minister statement where we've got a more refined set. The other matters, I don't think there's, apart from those ones, there's little individual ones that were still some wording that changes that sort. But overall, it's as I said, everything's been, I guess, refined across the board to provide what we've got today. And again, that's pretty detailed within the section 42A and the rebuttal evidence.
Any questions from the panel? Yeah. Jess.
Right, written topics. I think it's still me. This again was a fairly minor issue, but up in Makaroa, as you've already alluded to, there's existing rural residential zones, but also part of the expansion of the urban area, new areas also rezoned that. So going back in time, traditionally, I guess in Makaroa, those areas reflected the areas that had quite a few development constraints, so they weren't seen as being appropriate for standard kind of residential development. So it included pretty much anything that was a little bit constrained. Going forward, we didn't think rural residential zoning was the right messaging for the areas that we then apply natural open space to, because it almost gave the idea that that was, you can be putting houses and things in these areas. These areas are quite constrained. I think it's gradients greater than 20 degrees, big gullies, they have water courses, or they have coastal inundation areas. So the idea was that wasn't the right messaging in those areas. So the areas that were rural residential were ones that still had development opportunities, but not to the same level as an NDRS situation. And again, these were very similar. I think the areas actually changed from what council has kind of discussed with the wider community as part of the previous iterations of the plan change. So it was, I think, almost identical to what was looked at previously for those reasons. So for stage 3, though, we had a look at what was provided, and we're also conscious that there have been consents granted in other stages where those rules had kind of been basically downsized a wee bit. Consents had been granted, so we saw what is appropriate going forward. So there were tweaks to the minimum lot sizes and some other kind of practical matters. I think there's some issues regarding not always having sewage connections available, and I think there was also a coverage one, because obviously as the size came down, some of those coverage rules didn't make much sense anymore. So there's no expert evidence received on that one. I'm not sure if parties are turning up to further discuss it or not, so there was just a change in that. Not applicable to Puki, because it was, again, it's very much that confined urban area. It's just that Makaroa has these zones. Oh. It's almost like Christmas, what comes next, but natural open space zone, like I said.
Your Christmas is different to mine.
The natural open space zone, again, that was, like I said, it was kind of evolution of what was there before. There were various, I guess, interesting parts of the Makaroa where council had some stormwater conservation provisions here and there, but when we had to look at, okay, what could we do for here, we had to look at, okay, what is the options under the national plan standards now. This was deemed to be the best fit. It was trying to, again, just to highlight these areas. This is the lungs of the area. I know that Peraraka, for example, that was really important to show how the area isn't just a big urban maze. It's actually how is the connectivity going through, how's the natural environment being looked after, what opportunities are there going through. So when you see the going back to the structure plan, you can see how it kind of has these various arteries or lungs to the whole area. That was the intention of that. It is an area that will be, I guess, over time, will be interesting how it actually comes to fruition, and that as people doing development, they're often providing stormwater ponds, etc., as part of that development, investing in council. So there'll be an element of that with this process, and part of that discussion often looking at stormwater reserves you used to also look at how does it work for its other wider functions. So you often will find stormwater reserve will also have walkways and those kind of recreational parts of it factored in. So I don't know necessarily what is that's still going to occur, but that's there. So when it's looking holistically, it's much more than say, here's an area for stormwater, here's an area for walkways. It's a combined kind of situation. So this is a zone that was applied across the area. The initial probably walkovers were done by staff who are not with council at the moment. So there was a need to re-engage. I think I discussed earlier on the planning maps about what makes sense, what doesn't. A lot of basically individual site meetings. So I think for a large extent, that has resolved, I guess, concerns that people had. So it's kind of like, it just makes sense going forward. We understand how it works. The rules are actually still fairly similar in a way to the future urban zone, when it's basically farming still acknowledged as being a permitted activity. It's, that's the same if the future urban zone allows farming as permitted activity. It doesn't actually allow any urban zones, urban activities as such. So the natural open space zone doesn't really change a lot in that sense, but it does put more controls over some of the other elements about clearance of areas. But when looking at it in detail, there's a lot of almost duplication with some of the regional council functions. So it's just trying to make sure that that didn't occur as such. So it was clear that this has a whole variety of different functions, and it's not just for stormwater, it's not just for a reserve walkway, it's not just for ecological, it's a mixture of things, and it provides, you'll see in the urban form, it breaks between the higher density areas. Those areas will be connected to a significant natural open space zone, so you've got a high amenity to support the density. So there's overall, I don't know if you had a chance, but there's also in the supporting documents, you'll see there's a Makaroa Gully Reserves Plan that explains quite well sort of the vision going forward. And that's quite a key to how this thing will roll out in the future. So again, as it progresses, whether or not council will go through a designation process when it gets to that time when there's a stormwater reserve requirement confirmed, or whether it will just go through a land development scenario and it'll get vested at that point in time. It's to remain to be what's seen. Some of the areas for future growth for the next 10 years allows to carry on pretty much what people carry on doing what they are doing at the moment. It also acknowledges that a lot of this area is actually actively used for primary production still. So we do have access ways and things like that going through it. So we've also made sure that we haven't limited people's ability to use their land in that way. All we've done is pretty much acknowledge that no one's going to be putting a house down a gully. So you know, that's kind of just trying to get the messaging right. There's still, regional council is still wanting some wording adjustments to the section. Again, it's responded to in our evidence. Again, it's just this interesting scenario of getting the balance between district and regional sorted out. I think we think it's fairly clear how it's been put together. The applicability of the zone over the running land, again, we've talked about that earlier, but again, that's a key matter going forward. Do you require such a zoning overlays with the particular scenario? But overall, I think I haven't seen a lot of, apart from I think regional council, I don't think there's been a lot of evidence come through from other parties, whether or not that's because people have been happy with the process. The detailed plans, I think, were omitted from the original section 42A, but have been provided attached to this rebuttal evidence. If you see those, you'll see that sort of exercise for the aerial photos and how areas have changed. So very much a lot of submissions from the regional council and individual landowners, so we've tried to get the mix right. I think the way we've done it is actually detailed in terms of walking over the site with GPS units with the landowners. We've been quite fortunate. There were actually quite high floodwaters that come through in one area, so we could see exactly how things operate. So I think our level of knowledge for that area makes sense for the zoning. So it's not a protection zoning as such. It's a zoning that has multiple elements to it.
Okay. Before you go off that page, can we just see if there's any questions? No, that's all right. I've got some, again, we might come back around to this, but just reading through the material, I've heard you it's been really helpful hearing you talk about it this last 5 or 10 minutes, because most of what I've read is not that impressive in relation to those reserves. So I might be taking it out of context. You've just talked about these reserves, these spaces being the lungs and all those kinds of things. And then we get left with a description that basically it doesn't let in, you can't put any housing there, but you could carry on, with primary production activities there, or any number of other things. So I guess I'm wondering about the way in which, I need you to direct me to the management plan because I haven't seen that. So I'd like to have a look at that if that's all right. But I'm interested in, as this pressure comes on and this population growth occurs in 2 times, what is that transition in relation to those lungs that you talk like? What does that look like, and what is the commitment to that? Because it's not all that clear to me, other than it's not going to be developed. But that's quite a low bar.
Yeah, I think it's probably starting to manifest now where developers are looking at their next stage, especially on Prole Road, which we'll go through tomorrow.
Yeah.
Where they're looking at, this is, I guess, the reserve network and pathways that council are looking at. So we're not doing the developers are engaging with the council about the detail of that.
Yes.
So it will be, it's likely that they'll be vested in council as stormwater reserve or recreation reserve, depending on how it works.
Yeah.
So it's really gives puts some light to that discussion going forward.
Because it's still, in what you're saying now, sorry to interrupt, but it still sort of manifests as a ecosystem service, really. It deals with stormwater, it deals with other discharges potentially, it keeps people clear of coastal inundation, it does a whole bunch of those kinds of things. But I'm wondering from the other perspective about what it provides for nature, by contrast. So it serves your utility purposes.
Yep. So probably a lot of the we'll give you a copy of the Micro Gully Reserve Plan. It sort of shows how and discuss the detail of how we're looking at restoring those areas.
Yes.
It's not like a district plan rule as such. It's more showing this is the intention going forward.
Because that ownership might stay private for
the
distant future.
We did know for a lot of people that they see themselves actually the guardians of the area already. They actually they've actually been quite active in restoring areas.
Yes.
So they're not areas that, for a lot of those areas, I'd say are a great risk of anything else happening rather than what's happening today.
Yes.
So there's that element to it. So we've had to sort of respect that this is still private land.
Yes.
It may become public land in part in the future, and then that whole network can be further developed. It will be a stage process going through as each stage opens up. And I think to date, the engagement you have with the development community is going, okay, we understand this. We want to know how we can provide what in terms of the interface going next to those areas. There's some concerns about the tie-in with their development plans and where that zone cuts in. So we've got to try and get a little bit of flexibility in some aspects, but a zone is a zone. So it's you go in the natural open space zone or you're a medium density zone. So that transitions was kind of a key thing about how are we looking at this land? Have we got it right? We're also conscious that there are other rules, regional council rules, but the MPS rules and freshwater that will also affect and protect any waterway situations. So again, there's no need to duplicate that process. So those natural elements will be, I guess there'll be an evolution as things go on, but it's not like the rules themselves will provide us the framework, but as engagement as development goes on, we're with the council with that and the reserves team and the stormwater team. We'll work with those developers to try and make sure we're getting that whole network established. This kind of in a way, it flags it as a whole. It's not a designation, but in the future, council, when it's done all its stormwater management, there's some certainty on designation areas. Some of those areas will be designated. But again, we're talking quite a few years out in some areas. So it's and it's one of those things, if you designate now, I think every designation I've dealt with in the Mokoroa, I've had to go and get non-compliant activity consents because it's stormwater ponds in the wrong place.
Yeah.
Without fail, just about. It's just like, so a high level, previously the council did a high level, did the stormwater management ponds for the area and designated areas, but what we actually find is often it's not quite right. So the process going through, when there's more certainty, council might go down that process, that path. At the moment we're saying, this is what this area is got all these values.
Yes.
We acknowledge it's private land ownership. You can carry on pretty much what you're doing, but there's a few more parameters around that. Council through other sort of reserve management and those sort of areas will look at this wider development. And again, a lot of the discussion has been with landowners, and I know Pirako are really interested in how this will work. There's all sorts of opportunities for that whole reserve network and wayfinding. It links through to the Waipapa River. We've talked about potential for Waka landings, and so this kind of creates, to me, it's kind of like the wider framework, but within that, you still have to get to the detail, which is sit outside of a district plan. It's going to be into your designations or your reserve management plan process that occurs, all depending on the visual landowner, how it might evolve.
Thank you. Any questions from the panel? Because we're going to break for lunch in a second. Nothing? Right, well, we will break for lunch now, but can we just ask perhaps if you can have a think about what time you're going to need after lunch and how we're tracking against the schedule, just given we've got Waka Kotahi here after 3 o'clock. So if you can have a bit of a think about that, and then when we get back from lunch, just let us know what sort of time you think you need, whether we have to ask more questions or less questions, or and keep in the back of your mind, you're going to be here a week, I think, so we might take some more time towards the end of the week once we understand things better. All right. Thank you. Right, we'll take a break for lunch. See you back in half an hour. Yeah, 1:10, sorry.
plan change discussion with the community.
Yes.
And you'll see the structural plan is developed from here, but I'll just get to some of the key concepts. So the whole of the stage 2 catchment was looked at and how it all linked together. And we looked at various slope analysis, flood analysis as part of the whole exercise. So this is how we sort of came up with the constrained land side of things. And the usual kind of planning investigations, land use, cultural and historic features. One thing perhaps to note for Mokoroa is actually fairly low level of archaeological discovery to date because there's a lot of this area hasn't been developed. It's not until we're getting into sort of the more intensive development that there's a lot more significant archaeological features being found. There's been quite a lot in some of the newer developments. So although this might show very little in that space, there's obviously a lot under there. And this will be a little bit dated in some of the concepts, but it looks at, again, it shows the linkages through from how we look at the whole thing working together. These elements will come through a little bit later on. You have the Francis Road area, which is the point, unfortunately, which is the area next to the State Highway, where we looked at this green corridor, green buffer. Easy from here, so it's area through here. So some of those submissions were about the industrial zone and the interface. Some of the responses come back to this plan about how we looked at the whole thing linking together. And there's a lot of sort of, in terms of, I guess, the development of how the reserve areas and the wider greenbelt areas work together. So there's a lot of more detail in the concept. The usual walkability, recreational, hierarchy aspects to it. So there's been quite a lot, I guess I'm trying to probably bring across, there's been a fair bit of concept development at that level, and then trying to sort of show what can develop as we go forward. So these, again, concept ideas, but what we think is necessary to support a much more dense urban environment by creating high public amenity or other linkages that could be provided by developers going through. And these ones you will see actually equate to where you've got the proposed roads going through. So obviously for Mokoroa, there's a need for new link roads going through, significant investment in those. And you get next to the Waipapa River. Again, this is an area that council's already purchased, I think, all of it now, I think, or a fair bit of it anyway. So going forward, how you providing a fairly significant scale of reserve in that area. It gives you linkages through to the river. That's one of the comments I'll say at the moment. The whole of that area is pretty much in private ownership. So it's the ability for the public to get to areas is a bit restrained.
So sorry, that area that's shown in the picture
no,
on
this
the
is
left?
the entire stage 3
Yes.
area. It's
Yes,
pretty
yes,
much private
okay.
land. So
Yeah.
if we get the natural open space areas and those green belt linkages, it opens up the whole area for the wider community. And this is some more detailed examples. So the concepts will be obviously developed as we go through, but this is the starting point of how the whole thing comes to life a wee bit.
Is it fair to, it's probably not, just in saying that, it's probably not fair, but is it fair to describe these really strong concepts as one of the methods by which council is mitigating or offsetting the impacts of higher intensity development through that whole zone?
Yes, definitely. It's a kind of, I guess, to me, a fairly logical planning response to that density.
Yes.
And recognising, very small sites. Like I said before, I've got sites 161 square metres. Yes. There's not a lot of private amenity space, so you really need to invest in high quality linkages like this. So I think what I find good about this, it sort of shows you what can occur. And again, it's not a district plan per se, it's just saying here's the vision going forward a wee bit, which hopefully brings us to life a bit more.
So I'm interested in the security for future economic development is provided for through this plan change. but this is at a conceptual level. Are you, I think you've already answered this a little bit earlier on, but just to play it out again, are you saying that the zoning effectively protects that landscape for that future aspiration?
That's the intent, also recognising it's still private land, so
Yes.
you've still got to allow for, I guess, existing use. But that's to me very clear messaging going through.
Yes.
Which I think is quite important. And again, with my dealings with the landowners, actually, I don't think without exception, apart from perhaps one site, the parties are being very, very responsive to this.
Yes.
That's one thing if they do set up and give submissions, they're very passionate about the area, and they actually want to, although they've got a very nice lifestyle, quite a few already they've actually done a lot of enhancement work, but they do realise that the urban future's there. All these families have lived there for quite a while. So they're quite invested in the environment and trying to make sure that if we are having urbanisation, it's done the right way.
So have we got some submitters before us this week that we could ask questions?
Hopefully, I'm not sure who's on the list. I know I'm looking at Robert. There's basically the community under Francis Rotary. I've been,
All right, thank you.
They actually been very good at showing around these areas. And I guess, to me, just sort of, it shows how the development will run out.
Yes.
But again, I'm conscious working out district plan framework only, but it's probably a quick tour.
Thank you very much.
Just an idea to that.
It's very helpful. Any questions from the panel? Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know how to change this now.
I think we move on to the commercial and commercial transition zone next.
The commercial transition zones not within Amakara and Te Puke, so I've noted that those submitters' requests are potentially out of scope with the plan change, but I did provide an analysis just on the merits of their request anyway. So just turning to the request for the Retirement Villages Association and Ryman, which was for retirement villages to be a permitted activity in the commercial and commercial transition zones. And they also requested associated policies to be inserted. And then they also had a subsequent restricted discretionary activity for the construction of retirement villages, and then a associated matter of discretion. So in terms of the submitters' evidence for the Retirement Villages Association, they had an argument around protecting large sites because these are rare in residential areas, so they wanted to ensure that commercial areas also provided for the ageing population in any large sites as well that would be suitable for retirement village development. So I've just done a little analysis of both Amakara and Te Puke just to give an overview of the size of the existing commercial areas. So in Amakara, In Mokoroa, this area here is the existing Mokoroa commercial zone. There is also a small commercial zone here, which contains the Superfresh supermarket and another small development called The Village, which you can see on your site visit tomorrow. So that commercial area is underway and will be fully developed. This commercial area here has recently been granted, the start of last year, resource consent for the Omokoroa Town Centre. That is this area here. It is in one land holding. The submitter that you'll hear from this week, Jace Investments, own that, and it is 7.9 hectares. I've looked at what other retirement villages are in Omokoroa, just as a comparison of what sizes they might envisage being needed for retirement villages. There's recently been consented Omokoroa Country Club, which covers 3 properties down Prole Road. There is also an existing Omokoroa Country Club, which is this property here. And then there is also small care facilities in Omokoroa. So looking at what's existing in Omokoroa, they cover a large 17 hectares is the largest one for Omokoroa Country Club, which has recently been consented. So in terms of the existing commercial area, I don't see that Omokoroa would be able to cater for these large sites that the Retirement Villages Association are asking for protection. It's already has a resource consent for the full development of a town centre. So I didn't see the need to be providing for any particular policies or rules in relation to retirement villages for Omokoroa.
Can you just place that retirement village that you were talking about, is it 17 hectares, on the map on the right? I think I've got it.
On the right, so
Yeah.
Omokoroa Country Club
Yeah.
is not those 2 small ones, but it's those 3 large properties.
Right.
Yeah.
So they've got consent for that?
Yes, that's been granted just recently, the last 2 months.
And what does that consent allow them to do into the open space zone?
In the open space zone, they are enhancing the area. They are creating a small, like a stormwater wetland area in the bottom gully. They are providing amenity planting and they're creating walkways through there for the public as well as for their own residents.
Right. So that's in line with the sort of concepts you were talking about?
Yes, correct. And it's been developed in line with that concept plan as well.
Thank you.
So I also undertook that same analysis for the Te Puke commercial zone.
Yeah.
This is the Te Puke commercial zone here. It is 15.2 hectares. And it is made up of predominantly very small sites in multiple ownership, with the largest site actually being this reserve, which is Jubilee Park. And alongside it is the New World commercial property adjacent to it. Those are the 2 largest sites in the Te Puke commercial zone. Everything else is generally under 1 hectare in size. So again, my analysis was that there's not really any large sites in the Te Puke area that would be able to cater for retirement village developments as been requested by RVA and Ryman. So overall, while they requested new policies, a permitted activity and restricted discretionary activity, I didn't support their request for those.
Have you shared that analysis with them and got any feedback?
I didn't share the analysis around my analysis around the site size, but in our feedback to them following our meetings with them, we identified that, you know, the commercial areas in these towns were already quite small, constrained and developed, but we didn't see any further analysis from them around what they could potentially build in those areas if they were to be able to build something that was economically viable for them.
Thank you.
So just moving to the request from Ara Patama for community corrections activities in the commercial and commercial transition zone. I note that the submitter's evidence no longer pursues the request for the commercial transition zone, but they do still request for community corrections activities include as a permitted activity and include a definition as per the national planning standards. So my 42A analysis was that we already provide for permitted activities as commercial services, and within that definition we provide for government agencies. So my analysis was that we already do provide for Ara Patama's requested activities, given that they are a government agency. And I didn't really see the need to specifically list out their activity in our permitted activity list. That's maybe just a drafting thing in terms of we include one government agency's particular activity. Do we then need to address all government agencies' activities? So because the definition, it did include that, we felt like we didn't really need to address it again as a separately listed activity. And we did provide that advice to Ara Patama following a meeting with them as well.
Thank you.
In terms of commercial heights, there's a couple of different things there to consider. We've got Kāinga Ora's request, which was for the increase in height up to 24.5 metres, which Mr. Hextall might be able to speak to. But there was also a separate request which was dealt with as under our notification and submitters evidence for the Mokoroa Town Centre specifically, and allowing a so-called bonus height for providing underground car parking. So there's maybe a little bit of cross purposes between myself and Jeff in terms of what we've considered there. So I think I might just quickly pass to Jeff to maybe address Kāinga Ora's request for 24.5 metres, and then if you have any further questions for me around the height, we can come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Kāinga Ora had sought in their expert evidence to an increase in maximum height for the commercial zone buildings for Te Puke and the Mokoroa Commercial Zone Stage 3. So this is coming through rebuttal evidence only. So it was kind of council's asked me for some input into this. So it was a little bit different than the evidence that Anna has done before. So the results in the Te Puke scenario, an increase in height from 12.5 maximum to 24.5. There's almost a doubling of that permitted height. Results in from Mokoroa Commercial, it's stage 3. The latest version of the plan change had a base area of height of 20 metres with this bonus allowed for 23. So there's only about 1.5 metre difference in that actual regard. There was quite a bit of discussion, which probably Anna can talk about more with the Jace consultants about the bonus height, which is about undercroft parking to provide for that. The result with the Kāinga Ora height was put in, those kind of rules weren't necessary anymore. There was enough height provided that they could do that if they wanted to without going for additional ones. The council for the council has already sort of provided feedback on the scope issue. My only comment was that from a planning perspective, I actually supported the increase in height. From a straight planning perspective, the Mokoroa one was relatively minor increase. The concern for Te Puke, as we've discussed before, is just about the process. The fact there has been a lack of engagement with the Te Puke community. This hasn't come through in any other submission process. So there's been an opportunity to get feedback from anybody on this one. So that was from that planning perspective, I had some reluctance about saying, yes, we can just roll that one out in this regard. So we've got quite a I guess, a relatively minor change for Mokoroa Stage 3, but the one for Te Puke is quite large, and I think, overall, depending on the scope issues, if that was deemed to be within scope, then I have no issues with that from a commercial height situation. I think the reality is, though, as Anna said, these properties are actually pretty typically small sites, and there's pretty limited opportunity at this present moment for people to come in and do sort of decent scale brownfield development. The development community showed no real interest when this was discussed very lightly early on in the process. But you know, again, longer term, if council engages with the community, it makes sense to have had that height increase in those areas. But also, I think it might also have sense to have increased height in the residential areas adjacent to it. So there's that wider connotations as well.
So for clarity, you're saying yes in one place and no in the other?
Yes, so yeah, nah, but yes, no, but probably a yes in the future, if, depending on the feedback from everybody, I guess. It's just, yeah, it's an interesting issue about the process, and that's, I'll leave that to the lawyers to argue about scope.
No, that's fine, thank you. Any queries, re heights to any of the staff?
Me again. This was actually a relatively minor matter in many ways, but it's actually got 5 bullet points. So let's just say initially it turned out there was a submission from the local residents regarding Francis Road industrial zone. He had concerns about the location and proximity of the Waipapa River. She identified various issues like noise pollution, diminishing the lack of green space, impacts on bird and wildlife, and potential for pollution runoff directly into the river. Regional Council made a field submission of support with additional suggestions that there should be a greater setback provided for industrial land adjoining the natural open space zone. They've asked for it to apply to all building structures and impervious surfaces. An additional provision was added to the industrial zone that increased the yard and setback provisions for all buildings and structures to a minimum of 10 metres where building adjoins the natural open space zone, or where property, sorry. Also, the extent of the natural open space zone was also increased in this locality, so also to consider these factors. There's actually no rule for impervious surfaces in the industrial zone, so it would be a brand new provision to introduce impervious surface setbacks. And it was something that was probably never been considered in any other parts of the plan from recollection in those areas. It's probably very difficult to monitor as well, I would suspect. So, I think they've sort of widened what the initial submission was, but the main setbacks for buildings and structures have been included in the plan.
Sorry, can you go back to that? I'm just thinking that one through. So can you see the logic of the request?
Yeah, I know what they're saying, that, and it's probably opens up a much broader, I guess, discussion about all the industrial zones and how those elements are controlled. There's no provisions in the industrial zones anywhere that I'm aware of that have controls for impermeable surfaces. It's just the normal coverage ones. So the setback from your buildings was going to be the key one. And in reality, on those areas, it'd be very unlikely they're going to put impermeable surfaces in those locations. What potentially could be considered is more of a landscape setback, which was applied in the other areas, yes, where there's actually been and that by default creates your vegetation clearance controls by that. So that's something that we could probably consider some more in that context. It's something that was applied on the other industrial zone areas. That was more from a pure landscape viewpoint. It's a little bit, I guess a lot of these things are a little bit interesting at the moment because we know Waka Kotahi are about to do the alteration to the designation, which could last through these areas. So sometimes it's a little bit, do we try and come up with a rule very bespoke for this or not? Right. But again, I'm open to any more discussion on that side of things, if that would possibly be a solution.
Thank you.
Financial contributions. I just got this first slide here as a bit of an introduction to how how it's done. So financial contributions taken under the Resource Management Act, so not the same as development contributions under building consent. So all of our financial contributions, they're charged for essentially council needing to provide infrastructure to allow growth of its community. So needing to invest in water supply, wastewater, stormwater, roading, rec and leisure reserves and other facilities. And also there's an ecological protection charge. Everything's based on a household equivalent. Household equivalent is defined in section 3, definitions of a district plan, which essentially looks at what a typical household would use and put pressure on infrastructure. So for example, water 0.6 metres cube per day, wastewater 0.5 metres cube per day, and transportation 10 vehicle movements per day. So every activity in the district is measured against a household equivalent. Through Plan Change 92, we propose to charge financial contributions per hectare of developable area. So as I mentioned earlier, that picture you saw before of the 15, 20 and 30 residential units per hectare is to align with those proposed charges. We've got a lot of submissions, retirement villages, one saying that they didn't believe it was fair to be charged on a per hectare basis and instead believe that they should be charged based on their actual use of infrastructure, which is typically lower use because their residential units would generally have 1.3 people in them instead of the 2.7 that an HHE is based on. So there's an existing rule in the district plan that did a basic calculation on that. 1.3 divided by 2.7 worked out at 0.5, even though it's not quite 0.5. But that's been the rule for a number of years, I'd say about 10 years. So in response to submissions, we've recognised the points from the Retirement Village Association and other submitters supporting them that it would be more appropriate to charge them, again, 0.5 of an HHE for their 1 to 2 bedroom units. And for all other facilities, cafe, hospital, whatever other activities that they would have, that these would be based on a specific assessment. So recognising that it was not always possible to work out what an HHE would be unless you knew the nature and scale of that activity and a bit more context. So the recommendation was to go and revert back to those rules for retirement villages rather than a per hectare charge. For all other developments, my recommendation was that we go back to using the existing rule framework. There wasn't a lot of difference once you revert back to the charges for retirement villages and minor dwellings. There was very little difference between a per hectare charge and charging based on net lot area, because net lot area also was based on a certain number of dwellings per hectare. It was just represented differently. And at the moment, in our urban growth areas of Waihi Beach, Katikati, Te Puke and Omokoroa, under the current rules, you get charged 1 HHE per 625 metres squared of net lot area or dwelling envelope. So a dwelling envelope has a definition that's essentially not the dwelling itself, but dwelling and its curtilage, all the area associated just with that dwelling. So that's how it's done under the current rules. My recommendation, though, is that we wouldn't simply go back to the current rules, because the 625 metres squared equates to about 12 dwellings per hectare, which is the densities we were seeing at the time, but they now have increased to 20 to 25. So my recommendation was they need to be adjusted so that we can charge in relation to the densities that we're now seeing. So there's some opposition to that. Just briefly note that another relationship between this table is that, and another section is Kāinga Ora, because they want higher densities, they would also expect that this table would adjust itself again to reflect the higher densities that they are looking for. Essentially what you see there, Waihi Beach and Katikati. And this image is actually taken from the submission of North 12 Limited Partnership. That's their request. That 625 equates to 12 dwellings per hectare. The Mokoroa Stage A, that 500, that equates to minimum of 15 per hectare, 375 to minimum of 20, and the lower one, 250, that's fair areas of a minimum of 30. So they're just a mathematical readjustment. And net lot area, by definition, is just the area available for residential development. So, you know, when someone goes to buy a house, that lot, the house, that's the net lot area. It doesn't include the roads, doesn't include reserves, doesn't include access ways. And also, the financial contributions rules also recognise that within a development there's also going to be land that's not usable. So land where you can't construct a dwelling because of natural hazards or geotechnical constraints, that also come out. But that's how those densities translate from 15, 20 and 30 per hectare to the net lot area. North 12 Limited Partnership, they have a couple of sites in Te Puke in the Greenfield area, and they have resource consents for their land, and they have resource consents approved for both of those, and a variation is in, and as a condition of consent they would have already had financial contributions set for those developments. However, they're still seeking changes. Now, my understanding of their submission point is that they believe that by going from 625 metres squared for one HHE to 375 for one HHE, or in other words, charging 20 HHEs now instead of 12, it's going to increase financial contributions by 67%. So basic calculation going from 12 to 20, 67%. They've provided quite a few reasons, including that Te Puke's Greenfield area is mostly consented and those financial contributions are set through conditions. Their main argument appears to be that Te Puke is not growing to more than 13,000 people. They say no additional infrastructures identified as needed to allow a population of more than 13,000 people, and that there's no evidence that council needs to collect more than 12 HHEs per hectare. So that's their main point. They are of the view that council only needs to charge 12 HHEs per hectare or one HHE per 625 in order to recover its full cost of providing the infrastructure. I don't agree with that. I didn't respond to each point in my evidence, but I focus on their main point, which is their contention that 12 HHEs will be enough. But I don't agree that Plan Change 92 is seeking to increase financial contributions by 67%. It's simply recognising that the number of houses essentially are going up 67% as well, and therefore we should be able to charge financial contributions for those. And just for some wider context, our existing financial contributions rules were set at a time back in 2016 where development wasn't happening at the speed it is today, and there were those lower densities of 12 dwellings per hectare. In fact, we needed to encourage people to go beyond 12, and to encourage them to go from 12 to 15, we offered 0.8 of an HHE, which essentially allows an extra 3 dwellings without any further charges, and that was used to encourage high densities. But anything more than 15, so 16 plus, was viewed as a risk for council. Those were not densities we would typically see, and there was a concern of the effect it may have on council's infrastructure, and a special assessment was introduced. And over the years, those densities have increased, like especially in the last, say, 6 or 7 years. We're no longer seeing 12 dwellings per hectare. We no longer need to encourage people to go from 12 to 15. The market is doing that anyway. We're now seeing 20 and up to 25 and slightly more in some cases. And council has been flexible in granting consents for those. Our existing residential rules, which go back to the operative district plan in 2012, they did not anticipate those high densities, and so they are typically non-compliant activities. So council has been granting those and being flexible and allowing for growth. We did an exercise following when the Section 42A reports were written. We did an exercise to test what would happen if we only charged 12 HHEs per hectare, which the submitter is suggesting should be sufficient. And under the operative district plan, it anticipated, I said, densities of about 12 per hectare. And in terms of infill, it allowed one dwelling per 350 metres squared of net lot area. So we did some calculations based on what we would expect based on that, and we got to a figure of around 11,600. Key point to note is that our infrastructure has been designed for 13,000 people for Te Puke. So council has based it on a projected population of 13,000 people. Infrastructure has been needed to provide for that population. Obviously, council needs to collect the funds it needs to provide that. And if the operative district plan was only allowing 11,600 people, that leaves us 1,400 short of the population we need to recover that money back. And it's only under what I call the modern day or current day situation where, because council's been granting the non-compliant applications for the higher densities and has, through Plan Change 92, introduced the MDRS, which allows a lot more infill. We've also introduced the rule 20 dwellings per hectare, plus we rezone more land, which has also been consented already. So it's only through Plan Change 92 and allowing those other developments that we've actually been able to enable the population around 13,000 and the opportunity to recover those costs. So my conclusion being that the operative district plan never anticipated significantly higher densities than 12, nor did it anticipate that we would find ourselves in a situation where we couldn't charge for the extra density. The operative district plan didn't enable 13,000 people to recover full costs. We had to do it through Plan Change 92. And therefore, the plan change should be allowed to adjust to the densities we're now seeing and charge those extra dwellings and units.
Any questions from the panel? I've got two. The dumb one, everyone else will know the answer to this, but when do you recover the financial contributions?
When do we recover them?
Yep.
There's a financial contributions model, which is also based on 13,000 people.
Yep.
I don't know the exact year, but it'll...
Oh, sorry, when do you recover them from the developer?
When in the process.
Yeah.
They need to be paid, well, within 2 years to keep at the current rate, but within 5. Yeah, at 2 to 4 stage.
Right.
Which,
in the next one, and again, others might already have answered this in the head, what is the resource management case here? I can see the financial case for the council. So what is the resource management argument for a decision that we might make in relation to this matter?
That council is required to recover financial contributions to cover its costs of providing infrastructure.
Right. Okay.
I don't know if
Yes, which are the most appropriate provisions to go on the plan. So Western Bay uses financial contributions only. And then section 108.10 of the RMA requires that the manner and how they will be collected is set out in the district plan. So
thank you. Useful, Jess.
The other, I guess, main outstanding submission is from Retirement Villages Association, Ryman Healthcare. So you see on the screen there what they believe the financial contributions should be for their villages. So in that first column, retirement units that are self-contained essentially. And in the right-hand column, all other units, assisted living, care rooms, hospital and dementia beds. these assumptions or research has been based on an average age of resident in the early 80s, and that's what they've explained. And I wouldn't agree that that's necessarily appropriate for Western Bay. The retirement villages we've seen recently provide for people from 55 up, 65 up. A lot of people move to the district when they're still younger and active.
Thinking Pierre could move in one of those near. Yeah.
So that they're moving to Western Bay when they're still active. They will be using reserves. They will be living more in line with how other people live outside of retirement villages. So I'm a little bit concerned about some of those numbers, very, very low there for recreation and leisure. You know, that a person living in a self-contained unit would only use reserves 5% as much as someone else. When I see that those retirement villages are marketed, you know, for younger, active lifestylers, they show their reserves and walkways and cycleways that are around them, and it's marketed on that basis. Also, these numbers don't take into account some of the recent consents that we've had, which have generally accepted that 0.5 of an HHE or 0.48 of an HHE is appropriate for their independent units. And so just wondering the justification for those much lower numbers. However,
well, didn't we just get an example a little earlier on of a consent that was just granted for a retirement home to be located right on the boundary of a reserve, all the kind of amenity values that that provides, even if they're passive? Thank you.
The numbers in the right-hand column, though, I would suggest are probably more realistic. You've got, you know, people living in situations that they are older on average and less able, and they will not, you know, if they're in those situations, they will not be going to reserves. And I'd probably suggest that those figures are probably worth considering. However, my concern is that what this table is showing is that only units within retirement villages would be charged for natural contributions. What about the other facilities that are also using water, wastewater? They've got hard surfaces, they've got buildings creating stormwater, and traffic movements. There's like public cafes at times and various other facilities that currently are charged in the district plan through a specific assessment.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing here is that it's not just reserves, but also like libraries and other community facilities that will be used, and that's part of the financial contribution that is charged.
Tony, I haven't had much to do with district plan stuff, so I've just got a question about how you make sure, well, how the financial contributions are formulated in a way that ensures that the targeted community, so if we're talking, this, for instance, we're talking Omokoroa, so we're making sure that Omokoroa are paying for Omokoroa services, or not in a situation where Te Puke pays for Papamoa's water pipe sort of thing. How does that work?
Well, financial contributions are charged on a per catchment basis. So, for example, in an urban area like Te Puke or Mokoroa, they have their own charge for water, stormwater, wastewater, roading based on the infrastructure that's provided within there. But there's also district-wide charges, so recreation and leisure, the reserves and libraries and community facilities, all those sorts of things. That's where, you know, the situation you're talking about may present itself, where you might live in Waihi Beach you pay your $13,000 for rec and leisure, but that money is used district-wide, and same with the ecological protection. So generally those ones where that issue arises.
Is there anything in the proposals that ensures a portion of that financial contribution is used at the place where it's, or where the activity is taking place?
Only with respect to water, wastewater, stormwater and roading. The other ones are still charged on a district-wide basis, and the district plan change proposal does not deal with that or find a solution for that.
Thank you.
There are other opportunities for the community to submit on that through, say, like the annual plan, for example.
Thank you. No other queries from the panel?
Just before Mr. Manahira starts, it's just another relationship here between financial contributions and what you're about to see. So within Appendix 7 structure plans, you'll see there's maps showing the infrastructure that's required, and there's also infrastructure schedules, which are part of working out the financial contributions, the actual dollar values of an HHE. So,
okay.
Good afternoon, panel. So Mr. Close stole my introduction, but Appendix 7 relates to structure plans, and there's two parts to the structure plan. There's the actual maps, which are a depiction of infrastructure-related projects to occur in a certain urban area. And this is probably quite helpful for Commissioner Bennett's question around how a financial contribution is spent. And the projects you see on these structure plans correlate to the next part of the structure plans, which are the infrastructure schedules, which have project costs. For example, there is a project in here, I can't quite see that, or there'll be a project code on this map, which will be referenced in the infrastructure schedules, which are a table of projects, and there'll be a project value associated with that, say $3.5 million. That project is then transferred to the annual plan, which is where council makes decisions on how it spends its money. So as we recover costs through financial contributions, then those costs will be then allocated to the bucket for those particular projects in that urban environment. I haven't got an image of the infrastructure schedules, but there is an example of it in the last page of attachment A of the rebuttal or the reply evidence that we've supplied. Generally, the Section 42A report for Appendix 7 was unopposed through evidence, but I will just move through a couple of points in the 42A report which I think are important to note. And in addition, I'll highlight those points where there is still discussion from a submitter's perspective. So just in terms of the introduction, a couple of key points from the introduction of the 42A report. There's a key point around estimated project costs. So just through time of plan change, those project costs haven't kept pace with the changing market. So just through the Section 42A report, we are recommending an update to the project costs to meet today's current estimates. And generally across the board, there's been about a 10% increase in project costs. The introduction also notes that there were some inconsistencies between the structure plan maps and the infrastructure schedules, where projects shown on the infrastructure maps weren't in the schedules, and vice versa. We've just corrected that administrative area through administrative error through the Section 42A report. Within the Section 42A report, there are 11 topics on structure plans. Topic 1 related to Te Puke roading projects. There was no evidence received on that topic. Topic 2 included, we received evidence on topic 2 from Jason Investments and Kiwi Green, where they are just raising a point of the original submission where they are seeking a structure plan road that connects the Omokoroa town centre to Prol Road. And that the road link is located here, where the requested road link is located here where this green line is. The green line's a walkway cycleway. Jace are asking for that to be a structure plan road. I haven't supported that request because that structure plan road is over the Ministry of Education's land, which is already designated and already has a notice of requirement. And there are no conditions in that notice of requirement to provide that road. So it makes it very difficult to achieve anything in that location. Topic 3 of the report related to Te Puke walkways and cycleways. No evidence received on that topic. Topic 4 related to the Omokoroa walkways and cycleways, and we did receive evidence on that topic. The evidence came from Mike and Sandra Smith, who have requested realignment of this green line in this location, which goes over their property. They are suggesting the better alignment of this walkway cycleway is to continue to head west towards an area where council has a designated stormwater pond. The issue with that alignment is that that conflicts with the future State Highway 2 realignment project. And for that reason, I wouldn't support the realignment in that location. The other point the submitter wanted to note was that the walkway cycleway through their land could potentially lead to additional land development costs at the time they go through a subdivision and development proposal. What I've noted in the rebuttal evidence is that I expect there will be compensation for those landowners if they deliver land or they deliver the walkway cycleway project. And in my view, that will mitigate some of those cost concerns. Topic 5 relates to the Te Puke stormwater structure, parts of the structure plan. I've only received supporting evidence on that structure plan from North 12, where in this particular location, North 12 have modelled that they may be supplying a stormwater pond that has a wider catchment function. So through the Section 42A report, we've set aside potential for compensation for that future infrastructure if North 12 demonstrate it has a catchment-wide benefit. Topic 6 relates to the Omokoroa stormwater part of the structure plan. There weren't any substantial changes to the map in response to submissions. They were more administrative changes. For example, some of the stormwater pond annotations, when notified, they were shown to be over existing dwellings, or they were in impractical locations, or they conflicted with natural freshwater features. So there's been some adjustment to the location of the annotations, just so they're cited in a more practical location. No evidence has been received on the changes that we have made. I did want to, however, draw the panel's attention to the discussion relating to regional council submissions, and in particular there's a lot of discussion within the Section 1242A report plus the Appendix 7 report, and where there is this complex relationship between a regional council consenting process for a comprehensive stormwater discharge consent for a whole urban area, and how that relates to strategy by council to manage stormwater in a structure plan area, and then how that also links back to district council resource consents for subdivision and land use development. In the context of that discussion for Appendix 7, regional council were seeking the inclusion of this particular diagram as part of the overall suite of structure plan images. I haven't supported the inclusion of that document in the set of structure plan documents, but what I do want to note is that we, as a council, Western Bay as a council, agree that that is a very important document to the management of stormwater in Omokurua. The difference in opinion is how that is implemented, and what we're proposing is that it's implemented through a change in rules under Section 12, and I'll come to that when I jump onto the next topic on how that works. What I just did want to note, however, is that if in deliberating over the Section 12 changes around this catchment management plan issue, just want to let the panel know is if they do make any changes to those recommendations, they'll just have to turn their mind back to whether this plan is relevant and should it be included in the set of structure plans. Topic 7. Topic 7 relates to Te Puke wastewater, and North 12 have submitted evidence which queries two things. The first thing being whether council has supplied information that demonstrates wastewater or infrastructure projects are needed in Te Puke to support intensification. And then the second question they've raised is whether all the projects shown are related to Plan Change 92 intensification. So just on the first question, has information been supplied? My view is that it has, and that information is included within Appendix 4 of the Section 232 report. And I think there is a really good summary in Appendix 4, report number 16, which is entitled the Te Puke Intensification Infrastructure Report. That's a council summary of all the technical information that was included in Appendix 4. And just a couple of key points from that report, where it says existing planned water supply upgrades ensure that the water network has sufficient capacity to cater for intensification. So that indicates to me that the existing network doesn't need to be upgraded to support intensification. The report advises that wastewater modelling by Aurecon identified areas within the network that would spill or result in larger overflows following intensification at Te Puke. A list of infrastructure upgrades has been included in the structure plan based on this assessment. So that indicates to me that council has gone through the Aurecon report, which is confusing because it talks about future structure plan areas which would take population over 13,000. However, that particular comment in the council report indicates that they've ratified that information and distilled it to identify projects that are related to Plan Change 92. There's another comment in here around the fact that council is undertaking a significant upgrade to the Te Puke wastewater treatment plant. Council engineering staff reviewed the capacity of the upgrade to ensure the future potential yield could be catered for by the wastewater treatment plant. Any further intensification beyond what has been outlined will need to be reviewed, as it will likely impact the future capacity of the wastewater treatment plant. So that particular comment is about the fact that the wastewater treatment plant is currently at capacity. There's an upgrade required to cater for a population growth to 13,000. If population is going to go over and above 13,000, then there's a need for a reassessment of what the upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant looks like. And that comment's relevant because it's signalling that council hasn't factored in a future upgrade of the wastewater treatment plant into the infrastructure project required for Plan Change 92. Then there's a comment in there around stormwater, where it says that stormwater assets in Te Puke are currently at capacity. However, we're not going to upgrade those current assets. We're going to look at other management options for stormwater in Te Puke. And therefore no additional stormwater projects have been identified in the infrastructure schedules. So just recap, I do think there's information that has been notified, that has been available to submitters around infrastructure projects required for Te Puke, and that demonstrates that council's gone through a process of distilling what's relevant to Plan Change 92 and what's not relevant, and which requires further consideration if there is an intent to go to a population above 13,000. Just going to pause there if there's questions.
Yeah, I've got a couple there. I'm just trying to get my head around it again. And, I think there's a parallel with the discussion we had about Waka Kotahi plans. So with stormwater, you were saying the council's got no plans, but it might rely on other management
so with stormwater, existing assets in Te Puke are at capacity.
Yes.
Council is not intending to upgrade the existing assets because it considers it can manage stormwater effects through other methods. And those other methods are things like limiting impervious areas, encouraging the use of soakage, or using at-source management of through detention of stormwater.
Right. And it's done some modelling on those scenarios. And go back to the wastewater scenario.
Yep, so wastewater, so there's an Oricon report within Appendix 4, which undertakes modelling of wastewater needs. There's a few scenarios in that report. It talks about existing need, future need based on intensification of existing infill and existing greenfield areas.
Yes.
And then it talks about wastewater need for some future greenfield areas which are not included in Plan Change 92.
Yes. Right. Is the plant currently compliant?
I understand there's a renewal process coming up for the plant, and it's possibly not compliant with its current consent.
Right.
What I understand also is that the existing reticulation, the manholes are bolted down because they are surcharging. So that the network is at capacity.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from the panel?
So that's around the information. Has that been supplied? And I believe yes. The other question is around the projects that have been identified on the structure plan, and whether they have a correlation to Plan Change 92. Just in summary, those have been re-reviewed by the engineers at council. At the time of my rebuttal evidence, there was one project which had no correlation to Plan Change 92. There is now two projects, and the second project is this one up here, WWIN2, which relates to the inlet pipe to the wastewater treatment plant. And so although that pipe is at capacity, I'm advised by the engineers that they don't currently have enough modelling information to be able to put their hand on heart and say that the upgrade of that pipe is tied to Plan Change 92. I'm not sure what it's tied to otherwise, but their recommendation is that we just remove that from the infrastructure schedules at this time, and that'll be redressed through the future Te Puke spatial planning.
Right. So what's the trigger? What will drive? We go through a process, and Plan Change 2 comes through, 92 comes through with the recommendations you've made. What are the drivers that lead to improved provision of stormwater and wastewater infrastructure if they're not currently programmed? What is that? Am I missing something? Is it that obvious?
Is that in relation to the two projects to be removed?
No, more generally.
More generally?
So Plan Change 92 effectively authorises an increase in population to 13,000. Pick a number. How are those outputs scheduled to provide for that?
So I might defer that question to our engineering team.
Yeah, sure.
At the back here. I'll just check in with who may be able to answer that question. So the scheduling is specified in the infrastructure schedule, but how that's determined.
Right.
Yeah, I can ask the question at engineers.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking that there doesn't appear to be any sort of triggers or thresholds there. We were talking in relation to Waka Kotahi about a non-complying status for future subdivision, something like that. So I'm interested in the triggers or the things that take you to a place where you've got real comfort that you can sustain a population of 13,000 against those services and the resulting environmental impact.
Ms. Ertel will assist.
Hi, I think I understand the question. So you're talking about when we know we need to do the upgrade? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, so the Plan Change 92 is approved.
Yeah.
So the potential future growth of that community is up to 13,000 people. You've got, from what we've just heard, plants at full capacity now and stormwater systems at full capacity. So what is it might be really obvious to you, but what does it look like so that you keep pace or are ahead of this development that is waiting to go on the back of this plan change?
Yeah, so just to clarify a little bit about the wastewater treatment plant,
yes.
That's just recently, in the last couple of years, gone through a resource consent renewal for its discharge.
Yes.
So the reason why the treatment plant hasn't yet been upgraded is more to do with getting that process completed so we knew what the new design standards that we needed to meet were. So the treatment plant's at capacity. It's not currently non-compliant because we had a time frame to meet new design standards. So that's the upgrade that's happening now in full growth. We also have asset management plans which kind of drive our key infrastructure and when we need it. And with that, we develop wastewater models and stormwater is a little bit separate, but wastewater models which help us understand the different flows and capacity of the network. That wastewater model we have for Te Puke, it's what we call an uncalibrated model. So it's based on our best engineering knowledge now, but then we go and we do monitoring of the network to calibrate the model, and that gives us a better, more refined understanding of what we need to do. We can then run a whole lot of different scenarios. So we then basically, as growth and applications come in, we keep an eye on those number of additional lots and that sort of stuff that comes in. And then when we review the LTP or the annual plan, we have a look at that modelling information and see if we're getting close to the capacity of those pipes. So the upgrades that we've included there for wastewater, they're not needed now, but they'll be needed in the future as the growth happens. So that gets reviewed and updated every 3 years essentially as part of the LTP. And then for stormwater, the stormwater network, it's at capacity, and the challenge with stormwater is around increasing rainfall intensities and climate change rather than necessarily growth, and to retrospectively go and upgrade all the pipe networks to cater for today's design standards would be unaffordable for Te Puke. So that's why we've proposed the alternative rules, which are a little bit more modern in terms of stormwater management around attenuate like tanks on the properties and that sort of stuff. It's more environmentally friendly, it's mimicking nature and a lot better than just shoving everything down the pipe, and that's why we've proposed those alternative rules. And similar to wastewater, we do modelling and stuff, which kind of keeps an eye on things and makes sure we're not going to make anything worse. And we have a catchment management plan and a comprehensive stormwater consent with regional council that requires us to keep an eye on that and review it every 7 years.
Thank you very much. It's useful.
You mentioned, Mr. Manahara, the complicated relationship between the regional council and the district council. What about 3 waters now, 10 waters? Is it relevant?
I haven't turned my mind to 3 waters. I think at this point in time, that the complicated relationship, I guess we have to make decisions based on where we're at with jurisdictional abilities of councils. Well, I'm not too sure of the status or the relevance of 3 waters at this point in time.
So we should just ignore 10 waters in relation to PC 30 and 92, should we?
Yes, that's right at this stage. And then when the new entities come in, I understand they'll take over the assets.
Joy's ahead of us all.
Thank you. Anything from you? All right, thank you.
Thank you. So the next topic in Appendix 7 was topic 8, and that related to Omokoro wastewater. Evidence was received from Jason Investments, and essentially their evidence was querying projects in this location labelled PS Dev, WWDev and WWDev as well. And the query relates to whether these particular projects should be funded by growth and through financial contributions. I haven't supported that approach on 2 points. One being a number of the structure plan items shown. They are there because there is limited or no alternative to servicing of land. In the case of these projects, they would service the Omokoro Town Centre and the Ministry of Education site. Both sites have alternative options for wastewater servicing. The other point that I make in my evidence is that those projects have no correlation to growth of other properties or realisation of development for those other properties. So that the benefit is really just to those 2 sites. I think it's unreasonable for a wider catchment to fund infrastructure which only benefits 2 properties. Topics 9 and 10 relate to water supply for the two urban areas. No opposing evidence has been received on either topic. Topic 11 relates to matters which didn't necessarily fall within an infrastructure category, but had some ties to Appendix 7. No opposing evidence has been received on those matters, but I do wish to draw attention to the correction of the Omokorua roading and walkway and cycle infrastructure plan. There was a submission from Waka Kotahi around their future roading projects, and in that discussion, I had recommended the deletion of a overlay that was shown on this concept plan, which was the NZTA buffer layer. And the reason why I supported deletion of that layer was because it had no impact on development, or there were no associated rules. It was really just there as a FYI, just for your information for district plan users to say, hey, there is a future roading project going to occur in this location. Through deletion of that buffer layer, there's potential that that information wouldn't be visible to district plan users. However, I didn't think that was necessary to show it on that plan because it was meant to be located on the Omokorua structure plan, roading and walkway cycle plan. However, that's been accidentally deleted in the redrafting of that structure plan. So it's just a note that needs to be reinstated as part of our recommendation. I'll just pause there if there's any further questions on Appendix 7.
Thank you. Go on, thank you.
So next topic is the Section 12 42A report. This section had 25 topics. I'm not going to go through topic by topic unless the panel would like me to, or they have topics they would like me to talk about. What I do propose is I just focus on the evidence received and those points of contention that are still outstanding.
Thank you.
The Fire and Emergency had requested through their submissions changes to the design standards for access ways. What they were seeking is changes to minimum widths, gradients, minimum widths of vehicle crossings, and other things that would be helpful to them for their vehicles to access emergencies as required. I have responded to that in the Section 42A report, and I haven't supported the requested changes, noting that the district plan, where it doesn't quite meet their request, is in a scenario which is quite limited, and it's constrained to subdivision for 1 to 2 lots. When you get over 2 lots, our minimum standards increase and actually meet their requirements. So in the evidence we provided, I've focused on that 1 to 2 lot scenario. I think the 1 to 2 lot scenario, the issue arises in brownfield development and mostly with your infill development. That's because those infill lots, they're already constrained, and space is constrained for access because of the positioning of existing buildings. To increase the minimum access width for brownfield could have the consequences of not being able to realise that development potential for those sites. If it is simply an infill development, if it's a redevelopment, then that's a different scenario. But for infill development, it's quite limiting. For greenfield, I don't foresee the same issue, but I don't think there is a need to change the standard for greenfield development because the risk is able to be managed by way of distance between future buildings, hydrants, and the length of private ways, which the district plan only permits to it the maximum length of 35 metres. I understand most fire appliances carry a hose of 50 metres long. So in greenfield scenarios, there's the ability to manage the risk.
So just for clarification for me, do you think of greenfield development and redevelopment as the same thing in that respect? In terms of the standards applying?
I think redevelopment possibly has more constraint than greenfield, and that's because redevelopment's occurring in areas where your water infrastructure is already in place.
Right.
And so there might be a challenge with separation from hydrants. I think if you're redeveloping under these new intensification rules, you could end up with more scenarios where the number of houses you're delivering is above 2, and therefore you'd be required to provide a wider access in any
That's
case.
what I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Is it a reality?
The challenges or
in Omokoroa in particular, are you getting redevelopment of sites?
I'm not aware of. Yeah, I guess I'm not on the ground enough to understand whether that's occurring.
Okay.
Any staff have any idea? I think Omokoroa traditionally, in recent years, been more greenfield rather than redevelopment. Te Puke, I think I did see an image the other day of some infill occurring, but it was quite limited in the last 5 years. There may have been 10 or 12.
Thank you.
Yep. The other matter that's still yet to be resolved, and we received evidence on, was from Kāinga Ora. We've been through a process of reviewing a specific rule in the district plan, which is 12.444C, which relates to development or activities having direct access to particular roads. And those particular roads, in the context of Plan Change 92, are Omokoroa Road, Pearl Road, and Francis Road. We did quite a bit of work on that rule because the district plan, as notified and also as operative, required resource consent for a non-compliant activity if an activity was seeking direct access to those roads. And the reason for
Can you just point them out on the map, sorry?
Yes. So this is Pearl Road.
Yep.
Omokoroa Road is the long spine road up through here. And then we also have Francis Road.
Right, thank you.
And so those roads are quite important to maintaining an efficient transport network for Omokoroa, particularly Omokoroa Road, which is the only way in and out of the peninsula. Francis Road and Pearl Road, in my view, also have a high degree of importance because they service most of that Stage 3 structure plan area. The non-compliant activity, we agreed with submitters, was that was quite constraining because there are circumstances where activities will need temporary access to those roads, such as construction activities, or there may be smaller blocks of land in those urban areas which want to go through with development before the necessary structure plan access has been provided. And I supported the view that we should be able to enable those scenarios. So we reworked the rule to allow that to occur as a restricted discretionary activity. What we also did in reworking the rule is we included an additional clause, which is there for the purposes of a backstop in the event that there is a request for access which is deemed by council to be inappropriate. And inappropriate in the context of that rule would be where there were safety concerns, where there were transport efficiency concerns, or for Francis Road, down in this location. The concern here is that direct access could compromise some of the outcomes we're seeking around interface between the industrial zone and the medium density residential zones. And this cross section here is a visual reference. And what that diagram shows is a cross section of Francis Road and the proposal to create some buffer through landscaping and through an earth bund that provides a visual buffer and some separation between the industrial zone, which would sit on this side, and the medium density residential zone on this side. So there's potential for direct access to Francis Road to compromise the delivery of that concept. So in reply to that evidence, the preference is to retain this backstop clause where if access is considered to be inappropriate, then you default to a non-compliant activity, and it just gives council more weight in its decision making to decline those inappropriate circumstances. The other matter to work through is stormwater, and we've gone through quite a process to whittle down the issues with Bay of Plenty Regional Council around how the district plan implements a stormwater strategy. So that those in-depth conversations have a strong relationship to national policy, and they had a strong relationship to the Bay of Plenty Regional Council consenting process for a comprehensive stormwater discharge consent for Omokoroa. So as pointed out in the Section 42A report, council are going through a renewal process for that stormwater discharge consent. As part of the application for that comprehensive consent, a proposal for a catchment management plan has been submitted. Regional Council, I don't believe have had sufficient time or have been through a process where they've ratified the strategy. So we're kind of stuck in this funny place where there's the need for a discharge consent based on a catchment management plan, which Western Bay are quite happy with. However, Regional Council they're quite happy with the in-principle approach of it, but they haven't provided their final consensus on the detail of that catchment management plan. And this is where I highlight that there's that complex relationship between the regional consents, structure planning, and ultimately subdivision and development. And that's because the catchment management plan, which is a little bit in limbo, that catchment management plan speaks to the comprehensive discharge consents. It speaks to structure planning, and it also speaks directly to subdivision and development. So it's quite central to the submissions of Regional Council and how we're managing that conversation at this particular time. I think in an ideal world, if the comprehensive discharge consent had been granted, then we would have had a catchment management plan that both councils agree on, and it probably would have simplified a lot of the submissions and the discussions for stormwater under Plan Change 92. In saying that, although this catchment management plan is in limbo, we've managed to reach a position which is with regional council where everyone's generally in consensus. And that's around how we implement the catchment management plan in the interim between the time decisions are made on Plan Change 92 and the next step in regional council's consenting side of things, which is the approval of the comprehensive discharge consent. There's going to be a period there where we've got decisions on Plan Change 92, but we have no comprehensive discharge consent. And regional council, we're fearful that the catchment management plan wouldn't have any weight in decision making for subdivision and development because their consenting process hadn't lined up with the plan change decision making process. What we've done is we've redrafted the provisions of the district plan, and the particular rule is 12.4.517, which requires subdivision and development to demonstrate consistency with a catchment management plan. And we've just called it a relevant catchment management plan, and that's intentional because it would allow the catchment management plan to evolve over time and allow us to implement the evolved version of that catchment management plan without being constrained by another plan change process. And I think regional council takes some comfort in the fact that we can adapt to the changing management techniques as identified in the catchment management plans.
Sorry, can you just repeat the clause number that you gave us at the start of that?
12.4.5.17.
Thank you. Just while we're on those, Jim, you were talking about non-complying activity status before. This might be one for you, but what if that wasn't available to you as a consequence of the new Act?
Then I guess it would fall to the next category down, which is just discretionary, as I understand it.
Yes. Yeah, we've proceeded on the basis of what we can do as of today.
Yeah.
Noting that MBA is yet to be here. But I would agree with Ms. Stubbing that we'd have to make amendments to that.
So if the non-complying status gave you some comfort in terms of the rigour of assessment that's applied, what's sitting in the discretionary status that gives you that same comfort? Might be a rhetorical
My view
question,
is the difference between the non-compliant status and the discretionary status is the gateway test. And I think that's all we would lose if it defaults back to discretionary.
Yeah. Thank you.
So just to kind of frame up position with regional council is that there's general agreement around how we are going to implement a catchment management plan, and there's general comfort between authorities on how that's going to occur. Regional council have, in their evidence, asked for some additional changes to the rule I've just mentioned, but also recommended objective 12.2.16 and policy 12.2.2.7, along with some other wording changes to that other provision. I haven't supported those changes. One of the changes uses some words which says that there shall be no increase in risk. I feel that that's quite a high threshold and could potentially be a threshold that no one is able to achieve, and therefore that could stifle outcomes around urban outcomes. I also think that those words conflict with the direction of the regional policy statement around risk, where the regional policy statement supports outcomes of low risk, and therefore there is an increase in risk, but it's still low risk, then it should be suitable. And there should be the ability for an approval to proceed, or rather than the no risk approach, which could hold things back, I guess. There are some other changes that they've requested, and I just I can see where they're coming from. I just don't think they're necessary at this particular time. The other matter which we haven't reached agreement on is the term integrated management and what that means in the context of Plan Change 92 and also the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. Regional Council in their submissions were pursuing rules which required joint resource consent applications, and those applications would be subdivision, stormwater discharge and earthworks, and they were seeking that because in their view that's what integrated management meant, or that was a way to achieving integrated management. In hindsight, Regional Council have agreed that such a rule would fetter Council's discretion under Section 91, and so they've softened the relief sought to an explanatory note, which essentially asks for the same thing and makes suggestions to applicants that they should go through a joint application process. My view on integrated management is that it doesn't require joint applications. The NPSFM directs councils to work together and giving effect to the national policy statement. It also asks councils to coordinate on their efforts to give effect to that statement. I think the resource consent process is the wrong level of where that coordination should occur. My view is that the coordination should actually be occurring at the policy and plan level, where you've got a regional plan and a district plan talking the same language around how freshwater resources are to be managed. And the reason for that is if the plans aren't using the same language, there's a high risk that at the resource consent level, one consent may fall over because it doesn't have the same discretion as, say the district council didn't have the same discretion as the regional council, because their planning documents don't provide the same level of jurisdiction over certain matters. So I haven't supported in my 42A report and continue not to support the need for that explanatory note, but do note that there should be some coordination at that policy level.
So even
between the plans,
even an explanatory note that says, that points to joint hearings where there's value in it, so you can still evade and escape. Are you saying you don't support an advice note in that regard?
Well, I guess I question that and say there's two questions to that. It's one, is there a consequence of including that explanatory note in the plan? And I would say no, there's no consequence. Right. But I think the question for me is it necessary? And I don't think this process necessitates the need for that particular explanatory note because it's already covered by the RMA.
So if joint hearings are just a means to an end, which is one way of looking at it, just like risk management is a means to an end, it's not the end itself. Are you saying that the end is better achieved by way of integrated policy making? Because I'm left wondering what it's like here when you get an applicant making resource consent applications and they're processed separately by two authorities that are doing their own thing. How does that play out for integrated management?
I think that's a practice thing. So there are practice currently allows separate consents to be lodged. Yep. But there is that discretion within Section 98, Section 91 to consider, hey, is there other consents required from other authorities that would assist with our decision making? Yes. I think in practice, there is a strong connection between district authorities and regional authorities in this area through internal review and sharing of information around resource consents.
Yeah.
So there is a level of coordination in practice. It's already occurring, but I think the stronger approach is at a policy level. They have plans that are talking to each other.
Thank you. Any other questions from other panel members? Thank you.
There is another matter through Regional Council, which is around a hydraulic assessment, which is, in summary, a whole of catchment assessment of stormwater risk, and then a whole catchment assessment of stormwater mitigation. So the catchment, where am I? The catchment Regional Council are concerned about is shown by this yellow line, and that is called Stormwater Catchment M1. Regional Council have a concern that there has not been sufficient analysis of stormwater within this catchment to determine what is the potential effect at this location, which is the lowest point of the catchment and where stormwater collects. What is the effect of that on Kiwi rail infrastructure? Yeah. I agree that assessment hasn't been done. Western Bay agree that the assessment is needed. The disagreement is where that assessment and when that assessment is provided. The options being, is it provided as part of this plan change process? Is it provided as part of the comprehensive stormwater discharge consent process? Or is it provided at the time of detailed engineering design for a stormwater wetland indicated by this blue annotation there? So my view is that it's one of the two latter ones. So it's either the comprehensive stormwater discharge consent or the detailed engineering design for the stormwater pond, rather than this plan change, because the only way we could implement it through this plan change is to include a rule in the district plan which says that an assessment is required. The responsibility for that assessment, in the view of council, is that it actually lies on Western Bay rather than individual landowners who are doing subdivision and development in that location. So if you included a rule in the district plan which said that this assessment is required to be done, once council does the assessment, the rule no longer has any relevance. So it doesn't feel like a necessity for me to include it in the district plan, because it's a bit of a one-hit wonder kind of rule. So I still retain a view that it should be attached to those other processes at this point in time.
So for the purposes of a Part 2 assessment or an NPS assessment, how do we get through that? You're saying the Regional Council view is that there's a concern, a legitimate one, as you've set out, because the work's not done yet. How do you get through it as a decision maker and say, look, we're comfortable that fundamentals are provided for?
So the need for that hydraulic assessment is specified as a requirement within the draft catchment management plan for Omokoroa. The redrafted Rule 124517 requires subdivision and development to demonstrate consistency with that catchment management plan. So I think there is a backstop, although it's not a clear backstop, something that sits in the plan and that's entirely visible, but there's a backstop in that provision that says you need to comply with the catchment management plan, and the catchment management plan says you need to do a hydraulic assessment. If the hydraulic assessment hasn't been done, then you don't comply with the catchment management plan, and then that has implications for your consenting process. So a bit of a complicated response.
No, that's all right. It's a complicated issue.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions from the panel? Because I think we might take a break for afternoon tea. It feels like we just had lunch. Went on for hours, didn't it?
Yeah, where did this come from?
So we might take a break for afternoon tea. I see that that's got to be Waka Kotahi at the back of the room there. So we'll take a break for 15 minutes, then come back. I think we had an... Oh, sorry, Alan. Yes?
I want to just follow up the earlier question I made about 10 Waters, and just go back to the relationship between regional council and district council. My understanding is that regional councils are responsible for regional issues. And yet a lot of what you're talking about here, I would have thought were district issues. And so is it not possible to negotiate directly with the regional council without them objecting or submitting on your council's plan and sorting out these issues of what's regional and what's district? I understand you may be frustrated, but what's the way forward in resolving this? Because it doesn't seem to me the best way is at a hearing like this.
No, and if I look back to February, when I first came on to this project, I feel there was quite a bit of separation between Regional Council and Western Bay Council around some of these issues. And we've managed through discussion and engagement to whittle down those issues and those different positions, because there was quite a gap. We've managed to get that down to just a couple of small points. So I think in the process we have had that conversation with the view that we would get to this hearing in agreement as much as possible. And that's where we are today. It's really just a couple of minor wording changes and topics which are presented to before this hearing for consideration of the panel.
I hope you understand my frustration.
Yes.
It seems to me that these sort of details that you're in dispute with the regional council are far better resolved by negotiation and, if necessary, mediation, rather than leaving us to hear from the regional council and say, hey, we can't agree on this, then we've got to make a decision. And so I just lay that challenge before your feet, before the regional council comes before us.
Thank you. And with that good cheer, we will break for a cup of tea. We'll be back at 20 past, if that's all right. No, we had it. Thank you.
Yes, I really think it is. Do you know if Julie's still coming in from Piriraka?
Yes, I think
she is today.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, this afternoon, yeah.
Right, we'll reconvene if that's all right. So a couple of things just before we get into our first submitter. So we're going to invite Waka Kotahi to come in, present to us, and just park the team from council for a minute or two. But there's a couple of things. First, an apology from me. We're maybe asking a few questions and drawing things out, but and so we're using a bit more time than we really have. So in what's remaining for the council team, if you can bring the highlights package, if that's all right, and we can go back and go through. So that's on me. But then also some homework for overnight, because who doesn't want that? Could we ask the council team to make a bit of a schedule for us? We've got a few from today of those things that you're very nearly there on, because I've heard that quite a bit today. We're nearly there with Waka Kotahi, or we're nearly there with the regional council, we're nearly there with whoever it might be, and I'd like to see a list of who those nearly theres are, so that we can have a discussion about what it looks like to get there without necessarily having us do it. All right. So that's an overnight. We'll just check in the morning on that, and at the end of the day, we'll see how things go. So if we can just invite Waka Kotahi up to the table, that would be great. Thank you. We'll just ask you to introduce yourself, and the time is yours for this next hour or so. Hey, that's great. Thanks. Just, yeah. I'll hear you a lot better now, I'd say.
Okay, perfect. Well, first of all, thank you very much for taking the time to hear from us this afternoon. Now, I understand that you have been circulated a copy of our speaking notes. All three of us will be speaking from those notes. I do have hard copies available.
Yes, we've got them. Thank you.
Perfect. My name is Rodney Albertine. I'm a principal planner at Waka Kotahi New Zealand Transport Agency. I'm attending today to speak to Waka Kotahi's submission. I'm accompanied today on my left by Duncan Tyndall from GHD, and on my right by Mr. John Oliver from BBO. I'll leave them to introduce themselves properly in due course, but Mr. Tyndall has prepared expert traffic engineering evidence for us, which he will speak to. Mr. Oliver is Waka Kotahi's consultant principal project planner for the Takitimu Northlink project, which he will give you an overview of. That project has significant implications for development within the Omokoro Peninsula and Plan Change 92. I will take Waka Kotahi's submission as read, but would like to take the opportunity to highlight and provide further clarity on only one substantive and consequential matter that remains unresolved from Waka Kotahi's perspective. That being that the traffic modelling commissioned by Council and undertaken by Becca shows that the interim roundabout, which is due to be constructed at the intersection of Omokoro Road and State Highway 2 in the near term, does not have sufficient capacity to accommodate the full build-out of Omokoro as enabled by Plan Change 92. There is therefore a need in Waka Kotahi's view for Plan Change 92 to incorporate a rule or performance standard supported by appropriate objectives and policies that affords non-complying activity status to subdivisional development within the Stage 3 structure plan area once the capacity of the interim roundabout is reached. This activity status would apply until such time as a grade separated interchange or equivalent becomes operational. In Waka Kotahi's view, the absence of such provisions would create the potential for significant adverse traffic safety effects and operational effects. A rule in general accordance with what I've just described has been drafted with input from Becca, Council's traffic consultants, Council and Waka Kotahi. This type of trigger is commonplace across the country and in my experience generally works well to ensure that staged development aligns with the delivery of critical infrastructure. The Western Bay of Plenty District Plan, for example, includes such provisions relating to subdivision within the Minden Lifestyle Zone located to the south of Omokoroa. This rule affords non-complying activity status to development prior to the delivery of the requisite transport infrastructure, which is essentially what Waka Kotahi is seeking in this instance. I have compiled a list of similar provisions from district plans across the country, which I'm happy to share with the panel if you find that helpful, just for comparison's sake. I've printed off some copies, I'll share those with you. In Waka Kotahi's view, it is important that the rule affords non-complying activity status to development once the capacity of the roundabout has been reached. This activity status would signal that development beyond the area's infrastructure constraints is not anticipated, putting council in a strong position to impose stringent conditions of consent or, if necessary, to decline consent. Controlled, restricted discretionary or discretionary activity status would signal that development beyond the area's infrastructure constraints is broadly anticipated by the plan. Omokoroa's Stage 3 structure plan area is not an existing residential area mandated for upzoning by the Act, and for this reason Waka Kotahi has sought that the aforementioned rule applies only to the Stage 3 structure plan area. Council's traffic assessment has suggested a development trigger based on housing unit equivalents, or HUIs. The HUI trigger is essentially a proxy for when the interim roundabout is anticipated to reach its full capacity. However, Council has raised concerns regarding its ability to apply a HUI-based rule due to challenges with monitoring this particular growth metric. There are various other proxies besides housing unit equivalents that could be used, and Waka Kotahi is very flexible in this regard. We're keen to avoid a rule that Council does not consider would be easily applied. Waka Kotahi and its specialists are available to work with Council to discuss alternative trigger metrics that it would be more comfortable with. Just one further thing I wanted to clarify in terms of relief sought. Waka Kotahi's original submission sought that a similar rule be applied to development before the interim roundabout is constructed, given that the intersection in its current form is not safe. However, Waka Kotahi no longer wishes to pursue this relief, as we now have sufficient confidence that the interim roundabout will be delivered in the very near term. Finally, I'd just like to highlight that Waka Kotahi is supportive of Plan Change 92 in principle, but considers it important that this amendment is made so as to adequately address the proposal's traffic safety and operational effects. I'm happy to take any questions now. Alternatively, I will hand over to Mr. Oliver and then Mr. Tyndall to talk through their statements. But
unless there are any questions now, right away, perhaps we continue on with your contribution and then come back. We have got some questions.
Thank you. Well, hand over to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's John Oliver and I'm a planning consultant with Blocks and Burnett and Oliver based in Tauranga. I'm a project manager working for BBO on Takitimu North Link Stage 2. And so these notes that I'll just run through are just to bring you up to date with the latest status of that project and particularly how it interacts with Plan Change 92. So Stage 1 of Takitimu North Link is under construction at the moment from Takitimu Drive to Te Puna. This current program is for that project to be completed around 2027. So Takitimu North Link Stage 2 will connect to Stage 1 near Loop Road on SH2. And it will extend west to a point just past Omokoroa Road, tying into the existing State Highway 2 just before the Waipapa Stream Bridge. Stage 2 is 8 kilometres in length and runs generally close to and parallel with the existing State Highway 2. Stage 2 is a proposed 4-lane median divided highway with flexibility to allow 2 of the lanes to be allocated to high occupancy vehicles It includes a shared walking and cycling path running parallel to it on the northern side, and the existing State Highway 2 will be retained and reconstructed where necessary to serve as a local road along the full length of the project. A grade separated interchange is proposed at the existing Omokara Road SH2 Youngson Road intersection, and there'll also be overbridges across the highway at Te Puna Quarry Road Snodgrass Road and at Plumbers Point Road Barrett Road to carry local traffic. A new bridge is proposed across the Te Puna stream, together with several other bridges across wetlands and streams on the new highway and also existing SH2. The Stage 2 project includes multiple stormwater treatment devices, including constructed wetlands, roadside swales to treat stormwater runoff, and upsizing of several culverts under State Highway 2, which will provide fish passage. Some of the land adjacent to the highway will be used for stream realignment and wetland replacement to offset and compensate for features impacted by the highway. This includes approximately 33 hectares of wetland restoration and creation and associated riparian planting to offset and compensate for the impacts on a wetland near Omokara Road. I won't run through the objectives of the project, but just turning to work to date. So the work to date includes the completion to a draft stage of technical and expert assessments, including transport noise, ecology, stormwater, flooding, geotech, soil contamination, ecology, and archaeology. And project partners and stakeholders and potentially affected landowners and other parties have been consulted quite extensively over the last 2 years. In terms of designations and resource consents, a notice of requirement is needed to alter current designation D181, which is in the Western Bay of Plenty District Plan. That existing designation already provides for a 4-lane realignment of State Highway 2, generally on the same alignment as Takatimi Northlink Stage 2. But it's not wide enough to accommodate the latest geometric or environmental standards or the shared walking cycling path. Designation order also does not include sufficient land for the grade separated interchange at Omokara Road. So the D181 designation only allowed for a roundabout at Omokara Road, not a grade separated interchange. Resource consents from Western Bay of Plenty District Council are also required under the NES for contaminated soil, and resource consents will be required from the Regional Council under the National Environmental Standards Freshwater, and also for a suite of activities under the Regional Natural Resources Plan. Waka Kotahi intends to lodge designation and resource consent applications with the 2 councils in December of 2023. Just talking briefly about Stage 2 funding, Takatimi Northlink Stage 2 is yet to receive construction funding. To date, confirmed funding for the project includes the designation process and resource consenting of Stage 2 only. Current funding is intended for route protection, and approval of designation and resource consents will provide certainty that construction can commence once funding is made available. Construction of funding is unlikely to be available within a 10-year window. Turning to Plan Change 92 and its relevance. So Takatimi Northlink Stage 2 is a key transport link identified in the Smart Growth Strategy and in the Urban Form and Transport Initiative, intended to support sub-regional urban growth at Omokara. And the Omokara interchange is a key infrastructure item that provides support for urban development that's enabled by Plan Change 92. Grade separation is required to provide for full urban development as envisaged by Plan Change 92 and the Stage 3 structure plan. Project team has been working closely with Western Bay staff to align the projects wherever practicable. And this is focused on integrating the long-term grade separated interchange with the progression of interim upgrades of Omokara Road and the SH2 Omokara Road intersection. Consideration has also been given to the future realignment of Francis Road to connect to Omokara Road, which forms part of the Takatimi Northlink Stage 2 project, but it is also an important future collector road within the Stage 3 structure plan. As a result, the preliminary design of the proposed roundabout at the Omokoroa Road, Francis Road, Industrial Road intersection that forms part of the short-term works being undertaken by Western Bay will be compatible with the grade separated interchange design. So therefore, that particular roundabout will form part of both the short-term works and also the long-term project. The preliminary design of the interchange includes an underpass under Omokoroa Road that will connect the shared path to the western side of Omokoroa Road, where the Stage 3 structure plan envisages a park and ride and sports park, which will be key movement and transport hubs. There have also been discussions with council staff about potential shared use of stormwater treatment wetlands, and we've provided preliminary design drawings of the grade separated interchange to Western Bay Plenty District Council so it can be taken into account in the Omokoroa structure plan Stage 3. So that drawing up there is the northwestern part of the project. So it shows the proposed interchange and the realignment of Francis Road. I'll point it with my handy. Oh, that's better. Yeah, sorry. So this is the, actually this is from the eastern end here. So Loop Road is where the interfaces between Stage 1 and Stage 2, where the two projects join. And then, as you can see, the Takitimu North Link 4-laning project actually runs on the south side of the existing state highway through here, under Te Puna Quarry Road, which will be bridged over top of it to connect with Snodgrass Road with a roundabout, a local road roundabout at this point here. And it essentially runs along just parallel again to the existing highway, all the way through to Te Puna Stream, where the new bridge is shown there across the Te Puna Stream. So just past there, the highway continues to run on, the new highway runs on the south side of the existing highway, but just before it reaches Barrett's Road, it crosses over. So Barrett Road will connect to Plumbers Point Road across the highway here. And then from this point to the north, the new highway will run on the north side of the existing highway. Just swap those over so I can point to this one. Thank you. Check the other one. Yeah, that one there. That one, yeah. So from this point here, we've just come on from that, just past Plumbers Point Road, and you've got the highway, new Takitimu North Link running along this side here up to Omokoroa Road. And the old state highway stays as a local road on the, based on the south side of it, connects to a realigned Youngstown Road through here, and then the full grade separated interchange connecting Omokoroa Road and Youngstown Road. This is the Francis Road realignment, which closes the existing intersection of Francis Road, realigns it through the Stage 3 structure plan area to join the Industrial Road, which is here. And that roundabout is the one I was saying is in a position that is long-term compatible with the full interchange design. Perhaps a couple of other key features in this area. So, as I mentioned, there's about 33 hectares of ecological restoration, particularly wetland restoration. So quite a large portion is in this area here, because the wetland, the high quality wetland that is impacted by this interchange design is just in this location in here. And so what we've developed is a package of offset and compensation for that impact. that includes this area here, plus another area just down to the south there, next to the Tupuna stream, together around about 33 hectares. We've identified a potential borrow site in here, which is a piece of fairly flat land, which has potential for good quality fill material that could be used on the site. Not an absolute given that it will happen, but we're allowing for it at the moment. So this red line that all the way through here is the extent of the designation. Obviously, you can see it extends quite a long way outside the actual alignment of the highway. A combination of significant earthworks, particularly through this end of the job, and also the need to include all these mitigation areas within the designation, because they will form part of the infrastructure that will be provided. So that last stream, maybe. So this one just illustrates the overlay of the footprint of the Omokara interchange on the zoning. This was the notified zoning from Plan Change 92. So it just shows how Omokara Road will be realigned to line up with Youngson Road. Permanent long-term roundabout there. This little leg here will be provided as part of these Takitimu North Link works. Obviously, there are options there for access into the park and ride, potentially in this area here. The rest of the interchange is a significant piece of infrastructure that will take some time to build. And you can see that it doesn't line up very well with the interim roundabout that's being built, which just sits around about here. Basically, we did look very much at being able to coordinate that roundabout with this interchange, but the levels are just so different that it was not possible to do without very significant land acquisition and earthworks as well. I think that's all I needed to point out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. That's really useful.
Tēnā koutou katoa, te whakapaparangi me ingarangi ko Yorkshire te whanua tupu, ke taronga o Ewa ana, ko Duncan Tyndall toko ingo. My name is Duncan Tyndall. I am Technical Director Transport for GHD, with over 27 years experience in transport planning and traffic engineering. My qualifications and experience are contained in paragraphs 2.1 to 2.6 of my evidence dated 25th of August. My evidence was focused on the effects of proposed Plan Change 92 on the State Highway 2 Omokara Road intersection. I have read Mr. Clowe's rebuttal evidence, in which he responds to some of the statements I made in my evidence. In section 8 of my evidence, I described the current state of the intersection as a priority T intersection. I continued to then describe an interim roundabout that is proposed for implementation prior to the end of June 2025, which would provide additional capacity. In paragraphs 8.7 to 8.11, I discussed the potential future grade-separated intersection, which is currently being considered as part of the Wakataihi project, Takitimu North Link Stage 2, as just been described by Mr. Oliver. However, I note that this is currently unconsented, unfunded, and does not appear in any future programme for implementation. As such, it is my opinion that this does not have sufficient certainty to be considered within the assessment of the transport effects of proposed Plan Change 92. In paragraphs 10.8 to 10.14 of my evidence, I highlighted a risk with the assessment that was predicated on the higher capacity of a roundabout featuring a double left turn from Omokara Road. In section 9 of my evidence, I discussed the component sources of the vehicles that will pass through the intersection in the future. These include those associated with current land activities, such as dwellings, commercial and educational buildings, activities that can occur under the current district plan, and those that will be enabled through this plan change. I've created a simplified diagram, figure 1, which is intended to show the intersection capacity with the scenarios I discussed and the demands on the intersection. And that's appended to my statement, which I think was circulated. My diagram isn't as pretty as Mr. Oliver's, but I trust might be useful to aid that understanding. On the left-hand side, it shows the varying stages of the development. So of the intersection with the current T intersection providing the lowest level of capacity, a roundabout scenario, some more, and then finally, if and when Tauranga Northern Link grade separation goes in, that will reach the highest level of capacity. On the right-hand side is a simplified bar chart showing who it is that would be putting those trips through the intersection, and shows it gradually increasing from the currently developed land that can still be developed under the current district plan, and that which is proposed to be enabled through Plan Change 92. Those side by side, I hope, helps to understand why we're having the conversation regarding the potential for a trigger that's needed prior to the full build-out of Stage 3. In my evidence, I relied on the technical work undertaken by Mr. Jeffcoat of Becker on behalf of the Western Bay Plenty District Council. This included two specific documents. The first provided as attachment E to the Section 42A report, and a subsequent document, including an errata, that provided updated analysis and proposed a trigger, which I attached as attachment A to my evidence. A key element is that attachment E analysis reported the overall capacity of the intersection and did not reflect the level of service F predicted for specific movements on State Highway 2 southbound, which is from Omakurawa towards Tauranga, and from Omakurawa towards Tauranga in the morning peak. Mr. Jeffcoat has undertaken analysis of the demand and presented this using the term household equivalent units, or HUE. This reflects that some dwelling types, specifically retirement housing, generate substantially less trips in the peak periods than an average dwelling. So I note in his rebuttal at paragraph 39, Mr. Clow has questioned the complexity and therefore the ability for the council to understand how to calculate this if there was a rule related to HUE. I would note that it was their evidence that introduced that term, and I was retaining that for consistency. I do not consider there is any challenge with using dwellings, as Mr. Clow proposes in the latter part of paragraph 41, noting again that the difference is specifically related to retirement dwellings. In this latter document on page 4, Mr. Jeffcoat states that the point at which level of service E is exceeded, the point which I consider the roundabout is no longer considered to be safe or efficient, would occur at 4,904 household equivalent units. Mr. Jeffcoat goes on to state that this is expected to be reached in 2046. As such, I do not agree with Mr. Clow's assertion in paragraph 41 of his evidence that when Plan Change 92 is operative, it is anticipated that growth can occur without restriction until 2048. The evidence presented via Western Bay Plenty District Council shows that the full effects of Plan Change 92 would exceed the capacity of the currently proposed infrastructure. In regards to if a rule is needed or not, given the anticipation that this is far into the future, I would suggest that having a rule at the time of the plan change occurring provides all parties with visibility and clarity. Whilst the plan would be reviewed over the next 20 years, this may not still give adequate time to respond and provide the required infrastructure, as Mr. Oliver has just described. It's quite significant. I'm happy to take any questions that may help support your understanding of my evidence.
Thank you very much to all three of you. Perhaps questions from the panel? Start at that end.
In your paragraph 5, your last sentence, you say there isn't sufficient certainty to be considered within the assessment of transport effects of change 92. And then in your paragraph 13, you say, the full effects of plan change 92 would exceed the capacity of currently proposed infrastructure. How do we reconcile that as a panel?
Apologies. In paragraph 5, I'm referring to the Takitimu Northern Link, which is the unconsented, unfunded element of the infrastructure, which would, with all expectation, provide adequate capacity for all of the development proposed within Plan Change 92. Paragraph 13, I refer to the currently proposed infrastructure, and by that I refer to the roundabout, which has got a proposed implementation plan and a proposed date, which is before 2025. So to refer to my figure that I've appended, the planned infrastructure is the capacity that's provided by the roundabouts, the at-grade roundabout imminently to be provided, whereas the earlier paragraph referred to that future potential of the Takitimu Northern.
Now, I understand the distinction you're making, but are you going so far as to suggest that Plan Change 92 should not be implemented because it exceeds the capacity of planned infrastructure?
So again, if I can refer back to my figure, from the assessment, the technical assessment that's been undertaken to date, it shows that there is capacity for part of the land use enabled by Plan Change 92 once the roundabout is in place. There's possibly some debate as to whether it's 80%, 90% of that land, but within that band. And so what I've tried to show there is that with the at-grade solution, there's the ability to provide the majority of the capacity required for the majority of that land use, but not quite that final last bit. And it's that last bit which is being discussed. And in the Becker addendum report, which included within my evidence, that's where that trigger comes in, which is to allow for the majority of stage 3 development to occur prior to any grade separation of the intersection, such as with Takitimu North Stage 2. But once or if Takitimu Stage North was to occur, or something similar, that would then allow for the full development of enabled by Plan Change 92.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the problem, but it leaves us with a problem as a panel, and it leaves the council with a problem. But that's as far as you can take it, I guess.
I might defer to planning colleague.
Yeah, I wonder if I could just give a little bit of sort of additional perspective from Waka Kotahi's end. So our position is that we support Plan Change 92 in its current form, despite the fact that there is not sufficient transport infrastructure funded to accommodate the full growth that could be delivered, provided that there is this rule, non-complying activity status, that would prevent that last bit of extra growth proceeding until the requisite infrastructure is in place. So in my experience, it's fairly common for plan changes to be approved and supported, even though the requisite infrastructure isn't there, provided that there is a rule in place to essentially stop development, or not necessarily even stop it, just allow the council to have a reassessment point. So you now breach a rule because the capacity of the intersection has been exceeded.
A trigger, if you like.
Exactly. So it's a trigger. Yeah.
Thank you.
So just to answer your question, yeah, in Waka Kotahi's view, it is appropriate to support, rezone the land, subject to, and it's very critical that there is this trigger in place.
Now I understand. Thank you.
Can I? Yeah, perhaps we could have page 12 of Mr. Clo's rebuttal evidence up, because that has that suggested rule that I think you were referring to. The one thing we don't have is that magic number of residential units if we were to recommend that trigger. And I mean, we've heard from Mr. Clow, and you've seen in his rebuttal that he's not convinced it's necessary, but it does seem from your evidence that you are of a different opinion. So, so I think, you know, from our perspective, it would be useful to have a bit more detail on that.
Yeah, I'll hand over to Duncan to give his view. From Waka Kotahi's perspective, we agree that there are many different proxies that could be used to represent, you know, when the roundabout will reach its capacity, whether it be residential units, just number of new lots, building consents. So that list that I'll circulate to you uses a very wide, that list contains a very wide range of rules, all intended to achieve the same thing, but with different triggers. As I mentioned in my notes, we are not wedded to any particular trigger, whether, you know, Huey has some advantages and some disadvantages. The same applies to all those other different types of triggers, so residential units. I guess the important thing from our perspective is we're very flexible in that regard, and provided that there is a well-reasoned engineering methodology behind that trigger, we would be happy to support it.
Thank you.
Can I ask, there's a couple of general questions here, but can I ask, is this capable of resolution in your view without the panel making its decision, making the decision? Is there time in this hearing process for you and Western Bay of Plenty to be together and resolve this matter and bring us a collective view?
In my view, there certainly is that potential. The council has been very accommodating to date in terms of, you know, we've met a number of times and discussed quite a bit of length, so there is a fair bit of water that's gone under the bridge at this point, but sometimes a hearing can just light a fire under it, so to speak, and get things moving that
How big a fire do you want?
So absolutely, we're keen to do that. You know, we'll make our specialists available to assist in terms of developing a trigger as required. I guess one thing, you know, we will not be able to move on, unfortunately, is the activity status that we're seeking. You know, we're quite firm in our view that non-complying activity status is important.
That was my next question.
Yeah.
What is the value in your view of non-complying versus discretionary?
So to my mind, there are two components to that. The one is just the technical aspect, and that's just the gateway test that has to be gone through. But almost more importantly...
So how do you see that gateway test? Been in quite a few hearings in recent months. We've been spent a lot of time talking about that gateway test. So how do you see that applying in this case?
Well, you know, I think it would just mean that extra hurdle that has to be passed through in terms of consistency with the objectives and policies and the adverse environmental effects of the proposal. So I think that, you know, fairly standard sort of scenario there. To my mind, though, that is not where the real benefit of non-complying activity status comes in, and this is just through my practical experience. Non-complying activity status, in practice, sends a signal that development of this nature is not anticipated. It's not a foregone conclusion. It puts council in a much better position, the processing planner in a much better position to impose strong conditions, if need be, and to decline consent. They are in a stronger position because that signal that this development is not anticipated is there. So to my mind, that is where the real value lies. I'm thinking about Waka Kotahi as an affected party trying to argue its case with a restricted discretionary consent versus a non-complying.
Yes.
You know, we would have an easier time. Would make our job possible, in my mind, with a non-complying activity status.
So I'm thinking then about putting that in the context of the new Act,
yes,
which doesn't have a non-complying activity status associated with it, and the comments made by the council itself that the point at which you might exceed the kind of threshold, the issues that you've raised in front of us over this last half hour or so, it's not 2046, but it's 2000 and a much bigger number than now. So it's probably more than the life of a district plan. So is it somewhat redundant?
So 2 points there. One, just in terms of the term of the district plan, so I have a fundamental disagreement there in terms of that interpretation of how the RMA should be applied. Just to put it simply, I don't believe the term of the plan should have any bearing in terms of how far out we plan. So the requirement is to avoid, remedy, mitigate the adverse effects of the plan change. To my mind, the term of the plan doesn't bear into that. I might even, after I've commented, let Mr. Oliver give his view on that. I'm sure he has some thoughts. And in terms of the activity status point that you made earlier, I note the Act and the NPSUD do go into a little bit of detail. That's paragraph section 3.4 talks about how zoning is development enabled if it is, I think it's controlled, restricted, discretionary, maybe discretionary, but not non-compliant. To my mind, that is consistent with what we're essentially saying. We don't think, we think quite intentionally that non-complying activity status sends that signal this is not anticipated. So to my mind, that argument is consistent with the direction of the NPSUD and the Act. But I've got a feeling that Mr. Oliver might be able to add to what I've said in terms of the term of the plan matter and whether this discussion is redundant just because of the period of time we're looking at.
No, I wasn't suggesting that the plan's redundant. I was just wondering whether planning for the utilisation of concepts, which we talked about it before, are the means to an end, and I think the end is agreed amongst the parties, if that concept is redundant in less than the time that the risk emerges.
Don't have too much more to add on that point, to be honest.
That's fine. Yeah, probably I didn't explain it very well. That might be why. Mr. Oliver, have you got anything to add?
I guess just 2 points, I guess, come to mind on that. I guess the first thing is that I think, as Rodney's just said, planning for 10 years is not enough.
Yes.
So you're really thinking 30 to 50 years at the least. And I was at the RMLA conference last week and they said 100 years actually is what we should be doing.
Not just an election cycle, it's got to be longer than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So anyway, need a long time frame in which, and during that period, obviously the planning documents get a number of reviews and refreshers, I suppose. And it seems to me that 10-year review is the time where you would have another look at that non-complying activity rule that's in there and say, okay, we've done 10 years. Is this still correct, or actually things are a lot easier than we thought, or are they worse? And you'd look at it again and review it again and say, well, do we need a trigger? Is it the right trigger? And then look at it again for the next 10 years. So that to me is the kind of logical way to approach that.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. My point was in 10 years' time when you review, that is just not available to you because it's not available in statute anymore.
Right, yeah. The new legislation, yes. So it's probably even more important to take a long-term view.
Send the signals.
Yep.
All right, thank you. And is there the council's talked about 2046 as that kind of, as if nothing happens, and it all happens. I think that's, that's putting it crudely. But is there a time frame in your mind where you think that risk threshold is passed? Because there's dotted lines in the diagram and the council's alluded to it as well, but no one said, I reckon on the basis of my experience and watching, traffic forecasts, it's 2032, or is there something in your mind?
Without wishing to be flippant, then my ability, if I could tell you exactly the time it would go, I would not be sat here. I would have won the lottery by now.
Yeah.
The assessment we do, although we present those in years, it's really about a common point of the proportion of developments that will have occurred. And so we make some assumptions as to what happens in bands, and we call those model years. What we've seen in this region over the past 15 years is between 2011 and 2015, nothing. really very, very slow. So what we suggested might happen in 2012 actually didn't happen until 2015.
Yes.
And then what we thought was going to take till 2025 suddenly happened within 3 or 4 years. And so with what we've been assessing in 2036, 2046, 48, these things are really proportions of the growth that are across the whole sub-region region. With this roundabout, in my mind, one of the key things is considering the strategic intent of State Highway 2 to provide the productivity that goes out to Katikati to support the commercial, the picking and access to the port. It's a really important route. And so when that gets exceeded and the capacity of the roundabout delays come, it affects that productivity much wider than just the Aotearoa Peninsula. There is a very clear safety issue as well with that combination of commuters from Aotearoa plus the State Highway 2 commuters plus commercial vehicles. So there isn't a day where it goes from being absolutely fine to being not fine. What we have to do is to use our experience of kind of agreeing a point at which we say, okay, we're going to plan, we'll do this. Traditionally, we've had level of service C, which is a delay of about half what we're talking about here, maybe some 25 seconds delay. And we said that was going to be the criteria for how we expected our state highways to operate. I take a much more pragmatic view, and I think now we've seen changes across the network over the past 10 years, when none of us really, even in this area, expect to be able to drive everywhere without delay at peak times. It's not realistic. And so we've chosen level of service E as the second worst criteria. Level of service F is unbound delay, as the point which we're saying we can cope with planning around that. My expectation is if the global economy stagnates for 10, 15 years, this may push out beyond. If we continue to have good, strong growth, it could happen much earlier.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I can't tell you exactly when, which is where the trigger approach comes in, which is actually then tied to the reality, which is what we've said is when this amount of development occurs, and development is pretty much what creates those trips, time doesn't, that's when infrastructure will be needed. And that slides rather than having a date at which something needs to be provided.
So that's really useful, thank you. So does what you've just said in the last minute or two also explain the reason why the concerns you had originally in your submission that I think you raised right at the start have well, they're not disappeared, but they've been addressed to some degree in terms of that level of service?
We have that, or I have that concern, and I share it again, which is about that safety and the efficiency for the productivity. We've agreed on the level of service E for each movement now, in the latter submission that's come through from Mr. Jeff Coates of Becker, he's talking about the individual movements, whereas I think Mr. Clow is still referring to the earlier piece of work that averaged out the whole roundabout. So, for instance, in the morning peak, there was very little delay heading towards Katikati, which was offset against a significant queue heading from Katikati towards Tauranga. That produced an overall level of service E, but there was still some queuing which was much longer than that. So that's where the latter part, which does come up with a HUE of some 1,400, I think it was, which is the trigger level of that first movement of level of service E.
Yeah. Thank you, that's very useful. So 2 questions to finish for me, unless is there any more from the panel? You'll just come back to you, Alan. Yeah.
Just a supplementary, and forgive me for wanting to really be very clear. the time up to the trigger involves considerable works at the Omokoroa State Highway intersection. Are those in the bag, or could a political intervention like happened a few years ago take them out of the bag?
I'm not party to the specifics of the interim roundabout process. However, from the engagement I've had with Western Bay and with Becca during the conversations here, the process is significantly advanced, and I would find it on a national level surprising for a project at this level of development and this close for construction to commence for this to change. And it is on that basis that my evidence and the conversation and advice to Whakatahi has been around accepting the interim roundabout to be a given, rather than suggesting two triggers, one that occurs immediately until a roundabout has gone in, which was where originally we were talking. So I would be very surprised, but it is a technical possibility that that could stop. And in that case, you would have the situation which you already have with the current levels of development, which is extreme queues and delays and some fairly poor safety outcomes of that intersection. That would get tangibly worse should the developments that are enabled by Plan Change 92 attempt to occur in that situation. That being said, due to the poor access that would be to the peninsula, I think it would almost place a handbrake on that development being achieved, as it would be an unpleasant place for people to want to or to live due to the constraints of access to and from. And that in itself might slow significantly the actual ability to deliver that growth.
I hope, for the sake of my friends at Omokoroa, that your limited confidence is well placed.
Right, and one very general question that's just completely off the theme of roundabouts for a second or two. As much as I want to go back there, in your submission, I think, and council's responded to it, you talked about the emissions reduction plan, and I think, in summary, a concern that the council commitments were not in line with that reduction plan. Can you comment any further on that, on the basis of, because there's nothing new has come through that I've seen either from council or you in relation to that matter, and it's obviously important.
Yes, so that particular point came from Whakakotahi's policy team. It's from our perspective.
Are you distancing yourself from policy, folks?
No, I'm fully on board with that particular submission point and release sort. It's still something that we think is desirable and nice to have. So we still very much adhere to that particular release sort. It is not as much of a priority, for example, as the rule that we're seeking in terms of the upgrade from the roundabout to the Great Separated Interchange. So in my notes here, I said that this is really the most substantive point. Yeah. So all of our other submission points, we still stand by. It's just that they're not of it as substantive priority. One point which we have, we'd like to not retract, but we are no longer seeking, is the requirement for a rule that requires the interim roundabout to go in. At the time of submissions, we didn't have as high a level of confidence that the roundabout was imminent. Subsequently, between now and then, we have been given greater confidence. So that is the only submission point that we would like to say, yes, that has been fully resolved. Everything else still nice to have. But if there was one thing I could leave you with, is that the most fundamental concern that we have, and the most sort of critical is the need for a rule requiring the roundabout to be upgraded. So that question was about the MPSUD.
No, I'm coming back to roundabouts. Can't leave that. And just while we've got staff here, is there anyone, on staff that can comment in relation to the emissions reduction plan commentary from Waka Kotahi?
I haven't responded directly to the submission point from Waka Kotahi, but I did provide the summary in the introduction section of the report, 42A report, and that was just basically led off the information that had already been provided in our section 32 report. So I'm happy to go over that again, but I haven't responded directly to Waka Kotahi's point on that matter.
That's good, thank you. Right, let's get back to roundabouts. Enough of that climate change thing. Can we get the two agencies together before Thursday to give us some feedback on this matter to see whether you can get any closer without us? It's just the hearing will adjourn on Thursday. We've got a possibility of hearing further on Friday, and I don't know, we need to discuss it, but I don't think we'd adjourn the hearing for this matter beyond Friday. So if it's possible to have discussions in the next 2 days, that's great. I totally understand if that's not possible. Everyone is very busy with what they're doing, the staff in here and you on many projects, but perhaps we could get some feedback early tomorrow morning as to whether that can happen or not. That way we can, keep thinking about it.
I can confirm now that we're absolutely available for that. So from our end, absolutely. One thing I might suggest to council is that they ask Becca to prepare a provision that they are happy with in terms of the trigger, and then we can audit it. And since yes, we agree with that. So that's what I guess it may potentially not for you to worry about, but that's what I'll be suggesting to council. So if council is happy with that, as soon as we get something to consider, I'll pass it over to Duncan to audit. And as I said before, we're very open to pretty much everything under the sun in terms of triggers, so I don't think it'll be a problem.
Thank you. Any thoughts from council? Keep looking at the whole row. I'm trying to find out who I need to make eye contact with.
Yeah, obviously happy to meet. Just trying to figure out when. There's nothing on tomorrow morning, for example, because it's a site visit for the panel. Otherwise, there's no other time before Thursday.
Let's touch base and set something up. Yeah.
So, and you're happy to have Becca's involved in that discussion to help if that's needed?
Well, yeah, Becca were the ones who did the traffic modelling. I would need to rely on the advice of Becca and Mr. Tyndall to know what a trigger would be. But we did have a lot of these discussions a few weeks ago where I asked if the HEUs could be converted to a number of residential units within stage 3. But I understand it wasn't quite that simple, and it also looked at retirement village units and commercial and industrial as well.
I'm not so sure that the metric that's chosen is the critical thing. Just tell me if I'm wrong, panel, but you can get there and use whatever works. I think it's more what the rule looks like, if there's going to be a rule. So can there be a rule on the basis that they've advanced? And if your conclusion is no, well, that's fine too. But if it's yes, then what does it look like? And can you reconcile that between you before Thursday?
Yeah, well, I guess another one of the options we looked at was level of service. When it reaches a particular level of service, shaking your head over there, because my question was whether that's measurable or would it be arguable. Again, another issue.
Well, we'll leave you to have those discussions between you. And look, I just want to thank the team from Waka Kotahi for their contribution. It's been really useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah. Kia ora, Fire Shepherd, I think you're up. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, sit down. Look, you're very welcome. We get to the end of the day. We can.
Oh, you need your microphone.
Oh, yes, we do. Is that all right?
I know you do feel far away.
Yeah. Well, welcome. And we really appreciate that you're coming to talk to us now in a relatively unplanned way. And it's a fantastic opportunity for us to hear from you and to talk about some of the things that have been in the back of our mind. So, you know, first perhaps if you'd like to introduce yourself to our panel who don't know you, and then we can talk through the issues of interest to you and your whānau.
Thank you. Tēnā tātou katoa. Ko Perirako tōku hapu, ko Julie Shepherd tōku ingoa.
Kia ora.
So I am from the Perirako hapu. I have been in the midst of our people for some 15 years. I am a senior qualified postgraduate environmental planner, and I'm also an accredited Ministry for Environment Māori Commissioner. So there's been lots of conversations with my friends here at council. Hey, Kaines. Having been employed here previously as well. And there's been lots of conversations around the nature of our relationship with Omakaro Peninsula and the community itself. I did manage to spit something out for you. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
So what you have before you is really just for a record for you to consider after today's hearing time. But I'll just kind of run through what's been presented here. Previously, Plan Change 92 was consulted with Perirako Hapu, which was led at that time by our previous chairperson, Kahurangi. And so the set of minutes that was formed by that meeting is included. I only make one comment to section E of those minutes on page 1, where it's been advised that Ngāti Haua participate in resource management decisions and discussions within the Perirako Rohe as inappropriate, given that Ngāti Haua are a recipient of a land gift from Perirako during the times of the land wars, and they themselves have agreed at a meeting that they are interested in the effects on their land that they own, but resource management sits with Perirako Hapu. So just to make that clear. Now I've included all the sets, or all the points of these minutes as an example of, we're at a hearing now regarding this plan change. What have been the outcomes of those minutes, if any? There are none. So today I really want to just give you all a better understanding of the significance of the Perirako Rohe. The Perirako Rohe is contained between the Wairoawa, the Waipapa Awa, Te Awanui, Tauranga Ina Harbour, and the Kaimai Mamaku Bridge line. Although, you know, straight lines don't tell us exactly where that is, but that's around about our mana whenua rohe. We do have mana whenua status of our rohe that has been challenged as far as Supreme Court, and we are very committed to the future outcomes of our rohe. Omakaro in the 70s, 80s was rapidly developing. And that was a result of a settler community being established there during or post the Land War events. Now, they have really established themselves in that peninsula, and today they consider that we, you know, the Pirirako Rohe is not Omokoro, it's anywhere else but that. So we want to continue having the conversations of the korowai of Pirirako cultural identity has been taken by others and we want it back. So all these decisions around Omokoro and with massive scale, you know, some of those settler families are actual, in fact, today's developers. So a significant part of our history was the land wars. And what we have is an area called Te Weranga, which is an event. It was the scorched earth event of the colonial forces coming to Arohi, burning out our people, villages, food resources. And then so this is all in all here for you to read later. So I'm just giving you a kind of snapshot of why it is so important to us. So after that event, they actually the colonial forces harvested the food and ate it. But that left an area of land where we could never again grow that level of kai provision for our people. So it has become very significant for those reasons. Oh, yes, that's really great. Will you come over here and drive it? Because I'm not very good at driving that. Maybe I'll just stand up and I just kind of need to zoom in. Can you zoom in? Yeah. I'll give you a map show in a moment.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, zoom out. Yeah. Okay. That's really helpful. Thank you so much. So, well, we have the Omokoro Peninsula there, and then we have the Waipapa here. This is Whakamarama this way. And then we have this peninsula, this peninsula, this peninsula. We are loaded with peninsulas, but the Omokoro Peninsula in itself has become a community peninsula, not a Pirirako one. And we are willing to reclaim our cultural identity within that. We have a very amazing council that works very closely with Pirirako. We have very solid relationships, and if some things don't happen at a time, the conversation will continue where it will happen at another time. But like we just heard Waka Kotahi and their comments on how many years this may take, and this has been the journey for Pirirako of 30 years, where we have accepted and conceded to the development of Omokoro. But this was made on the provision that urbanisation would not extend beyond that peninsula. And so conversations were had with the Department of Conservation and with Western Bay and Bay of Plenty Regional Council that Pirirako agreed to the full urbanisation of Omokoro on the basis that the balance of Arohi would be protected, given the significance and the events of Te Weranga, which I just described at Whakamarama. And also we have other groups interested, such as Bay Conservation, where they put together with Western Bay almost a bird strategy, which outlined our manu of importance without discussing with us. But actually, the Omokoro Peninsula, well, it sits on the edge of our Hapu Rohi. Coming in, we have what is called the Kaka Flight Path. So Bay Conservation and Western Bay have acknowledged other birds, but the Kaka itself, it comes to Tuhua, Mare Island, it then comes to Matakana, stops in at Motuho, it comes up through Huharua, which is the historic name for Plumbers Point, and needs to be restored in time, and then it heads to Te Rangi Tuanihu, the Minden, a German name, which needs to be removed, and then it heads up to Whakamarama and to the Kaimai Mamaku, where it settles for some period of, quite a long period of time. So What we were seeking way back then and still today is the security of an ecological corridor that secures rural zoning to protect that ecological corridor and to protect the nature of the Perirako rohe in the areas where particular key significant events have taken place. When you see what is written here for you later, you'll see a clip from the Bay of Plenty Times, authored by Tommy Wilson, aka Tommy Kapai, one of our avid writers who is Perirako, and he talks about the event of Te Reranga and the harms that were imposed there. And that's not the only event. Whakamarama itself, which is the neighbouring area to Omokoro, it did record, our history does record that key significant Māori leaders would all stop from time to time within our ngāhere at Whakamarama. This did include Ruakenana, Te Kooti, and others. So, and this was all to aid a growing relationship with the Kingitanga movement. Perirako simply translates as rebel. Perirako were known throughout the whole country as rebels. For some reason or another, it was Perirako here that retained that name in the whole country. We are a significant people with a very rich, sad, but beautiful history. So our relationships with the Western Bay are very, very strong, and they can forego a little bit of rigour sometimes and a little bit of, harsh or heavy discussions. But actually what we are seeking is if you're going to grant the medium density rules and the intensity of it, which to our previous understanding covered Omokoro stage 3, but now we learn it covers the whole of the peninsula. The Omokoro Peninsula has recorded the most vast and richest archaeological landscape in the Bay of Plenty region. The loss of cultural integrity and our cultural history has been removed at an accelerated rate where we as Perirako are only there on site to help the archaeologists take the archaeology out. We also have arrangements where this is happening. We will cultural monitor the effects of whatever it is, because we deal with consent by consent by consent, but this is a much larger story for Perirako. It doesn't, only come to us in one plan change. Actually, it's come to a line where we have an expectation of delivery of promises that are made, or, this is further raipatu and further grievance on grievance, and that needs to be brought to a head and secured for Perirako. So I'm here today to ask, or I'll leave the information with you, but I'm here today to ask the commissioners, hearings panel, for 3 key outcomes. That is the security of an ecological protection area that limits the ability to further urbanise our rohe. We've got Bethlehem massively urbanised, we've got Omokoro massively urbanised now. There's an expectation it's going to encroach into the centre of Perirako. No, it's not. That's not the promises that have been made or discussed over a 30-year period. Subsequent also to Treaty of Waitangi settlements. So as we come to terms with this is going to happen to that peninsula at heavy scale, having almost stripped our cultural heritage from it, we have an expectation of more participation. We are told, oh yes, we're going to involve you in this, we're going to involve you in this, whatever it is. We have a conversation and then it moves on from there and there's never ever any outcome. And it's just not good enough. We don't have relationships and make promises to one another that are never going to be fulfilled. And that needs to be a consequence of allowing for everyone else, economically, socially, environmentally, and culturally, it's just zero. We need more commitment to better outcomes that protects our rohe for our future, right, descendants. And that future that we all think we talk about of generations to come, they're here with us now, they're our kids, This is who we're responsible to, and I'm asking you to come to the party on that responsibility, making decisions that affect us in perpetuity. If we don't nail down the security of no further encroachment, then what are we going to end up with? No rohe. And it's happening to all the other hapu, the intensification of, the intensification of development and greater growth of communities. It comes at the cost of Pirirako and our rohe. No one else is wearing the cost of it. Everyone else is doing quite well. So I'm going to ask from this process, actually, that again, the ecological corridor protection be discussed and in some way provided for, even if it's a statement of a promise. Let's have something there, please. Also, as part of the planning for the Stage 3 Omokoro structure plan, there was a large set of work done that provided for cultural amenity treatments. Now, those have been misfired. Nothing is actually secured. And in Stage 3, there is a massive awakere, which is what we call the gully systems. Pirirako sought to protect those rather than have them infilled and done with whatever, because they are the lungs to the Waipapa awa. Now, all of these gully systems have got no stormwater management plan on them. We need something comprehensive that requires all landowners, not just one or two here or there, because what we're seeing actually in the physical outcomes is a waterway. They formed a lovely lake. There's outflow this high, 1.5 metres above the bed. Where's the fish passage? Not only for the taonga coming up, but for the taonga coming down. It's, people are starting to mess with the taiao in Omokoro without very clear visions for the retention of the well-being of the taiao. It's got to be, have some rules and conditions there that prevent them from, while there's, the plans and policies that allow for resource consents to do this, that, and the other activity. Actually, where's the rule that says you might have the consent, but please do the right thing? We've just, a week ago, been to Prole Road in a meeting with council. Western Bay are not our problem, the developers are. And Western Bay staff are there with us, and we're talking about all the things that are happening there and that we need to, make moves together to address these situations. But actually, there's no requirement for anyone to do anything. In the Pirirako Rohe, we are extensively climbing ladders. We're going to get share accreditation for health and safety. We've got to get all kinds of standards and understand all kinds of processes for us to be the kaitiaki of our rohe. Yet, now we have our council promoting voluntary care groups who are coming all over our rohe and taking our opportunities away. So there needs to be a line drawn to say, these are all the conversations that we had that are minuted in this meeting. Where are any of the outcomes, and actually where's the cultural plan that protects Pirirako and the interest, rights and interest, I might add. So the Comprehensive Stormwater Management Plan, as Mahinga Kai is now, a compulsory value of the MPSFM. And our intention of saving the gully systems, the awakere, was to ensure that we could promote Mahinga Kai. Now, we've done a lot of, field work already to explore our Mahinga Kai sites and detail what is exactly there. We are actually learning that the Pirirako Rohe is very rich in tuna. Okay? But then we go to a development area and there's a water, there's a puna underground, and they're just going to remove all the tuna out, and that's the end of that. So now we want to be very clear in Omokoro Stage 3, where Mahinga Kai will be present. And this was presented and discussed during the early planning of Omokoro Stage 3. So if I could leave you there with that, and thank you all for your time. Please give further consideration to what is in this response. And we really do look forward to Western Bay's decision making and how awesome they're going to be and involve Perirako to ensure that we are able to exercise and express kaitiakitanga. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we had been able to bring your chair a bit closer so we could have been closer as you were saying that. I've got questions, but I'm sure others will have questions. Is it all right if we have a little bit of a discussion for a few minutes to play around with some of these things? So perhaps start at the end. Yeah.
Kia ora. I don't know if you know who Te Kohinga is. I was a founding member of Te Kohinga.
Te Kohinga?
Kohinga.
Ah.
Okay, we're, as a group, very active with Ngāi Tamarawaho and Ngāti Tapo in trying to facilitate restitution of grievances on the Te Papa Peninsula.
If I may, Commissioner Withy, this is not about treaty settlements. This is actually about resource management agreements that have been formed with Western Bay but have not been fulfilled.
Yeah, I understand that, but I just want to clarify my understanding, if I may. I want to learn, I want to be a part of the sort of things that you desire. My understanding is that Perirako did never sign the treaty. Is that true or false?
You could say that the wider grouping of Perirako did not sign Te Tiriti o Waitangi, but you can bank on whakapapa connections to tūpuna that did.
Thank you. Second question is, the Krapp family have been on the Omokoro Peninsula from way back.
And the Goldstones.
Sorry?
And the Goldstones.
And the Goldstones. I've read a lot about the Krapp family, but what I don't understand is whether they came onto the peninsula in the wake of the Arawa Flying Brigade and the Bush Wars, or did they come at the invitation of Perirako? Can you help my understanding?
So they actually arrived post-1840 and post-1863 actually. Mm. So along with the Krapps and the Goldstones, they really did, they moved into the peninsula and took their positions. Now at Plumbers Point with the Plumbers family, they purchased the whole of their peninsula for £240 after it was confiscated by the Crown. The same deals happened at Omokoro. What they also did was they ensured closure and access, closure to our Urupa and access to Mahinga Kai. So actually the harm on our culture was promulgated right back then. Not only did the Crown do it, but actually settler communities fought for their place and positions to take as well. And that continues today. Some of those developers are responsible for developing the largest tracts of land at Omokoro. This is a story of everyone else seeking benefit over something that a hapu are genuinely, because of their own history, seeking to protect and limit. Sure, everyone has the ability to do these things, but at no further cost to Perirako and to our culture and to our reo and to our tikanga, because at Omokoro they're devoid and barren of cultural integrity because they seek to remove Perirako, who has an obvious place and space there. But we, as Pirirako, we're not one that hold grudges or anything like that. We're a hapu that will work with community. For example, the Omokoro Public Arts Group took on a story that the Omokoro Peninsula was visibly close to the mokomoko, the lizard. And then they established a large rock, put the large mutual name of Omokoro on there, installed a lizard as the iconic being of Omokoro. Subsequently, that tonga was taken down and taken away. But now we're having conversations about, sure, the mokomoko is very important to us, but if you're looking for the true name of Omokoro, it actually pertains to a chief from Waharo, and it also has significance to what is called a huhu type of grub, a butterfly grub, which is also known as mokoroa. And when we find taonga, for example, a wetland in 2017 at Neil Construction Limited, which is Te Awanui Waters subdivision now, they removed a wetland, and in there were partial hoi and uprights, core uprights. So, I'm saying that was Omokoro really was a place of being and a place of many events, and it stored our history. The landscape of Omokoro is it's a continuously cultural landscape from one end to the other. We don't take it out by lots like it does in rules and plans, but it really has suffered the stripping of Pirirako from that rohe. We now, we come across koiwi that are discovered in these sites. So Plan Change 93 won't have any impact on the requirements for cultural monitoring, but what we're saying is, for Pirirako, I could talk to you all day, but for Pirirako, the sadness is driven to an extreme level where our people are just not recognised, and it's got to stop. We have a councillor here that says Pirirako don't belong in Omokoro, they belong in Te Pana. Wow, isn't that great? So it's about decision making that ensures Pirirako have a mana position in the decisions that are being made as partner to the Crown under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Those are the kind of relationships and the level of respect that finds the detail we need. Because in 100 years from now, what's our rohe going to look like if we're not having these conversations today? It'll be all of Bethlehem extended. So please, we really seriously do ask you to make a contribution to that decision making in this hearing process.
Thank you very much. Well, that
Thank you.
helps my understanding, and also in my mind establishes your right to mana whenua status. And of course, as you would well know, as a qualified commissioner, Part 2 of the RMA requires us to give consideration to mana whenua interests. So thank you for helping my understanding.
Thank you.
Kia ora. Again, I'm sorry that you couldn't sit closer to us. I was definitely blinking away tears at your very passionate presentation, so thank you. I've just got, in front of me, it was really good. You have three very clear things that you're seeking, and so I was just looking at that. And the gully systems obviously have informed this natural open space zone that is part of Plan Change 92. So for us, that's a very clear zone that's sitting in front of us. The ecological corridor protection, I wondered if you could talk to that a bit more, because we're only here to make decisions on what's sitting in front of us, and I don't know where that sits in terms of this plan change.
I guess it's the very beginning conversation with Pirirako. Once it was realised there was an intention to urbanise to its fullest extent at Omokoro. Now, these conversations did occur, but like I say, they haven't come anywhere near across the line. Now, we see this as being responsible to ensure that there is an ecological corridor that retains rural character and rural zoning specifically. Like I say, Perirako are not opposed to development, but it needs to be done in a way that recognises the mana of the rohe in which they are building to, you know, retain those historical narratives and their spaces. I don't really know if I answered that question, but I'm prepared to add on.
Well, it's not an easy one to answer, and I sense that. So
It's
yeah.
not, but in all fairness, it is an ecological corridor. You know, what I have described is genuinely and authentically the flight path of the kaka. This has been known to many people. For some reason, it's been, you know, not included in the ecological strategy of bay conservation proposed for this council. And to me, I see there being key reasons why they're not. Because we seek that ultimate protection to lock in urbanisation of Arohi. We're already seeing a smart growth long-term 30-year plan, sort of yellow dot, you know, this is Te Puna, this is da-da-da. No, it's not. Go and develop elsewhere, actually. We're drawing the line in the sand. You can have Omokoro, it's done. But beyond that, honour your promises to our people.
Thank you for that. And then I think there was one other, which was the comprehensive stormwater management plan, and I think that is something that we've heard a lot about this morning. So I think two out of the three things that you have mentioned, we have heard quite a lot about, but it's just the one I'm struggling with a little bit is, and the reason that I'm struggling with it is because it's beyond the scope of what we're looking at. And,
Is it though?
well, I think it is, because we're only looking at two areas that are identified for as part of Plan Change 92, and they're very much around that urbanisation. We're not looking beyond that, so I think it would be very difficult for us to make decisions on something that's not sitting in front of us.
Sorry. So there's no problem with making a decision to bring in and allow for that many people to be housed in Arohi, knowing that there's going to be many effects of that growing population. So there's no problem with that, but there's a problem to actually protect the rest of the environment as previously promised, you know.
Sorry, I'm not
to
saying
ensure that
I'm not suggesting
urbanisation is locked out of the rest of the rohi.
I'm not suggesting there's a problem. I'm just suggesting I think it's beyond the scope of this panel to make a decision on that.
I don't believe that. Thank you.
I think we need to. Kia ora, kia ora, Jules. Just to disclose, I work with Jules. I used to work with Jules quite a lot in my everyday jobs as an iwi practitioner. So have known her for years. I haven't spoken to her for a while though.
We're busy.
Yeah, we're obviously both busy. I don't do that stuff anymore either. I mean, I've left my old job. So anyway.
Yay!
Āpōpō, kei te haere tātou, mō he haerenga ki ira atu wahi, o Omokoroa ki te kitea i itahi ture I pāna ki tēnei plan change. So tomorrow we're going on a site visit, the panel, to have a look at some of these sites and some of the proposed rules and provisions that have been discussed as part of Plan Change 92. And one of the things I'd like to do is to try and follow, as part of this ecological corridor concept, have a look at the pathway of the kaka. And I'm wondering, would you be willing to share a little, very rough, even if it's very rough, a map that sets out where those sites are that you mention in paragraph 3 on page 7 of your kōrero, so that we know and can take that journey and see if there's anything that we can, as a panel, try and, well, have a look at in terms of meeting qualifying matters criteria and having that looked at for as part of Plan Change 92. I think everything that's been raised by your kōrero is a qualifying matter, but unfortunately it hasn't been, they haven't been matters that have come through in any of the evaluations. So, despite it being laid down at multiple occasions, submissions and all of that, notwithstanding all of the previous engagement that Kiriraku has had as well. So that's one thing I'd like to ask, if you'd be willing to share a map that
Yes,
we
of
can
course.
follow.
I could email that to Natalie this afternoon when I return home.
Fine. Thank you, Jules. And just one last comment really is that everything that has been expressed is totally resonates with with my experience. And so you know, this is a challenge to you councils to you know, do better by tangata whenua, because it's not about a plan change in isolation from the people who have a connection, a long-standing traditional connection with that whenua, and we are now obligated to look at tikanga, incorporating tikanga Māori into our decision making. So that's my last comment for the day. Kia ora.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Can I just check? I've got a few questions. It might take us a while. Have people got 10 or 15 minutes? Because if you haven't, it's a little bit tough, I think. So we need to I just want to clarify a few things with you. That's all right? And before I start, I just want to acknowledge Natalie and her team for bringing you in here today, because the panel has been concerned for some months that we are not going to hear the voice of tangata whenua in this room at this important hearing. And so it's wonderful to have you here in that regard. And as Pia says, I think we can do better and should do better. So we'll work with what we've got to get through this process. So first thing I just want to ask the council for the district is, can we have confirmation that what we've heard here is material that we can put on the level with all of the other submitter material that we've heard and are going to hear over this next few days? I'm just cognizant that we didn't get a submission from you, and we probably don't need to spend time talking about that now.
There was actually, if I may, there was an arrangement that
Yes.
we would review Plan Change 32, but we actually in Piriraku have a few internal issues.
Yes.
Notwithstanding, I've always maintained an ability with Western Bay, and particularly with the team of
Yes.
Tony and Natalie, to continue engagement. There is a very clear understanding that it's a legitimate voice, although it be fraught with problems.
Yes, that's fine. So can we get that some feedback and thinking from you overnight, if that's possible, for tomorrow?
Yes, no problem.
That's great, thank you. Now, just in no particular order, it just demonstrates how chaotic my thinking is, but I've got a few questions. Have you been involved in the designation process with Waka Kotahi for the link roads that are developing out your way?
Well, you should be aware that there is an appeal against the project.
Right.
So yes, we're certainly having many levels of conversation.
So when we hear them talking about developing was it 40 hectares, something like that, wetland, have you been involved in that process?
So so I myself, as well as 6 other people with me, are assigned to the
Sorry,
assessment
your
of...
hapu.
Yeah. So we are assigned to the assessment of cultural effects.
Yes.
We have actually identified 4 mahinga kai sites.
Right.
That are to be provided for and restored, and provide public access.
Yes.
So yes, we are certainly doing our best to ensure that we've got outcomes, particularly around mahinga kai. You know, there's not that many whānau that still go out and get the puppies and pick the tiri ko, and actually there's not many parents still feeding their kids the tiri ko. You know, so what we have fears of is that we all understand our culture is slipping away, and if we don't take hard stands to ensure that those cultural practices are provided for and encouraged to continue, they will die. So, you know, I'm just saying that we are all over that project.
Well, I'm really conscious with some of the other Waka Kotahi projects I've been involved in that they have these cultural design frameworks that they bring into play. So others do it in a different way, but I'm thinking about in relation to this plan change. At the moment, there isn't a clear provision for your rights and interests to be expressed in the planning that follows. And I guess my question is, in the same way that we are codifying the way that future development occurs, do you need your interests codified? Do you need them there in the rules? Or this is another one of those kind of questions that you
You're
answer.
right on the money there. You're right on the money there, because some time ago, Perirako did ensure in the district plan at Appendix 7, 4.8, there are very clear Perirako protocols, and that needs to be extended upon for this plan change.
So I'm really conscious of the other thing that we, you know, any planners are involved in, where we have consent conditions around koiwi and other kind of discovery. But what you're describing to us is not just specific sites, but a cultural landscape. So I'm wondering how this planning can provide for a cultural landscape in the decisions that are made. I'm putting it a bit clumsily. I think what you're saying is Perirako needs to be at the table for decisions.
That's right. And because while we're there at the initial consultation phases, which you can see from these minutes, there's no response to any of these outcomes here. We're seeking them through this through the submission.
Yes.
But actually, when there's the Perirako Rohe is so rich in history of harm and of a beautiful people. We've got everyone making decisions that affect us, only affect us, because they're all quite happy to blend with the new outcomes, but they're not new to us. I mean, they're new to us, but they're not anything that we pursued or wished for or even asked for or even supported, actually. So when everyone is making all of those decisions, like we're talking here, Waka Kotahi here talking about the Omokoro roundabout and how they think things should be, you know, rules be triggered and da-da-da-da-da-da. Actually, where's Perirako in all of this? Every aspect of that conversation is missing to us. While I was involved in the Takitimi Northlink one, and I did all the planning for tangata whenua on their behalves, we built what is called cultural mitigation, and how those outcomes play out. You know, then a contract is tendered, you know, and awarded to the contractor. They come on. Everything that we laid down is not necessarily so there. Yeah. So everything that we engage in is actually promises of nothing.
Right. Right. So
well, our rights and interests responding.
Yes. Yes, because it's, you know, I think you've acknowledged it any number of times, and we know that's the case in organisations, that people are getting through their day and doing the best they can as a rule. You know, when things are going well, that's as good as it gets. And so is it enough to have an agreement with council about the way you will work together, a relationship agreement or some sort of covenant between you, or do you need it set down in the plan provisions itself so it's
need
clear?
to set down in the plan provisions so that all developers and their agents, planners, are privy to the information.
Right. Okay. It's harder than what Waka Kotahi and the council's got ahead of them in the next 48 hours, that's for sure, to do what you're talking about.
But like I say, it doesn't need to be a written response all accurately formed. It could be just a point of, please do that.
Right. So a direction to council.
A direction to council.
Right. So have you, just carrying on with the general question theme, I think that Commissioner Mean talked about it before, but have you seen the Bofa-Miskell report for the gully systems heading out to the Moana?
Well, have you seen in the photos in that work that Bofa-Miskell did? I'm the fat lady that's only got the back showing.
Are you?
To the you know, in one of the photos, but actually we were very involved on the ground and in the planning.
Right. Right.
Whakamasco, they're very good at coming in and taking over all, you know. There's no, where do you see tangata whenua anywhere? Actually, where do you see the name Perirako? We're called tangata whenua now.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're going backwards.
Right. Right. So that question, just to clarify, that gully system, or the system of gullies, and those lines to the moana, are you satisfied that if they are properly provided for in the plan, that that's a key part of the corridor that you were talking about? I know you're going to share the kaka journey with us, but do they go far enough to provide for the interest, at least in that part?
I think that it's a necessary outcome of an area that is, you know, under a plan change.
Yes.
But more broadly, it's actually about, because, for example, waterways, they come down from our upper reaches, right? They come down through Whakamarama and then they then divert into Omokoro, right?
Yeah.
So one of the very first properties on Parole Road at Omokoro, there was an old rubbish dump, but moving beyond that, Parole Road is completely open, earthworks everywhere, and the effects on the natural taiao are insanely huge. But because of the separations of land ownership, it actually is quite challenging, I believe, for Western Bay to uphold or bring people to account to do the necessary work that looks after the environment, particularly on those gully system waterways. You know, and then we've got, you know, developers that are privatising these gully systems and forming lakes for retirement villages, you know, removing fish passage. But those waterways that move over, that come down and move over, they're actually, you know, our desire was for them to feed and enhance the biodiversity, the ecological biodiversity of those gully systems, to restore those mahinga kai values, to, you know, and provide for those open recreation, passive recreation opportunities. But there has to be a further step taken to ensure that these things are actually happening, to look after the taiao, to ensure that our culture doesn't die, you know, and continue in that desperate state. I'm talking about our culture, and I'm talking about the taiao.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's my questions. It's marvellous to have you here.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah.
I know some of you will be sorry, some of you will be pleased.
I think that's a lovely way to finish our first day. We could go back to roundabouts for a little bit if everyone's keen. But I think this is a really nice way for us to finish together. We're here for the rest of the week for these matters. So, you know, our education's been pretty rich today. And I want to thank everyone for their contribution. And perhaps I'm going to ask Pierre to close with a... Yes. Yes.
Could I just make a statement very briefly?
Yes.
And this is not for your comment. It's simply a statement. And it's very much for the ears of our legal advisors. We will have some interesting discussions about what we've heard from Julie today. I ask that when you consider the legal scope that we have to take her submissions into account, you will take a broad and expansive view. You will consider very carefully Part 2 of the Act, as well as the sections 80 onwards, because I would like, as a panellist, to give very serious consideration and actually do something about what we've heard. Now, I know that demands a liberal legal interpretation rather than a narrow legal interpretation. But that is my request of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kia ora. Now we're going to
Could
have
we please all rise to sing He Honore? Thank you, e tū whānau. He honore, he karoria, maunga rongo ki te whenua, whakaro, hae, i ngā tangata katoa. Ake ake, ake ake, amine. Te atua, te piringa, tōku oranga. Oranga, amine. Thank you, everyone.
Kia ora. Now, we've got a few bits and pieces that we still need to hear from staff on, and I wondered what the appetite is for convening a little earlier. We've got our field trip tomorrow morning, or site visit.